Stupid sexy Flanders!
Hello, motherfucker.
Hey, bitch. Hi. Hi, friends. Welcome in. Hi, afternoon. We've not met. Jada Deco, variety streamer. I do whatever the fuck I want because this is my stream, and if that's a problem for you, find the door. Yay! I'm just drinking some agua. Sewing the bottom into this berg. And then I'm done. I was making this bag today while I was outside. I need to finish it, so. Because it's for a birthday gift. So, figured I'd finish it on stream. Because I got nothing else to do. Yay! It's summertime and Alice is home, so we've just been outside. In the park. Definitely not drunk. I mean, it's water, and drinking water is always smart. So, is it really smart water, or is the choice to drink the water the smart? Gasp in English too.
Oh,
The fuck was that? Damn it, mouse. My mouse did the thing again. There it is. Where the fuck is my mouse?
Am I being a bridezilla by
Okay.
asking my best friend's partner to not propose at my wedding? Like, the fact that you even have to say it? Ridiculous! Hi, Honorable Judge Charlotte and Potato Queens and Kings. This actually ended up in best of Redditor updates. We're like literally making waves in the Reddit community. And the editor's note says, nickname for Charlotte Dobre's fans. The ones that get it, okay? I have come seeking your advice. I will accept my judgment. Hold on the call. I get married in April. Ooh, okay, so you just got married then. Congrats. We got engaged at Christmas, but in January, my dad was given 5 months max after being taken off chemo for it not working. Oh, I'm sorry to hear. That's sad. I will preface this by saying I never wanted the big white wedding. I'm not a fan of being the center stage, etc. My best friend, 26 female of 14 plus years, is the polar opposite of me. My partner and I have been super busy with work, so we've allowed my parents to plan the wedding. His parents are out of the country on hollybobs, but have had input. My dad wanted a bigger celebration as this will be the last chance he gets to celebrate. I'm obviously heartbroken and want to give him exactly what he wants. I chose my bridesmaids and my partner chose his best man and groomsmen. My best friend is one of my bridesmaids and my niece is my other. My bestie from day one of being asked has been finding dresses. Not a problem. I've said all along I just want them
Better?
to wear what they want. I'm paying. Some of the dresses were questionable, but I honestly didn't have the heart to tell her. Men's suits were all chosen and everyone was happy. Little side note.
Better?
My parents have never been a fan of my bestie. They think she's an attention seeker and a bit of a tart. Just a little bit of a tart. You know when you read something and you just know that someone's British? Like, you know they're from the UK. They've accepted my choice because they know I love her to bits. Last week when we went to see my bestie, she had a baby recently, so love going to see Bubba. She was saying, I think her partner, let's call him Paul is going to propose at your wedding. And she got all excited. She kept saying how she wanted it to be a perfect proposal and we have the perfect venue. Come again? Excuse me? That is true, the venue is stunning. Give me a break, dude.
Have a break.
Seriously? On the way home from seeing her, I was talking to my partner. I said I didn't want him to propose at the wedding, as we were already celebrating a wedding and my beautiful daddy, and I didn't want to take away from that. You don't even need to throw the dad in there. Like, I understand that this is like a big reason why you want it to be about you and your dad, but it goes without saying that you don't propose at someone else's wedding.
Fair enough.
I reached out to try and explain this to Bestie. Her reply, if you're going to be a bridezilla, I don't want to be a part of your rushed wedding.
I'm sorry?
Wow. If you can't stand other people getting attention, you're really pathetic and need to get over yourself. The fact that she said that speaks volumes. If anyone can't stand someone else getting attention, it's her. Because of all places and times, why do you need to have your proposal at someone else's wedding? Like your best friend's wedding, no less? Why? Here I will input. Partner and I have been together for 4 years. Her and partner have been together 1 year. Not that this is any sort of competition, but here is where I may be a bridezilla/a-hole. My response. I'm truly sorry you feel like I'm being a bridezilla/a-hole. I've tried to be accommodating and as free-willed as possible. You've had your choice of dress, shoes, hair, makeup, accessories, which were all paid for by me. And we have accommodated by bringing your baby, which of course we would as we love you. You know I don't like major attention, but this is my family, my friends, and they're coming to our wedding. If you're so desperate for the attention on you, perhaps it's best you're not there. I'm sorry that this hasn't worked out. I'm truly heartbroken, but this day needs to be perfect for my daddy. Her last response, I didn't respond. Your dad's gonna die. He won't even be here to give a shit. What is wrong with you? Not OP, this psycho best friend you have. Something tells me
I'm
you were
putting the
always
bottom into
person
the purse
in
I made
friendship
earlier
that,
today.
like, didn't want the attention. Like, something tells me that she was used to
It's
kind of,
a,
like, commandeering every social situation.
drawstring
you kind of just let it
bag.
because you don't like the attention or whatever. But at the same time, this is your wedding, okay? This is not about anybody else, and she needs to be your friend and be there for you on your wedding day, not the other way around. Women can be so delusional about this attention. Just wait for your turn. I don't mind losing her over this, but I'm heartbroken, and now I'm thinking I may have been a bridezilla. Please help Potato Kings, Queens, and everyone in between. I think that your response to her was warranted because of what she said to you. If it had been something where she was really apologetic, really understanding, and then you said that, that would be different. But she's the one that called you a bridezilla and an attention seeker, okay? And the fact that that was her response for your very reasonable boundary that you set, I just think she wasn't really your friend to begin with.
Amen, sister.
All right, so we do have an update and a little edit. 1, I no longer want this girl in my life, let alone at the wedding. She's a vile human being. 2, I've always been that one girl she gets at. I've never had much luck at making friends, so I think that's why I've always accepted crappy treatment. One girl she gets at. Does that mean that she, like, yells at you all the time and berates you and treats you like crap? Partner hates her and has hated her since they met. She's gotten too comfortable with treating you badly and feeling entitled to attention when the attention should be on you, and she should be there for you as a friend on your wedding day. How is that so difficult for people to understand?
Inconceivable.
So we do have an update. The last thing that OP said was, I'm going to send a message and block, she's done. So my partner and I reached out to him, asked him to meet in a neutral place. We chose the park near to his house. He agreed to meet us alone. You told the fiance. Good. Or like the potential fiance. I showed him the messages from the screenshots shown in my last post, and he was raging. Paul was so angry about what had been said, then turned to us and said, I actually wanted to leave her, but I was waiting until after the wedding as to not ruin the day for you and your dad. Okay, so this really was just a case of someone who was trying to steal the spotlight. This guy had no plans to propose at your wedding. Where she got that idea from?
Good night, bitch. I love you.
Like she also wanted to be at the center of everything, and she kind of said that to like push your buttons or something. We had a long chat. Paul and my partner have a lot in common. He's always been lush to the both of us. We drove him home and left. Driving the 2 hours home, I felt relieved. I've never felt so stress-free. I had no one to try and please. Who needs an egg-sucking bridesmaid anyway? And if it wasn't the proposal, she would have done something to ruin the day anyway, to sabotage it. I've been on like a lot of bachelorette parties, okay? And I kind of have an aversion to bachelorette parties because almost every single bachelorette party I've been on, there has been drama.
Come hang out. Watch some Charlotte.
Breakdowns. People have gone in fights. People have gone home early. It's just been really, really difficult.
Welcome back,
and it made me
buddy.
think, like, our bachelorette parties really like this.
You should come get drunk out in my front yard with me.
Like, baby bachelorette trip. We were already planning on kind of going
We
to
get
New York
ripped
to see my best
out in the
friend
park.
who just moved there. You know, it was kind of just like one of these things where I was just like, can we
We
just
sit in hammock
something? 'Cause
chairs,
I'm not doing a
jamming
destination
out,
bachelorette. My bachelorette was
listening to tunes,
honestly perfect.
Down to the
drinking.
last minute details.
There was absolutely no drama. Everybody got along. Everybody had an amazing time.
It's a
No
pink
crying,
quilted
no fighting, no
drawstring
feelings
bag.
of
I'm just
resentment.
putting the bottom part
And
into it,
guess
and then
what?
it's finished.
Because the people that caused the problems on the last Bachelorette weren't there this time. Over and over and over, these people made these special occasions about them,
Thanks,
sabotage
buddy.
them where possible, cause drama where it didn't need to be there. When you remove those people from the equation, all of a sudden you have great vibes. And I firmly, firmly believe it might.
I am a very unprofessional streamer. Hang on, y'all. Hang on, ready? There we go.
Again. Hello, Alice. Hi, Alice.
Silver says hi, Pooh Face.
Hello.
Hurt to not have your like longtime best friend at your wedding anymore, but if she wasn't gonna sabotage it with, you know, her own proposal, she would have sabotaged it in a different way. Paul rang when we got home, they split up. She tried to deny the messages, but didn't delete them from her phone, so he knew it was true. He told her he was repulsed and was planning on leaving after she'd been unkind to his mom, also ill.
Hey, yo, what the fuck?
What is wrong with this person? Are you okay? Are people okay? Paul wants an amicable split with baby, so we'll possibly get lawyers involved. My daddy's over the moon. He's heartbroken that I pretty much lost my only friend. She was taking up too much space in your life. Now you can actually make friends. But he's so glad she's gone. He's surviving day to day, and we're giving him the best we possibly can. We took him suit shopping, and he looks incredible. My mom hasn't gotten her dress yet, but we're having a special girly day out soon. Dresses, spa day, and just overall love. And major updates, passwords made with the vendors. Paul is still coming. Oh, good. Either alone or with a friend or someone else. He deserves a break. And 3, Paul is going to tell her parents, who are massively religious and massively strict and will not tolerate bullies. Well, this is a great ending. It's not gossip if you're just telling the truth. So are you being a bridezilla by asking your best friend's partner to not propose at your wedding? Like, why do you even have to ask that? No, I'm planning to elope because my parents are trying to make me agree to letting my sister's boyfriend propose to my sister at my wedding. I need the air out of the knuckles for this one. Maybe this is the wrong place, but I'm going to explode with rage and disappointment at my family. My baby sister is the golden child. Or maybe that's unfair to say. She survived cancer when she was a child. It was the darkest period of my parents' life. I don't remember much of it because my parents shielded me from the horrific truth. I knew she was sick, and I remembered all my childhood spent in hospitals, but never did I know that my sister almost died until many, many years later. I was 12, and she was 10. After she beat the sickness, she became the obvious favorite in the house. Ooh, that's hard. She got everything she wanted, and sometimes it was at my expense. I resented that, but I always heard that I was a naughty girl for being jealous of my hero sister. I mean, you wouldn't need to be jealous of your hero sister if you were given the same attention and love that she was. My sister grew up to be a brat. Big surprise. Now, 20 years later, she's still bratty, although we get along better than when we were teenagers and young adults. My wedding is in July. Neither my fiance nor I have the money for a big wedding. We settled for a small wedding, 30 people, and my fiance's grandparents, who have a beautiful house with a lake view. My parents, when they heard that, said no way and offered to pay for a bigger wedding at a better venue. We didn't agree at first, but later we didn't want to disappoint them. It seemed like it was important to them. Ooh, strings. Strings, strings, strings. This is the thing about the strings, about people contributing to your wedding. It comes with strings. And you are pretty much obligated, if you accept from anyone really, you're pretty much obligated to do what they say, or you'll feel obligated to do what they say. Last week, my mom invited me over. My dad, mom, and my sister's boyfriend asked me what I would think if my sister's boyfriend proposed to my sister during the wedding, so it becomes an engagement party as well as a wedding. Mom has seen reels on Instagram about people proposing to maid of honors and bridesmaids and thought it was cute. My sister is my maid of honor. Listen, I think if you're comfortable with that, then that's fine. But if you're not comfortable with that, they have to respect that. I said, no, that's ridiculous, and laughed. My mom was livid. She told me I was selfish and ungrateful, and I accused her of favoritism. I told her I always thought it was odd you'd pay for my wedding, but now I know the reason why. She started crying and kicked me out of the house. She really does not want to take any responsibility for the favoritism. Later, both she and my future brother-in-law sent me texts warning me from exposing their plan to my sister. My fiance was disappointed but not sure what we could do. My parents have spent almost $30,000 and it's too late to cancel. My mother called me today to plan the proposal and I begged her not to ruin my day. She's still going through with it? Okay, no. The fact that they're trying to strong-arm you into this, just do the engagement party then. You go elope somewhere fabulous. It sounds like they kind of just wanted to rent the venue for your sister anyway. She told me since she was paying, she can make requests. There it is. And that I should let go of my jealousy and resentment toward my sister because she's innocent in all this. It's not jealousy and resentment. It's literally just your wedding and you don't want to share it with someone else. Why is that so hard for people to understand? But the thing is, this day will be about my sister. I told my fiance to ask his grandparents if they're still willing to host my wedding. If they are, I'll revert to our original plan. If not, we will just elope. Not sure yet if I'm going to tell my family and cancel the wedding or just let them have their grand proposal party. None of my family is invited to my wedding, including my sister. Is your sister, like, I understand she's a brat, but I also don't don't know if she's aware of any of this happening. So I don't know if I would throw her in with everybody else. I don't know. That's just like my first kind of read on the situation. I can't tell her since she has no idea her boyfriend is going to propose and this would ruin the whole thing. At the same time, it would be ruining her life, and she wonders why. But mom still says they're going to propose. The original plan is that I should be the one making the speech and telling my sister there's a surprise for her. And today is about us two, blah, blah, blah. If you want to do that,
Hello.
if you genuinely want
How you
to
doing?
share that
How you
day with
doing?
your sister,
Brush your teeth.
then by
Brush
all
your
means
teeth.
do it. But if you don't want to, then you have every right to say no. Then her girlfriends and boyfriends do
It's
some
summer.
reverse dance to their favorite song, and then he proposes. If I know her well, she wouldn't mind being proposed to on my wedding day, so it's a lose-lose situation for me. Sometimes I think maybe I should agree and just get it over with, but I'm so angry and my fiance actually doesn't want me to cave this time. We're both happy with the backyard wedding. So screw it then. Just do it with your friends. We even asked mom to donate what she'd planned on spending to the wedding to the Childhood Cancer Fund in our names, like what we requested as a wedding gift, but she insisted on a party for the extended family. I had a back and forth text with my future brother-in-law where he called me jealous and bitter. I have now blocked him. Honestly, throw the whole family away. I know I've said that a million
Jealous
times,
and
but, like,
bitter.
Lord Almighty, Jesus.
Would they
take
be
the
saying
wheel.
the same
He
thing
texted
if
my
you
fiancé
wanted to do
apologizing
that
for
at
he
her
didn't
wedding?
answer. My plan is to now
Bullshit.
get married a week early at my grandparents-in-law with 20 guests because we have managed to change our honeymoon trip to be 3 instead of 2 weeks within departure day, the morning after the wedding. My mom's wedding is already paid for in full with no refund possibilities with such short notice, 3 weeks. That was the whole point, I think. I mean, fair enough. Can't back out now. To spring this information on me so close to the wedding day so I can't do anything about it. Now they'll have 1 week heads up anyway when they see my wedding pictures on social media. They will probably just turn the wedding into an engagement party and have a blast. So it's a win-win, I hope. No, they want you to witness. They want you to be there and witness it. Suck it up. One final update, which I think is very important to share. I really want to thank everyone that showed me support. I'm now happily married and in Como, Italy. Yay! Favorite for my honeymoon. I tried to stay away from my phone, but I was so curious to see my family's reaction to my elopement a week earlier than planned. It was really ugly. I must start with saying that I really tried my best to negotiate and compromise with my family and truly explain that this was hurting me. I have nothing against my sister, and to be honest, nothing against her getting engaged on my wedding day, but the principle that it was made very clear to me that I had absolutely no option or say in what was going to happen on what was supposed to be my special day was where I drew the line. Yeah, this is the thing, like, you felt really put in a corner by everyone. I'm glad that they asked
Have the
you
day
to-
then,
but when
bitch.
said
You
no,
want the
they
day
should
so
have
bad?
really-
Fucking have it.
Was your mother paying for your wedding
Have
on
that.
the condition
Bye.
of your sister getting engaged at it? Like, it makes me wonder, was this the plan all along?
Yes.
Like, I don't understand
Yes.
why this wasn't brought
Hi,
up
Mac
sooner.
Mac.
Yes.
Anyways, so I told
Yes.
my mom that I'm not going to attend the party she paid for. They should make it an engagement party instead. She got very upset and told me the engagement was supposed to be a surprise. I told her I was just giving her the heads up since she's about to lose an insane amount of money. She didn't take me seriously, like I wasn't going to cancel my wedding because of a trivial thing. This isn't a trivial thing. This is like really messed up that they're doing this to you. What she didn't know is that I've already made plans to get married a week earlier at my grandparents-in-law. We invited our close friends, and some even had to book earlier flights and take more vacation days. For these people, I was extra grateful. What was left was my sister. I'd been back and forth arguing and negotiating with my parents and future brother-in-law. I decided that even if this would ruin her surprise, I had to tell her. So I did. Interesting. This is good. She wasn't really happy with my mom, but she was more upset that I ruined her surprise. And she, as I expected, thought I could have just sucked it up and gone with the flow. I didn't tell her about my new wedding day. Well, there's your answer. Because I was really worried that, your sister would have not been okay with this happening at your wedding, but it's very, very clear that she's part of the bunch that just kind of pushes you around. The wedding was dreamlike. In the back of my head, I was hurt because the people who loved me the most, did they though? Weren't
Did
there.
they, though?
I pushed that thought away and refused to let it ruin our day. My husband was amazing, and he promised to make me happy for the rest of my life and make up for every heartbreak I've experienced in my past. My in-laws surprised us with upgrading our honeymoon to a 5-star hotel. Look, see, you got a new family. I had my friends and some cousins and my favorite aunt attending. We asked them to not live stream or upload any pictures to social media until we were already on our honeymoon. We asked them to not engage in any altercations online with my family. Today, my mom made a long Facebook, Twitter, Instagram post bashing me and my husband, calling me ungrateful and disrespectful with pictures of my wedding, telling people I've cost her a big chunk of her savings and she's now demanding compensation. I mean, she didn't even have the wedding for you. She had it for your sister. She's like, kill two birds with one stone. No,
Sorry,
she could
punched
have
the camera.
also just backed off if she didn't want to lose the money. Her Facebook post was shared about 200 times, and the majority of my extended family is angry with me. She never once tried to contact me. I really thought she would bombard my phone. Instead, both her and my dad announced they're cutting me off and expecting compensation. Future brother-in-law commented that I ruined his surprise, and my sister made a post about being tired of jealous bees and haters.
I'm so jealous. Everybody's so jealous of me.
Who are you gonna blame when you no longer have her?
It does not mean they're jealous of you. It could also mean that you're just a bitch. I know we like to say, to make people feel better, they're just jealous of you. They're just jealous. Sometimes
You are just a bitch.
Sometimes you just suck. None of the people that were invited have commented, even though some of them were directly attacked. So they respected our wishes. I don't know if they're going ahead and turning the wedding into an engagement party now. I really hope they do so the money isn't wasted. It's on Saturday. I'm sorry the update got too long with the amount of people asking for an update. I hope this is what you wanted. It absolutely was, and I think that things worked out for the best. And OP later confirmed the wedding did end up being a party for her sister. They blew up the internet with pictures and posted how magical it was. Well, good, everybody's happy then. They kind of shot themselves in the foot. Like I know they're doing it to be petty, but if they want compensation for damages, they also have to prove that you inflicted damage. So the fact that they're posting about how amazing it was, I'm sorry, but that doesn't really help the case. A judge is gonna see that and be like, "Okay, but you said you had a great time, though.
You ate the entire sandwich."
Little sister made sure to write about haters not ruining her special day. Screw the haters. And how she's surrounded by people that mattered. Good. From what I gathered, about 30 to 40% of the guests that were invited showed up. Right, because most of them were supposed to show up for you. This means they can't sue me for the wedding, so all is good. I'm dead serious. If their plan was to sue you over the damages, posting about how great everything is to make you mad also kind of ruins things for them and their plans to sue. Just saying. All right, let's read some comments. My parents wonder why I decline stuff from them a lot. It's because they used to throw things in my face whenever they did something for me, and that's the thing. And literally, there's nothing you can do about it. They'll hold that over your head for the rest of their lives. When I was younger, my mother told me I was such an ungrateful child because she got me medical care and it was hard on her, etc., etc. That is your job. You're a parent. Same. My mom would often use things she bought me as leverage. Now she's frustrated every time she tries to buy me something and I say no, it's not worth it. It's literally not worth it. So whenever someone suggests to just suck it up to keep the peace, I want to say, why don't you suck it up and not do that thing, which will also keep the peace? Realistically, you don't have to keep any peace if you're not doing things that disrupt the peace. So why not stop doing the things that disrupt the peace in the first place so
I think you need to go to bed, Bubba.
Peace, right?
Are you done eating your crepe?
I don't want peace. I want problems, always.
OOP's parents have some nerve to now demand compensation for the event that they paid for that wasn't ultimately for OOP anyway. Bullet dodged with this faux event. Instead, now OOP and her husband will have sweet memories of their wedding that actually honor them and their relationship. Good thing her in-laws are also on their side. See, you guys fair.
Fucking
You guys
camera.
fair family. All good. And congratulations on your wedding. I'm genuinely glad it turned out for the best. You don't need people like that in your life. And sometimes you hear, I haven't talked to my parents in years. It's because of shit like this. I know you didn't say, are you the a-hole, but you're definitely not. This is good.
Marp.
Joey?
Yeah.
Well, I think that's done. Boop. Boop.
Bonnie Blue has officially been banned from OF after repeatedly breaking the platform's acceptable use policy in terms of service. She really should have read the fine print before doing all those challenges. So what finally made this ban happen? Was it other OF creators who had had enough of Bonnie's clowning around? Was it the petting zoo challenge that has been compared to a very eye-opening experiment from the 1970s?
So you're gonna get paid to be in a box and just let anyone do whatever they want to you.
Yeah,
And
well,
you-
obviously I get paid when something to video, but the actual ad is completely free.
Some of you have never heard of Rhythm Zero by Marina Abramovic, and it shows, okay?
Or did she really just keep pushing the boundaries of what's acceptable one too many times?
This is all in preparation for us to take 2,000 men in 24 hours.
If you don't already know, Bonnie Blue is an OF content creator who has risen in popularity over the last
The
few
hepatitis
years,
of it
thanks
all.
in part to her unconventional approach to the bedroom content she shares online. She has been making headlines for some time now for stunts, such as attempting to sleep with over 1,000 men in a day, leading to bans from several countries and sparking widespread debate over the ethics and legality of her content. She began with 300 in a day.
Okay, so this Sunday I'll be making history. I'll be taking 300 men.
And then jumped to 1,000 in a day.
Holy fuck.
1,000 men, 24 hours. I think it's going to be a fairly quiet daytime, and I think when it starts getting to 7, 8, 9 p.m., I think that's when it's going to get busy.
And she does smaller stunts in between her larger scale challenges.
Holy
And I
balls.
had 100 frat boys pass me around and use me as a toy last year. And I'm going to do exactly the same in Cancun
Gross.
and Miami. See you soon, boys.
And in a recent interview with Michelle Bingley of The Standoff, Bonnie admitted that she has zero qualms about the negative light these acts have put her in.
I love that, and that's what I've got passionate about.
Ah.
Do you have passion about having multiple men entering
Yeah.
your body on a continuous basis?
She doesn't mind the injuries she has sustained during these challenges.
Okay, so my injuries from breaking another world record. Split lip, bruised legs, blood blisters on my thumb. Nearly left with zero eyesight. Like my eyes were that red, I couldn't see. It was like pure blur.
And she says she would do it again and again.
There was no point I wanted to stop. And even when it ended, I was like happy because it had been the most successful day. Everyone had an amazing time. But I was like, okay, wow, like I want to do that again. Like I thought it'd be a thing I'd do once and not consider again. And I even joked, I was like, shall we make this a weekly thing? Like it was like Christmas Day on repeat.
Ooh, duh.
I loved it.
It's like those
Bonnie
people
told
that are
Michelle that
addicted
she's
to
happy with any
plastic
name people
surgery.
will call her as a result of how she publicizes herself.
But essentially that's the truth though, isn't it? Like you are selling your body.
Yeah.
So you don't mind the repercussions of what
No,
comes with it.
it's hard work being like I've earned the title.
So you enjoy being called
So, with the last few years being filled with this type of content, why has OF decided to ban Bonnie now? Was it her fellow creators on the platform who put the final straw on the camel's back?
Sophie Rain allegedly got Bonnie Blue banned from OF after their recent beef, y'all. This is crazy.
20-year-old OF content creator Sophie Rain reportedly said in a statement to That Blast that it's no longer women empowerment, it's shock value, and she's making a joke out of all of us. We built this space to take control of our bodies and make money on our
Wait, no you didn't.
She
A
added that
dude made
brands
it
and
to
the
make
media
money
don't
off of your
take
body.
OF creators
Stupid.
seriously anymore, and she's tired of having to explain that not all of us are doing circus acts for clicks. I would really like to know who is running her clown show. Sophie went on to emphasize her point by saying, there are thousands of women making real money and supporting themselves through this. She even posted photo evidence of her gross earnings from OF.
Sophie Rain chimed in on this situation saying, hey, I made all this money without doing things. And I made $76 million.
So, was it her comments that compared Bonnie Blue's actions to a circus that finally got OF to put the ban in place? According to a comment she left on a TikToker's video on her comments, Sophie didn't seem to think so. I don't agree with her stunts, but I would never attempt to deplatform someone. She also
Okay, that's
wrote on
enough. You
X,
need to
formerly Twitter,
take the rest
saying,
and see if your
"A lot
dad
of
will
people
eat it,
say
and it's
I
time
got
for you to
the
brush your
ban.
teeth and go to
As
bed.
much as I don't agree with her stunts, I would never advocate to deplatform or ban her. I hope she can have a chance to redeem herself. Whether her comments highlighted the Bonnie situation enough to cause the ban, Sophie wasn't alone in her feelings. 22-year-old Brazilian OF content creator Camila Arujo added her thoughts on Bonnie's backlash when she retweeted the article on Sophie's comments, adding, "I will personally send Bonnie Blue $2 million if she comes on my podcast and officially puts an end to her insane stunts." But commenters seem to think that Sophie and Camila were being a little hypocritical to be speaking out against a fellow member of the platform they share. Ah yes, the once respected institution of OF. Oh sure, let's take moral advice from OF models. That's the pot calling the kettle black if I've ever seen it. I've honestly always viewed OF as a clown show for those who lack personality. It's just the luck of the draw we have sore loser insecure men who consume the product of generic individuals who play no real efficient part of society aside from exploiting themselves for men and money and attention. If that isn't a clown stance towards hard-working women in this society, then I don't know what it is, to be quite frank. Why are you mad at her? This is what OF is about. And some thought the idea of bashing Bonnie's antics was fueled by ulterior motives. You trying to eliminate the competition. But Camila and Bonnie not seeing eye to eye isn't new. In fact, Bonnie appeared on Camila's podcast in March, and there were quite a few moments of contention during the conversation, including when the two compared their earnings to one another.
How much do you make a month?
I make like roughly the same amount as you do, 2.1 on a good month.
You may or may not be lying, but
I mean, I don't like just the thing, like I don't have to have to guys like make that much. I'm an investment. Just different perspectives, you know?
Yeah, different perspectives, but
I'm a one-man show, you're like 1,000 man.
One of us has more orgasms and more fun, but it's fine. You stay to the TikTok dancers and I'll keep the 1,000 men.
Even if Camila and Sophie's recent comments were a contributing factor, things went way beyond a few words from Bonnie's colleagues. For one thing, she says that she respects the law, and that it's basically the only thing that will stop her from doing the deed with someone.
And if you've got an issue with the age, then take it up with the government, because I go by the rules, and the rules is 18.
But people have been pretty disturbed by Bonnie's constant desire to skirt that line and be with the youngest men legally possible.
I don't think I've gone young enough. Yeah, I want the most barely legal 18-year-old. Ideally just 30 seconds past midnight.
This spring break, I want to beat my record for taking so many B cards. So if you're a virgin, come and queue up and get straight inside me.
This desire of hers has labeled her a predator by many.
But also, she's kind of a predator. I'm 20 years old and I wouldn't touch an 18-year-old with a 10-foot pole.
Not kind of a predator, definitely a predator. She's gross. And people find it gross that she is so turned on by the idea of innocence lost.
I would not need lube this Sunday because I'm taking a group of barely legal college girls that still have their B card. And seeing how scared they are is going to turn me on so much.
And the comments in her video were not having it. Something is wrong with you. This is making you sound like an actual predator. This has to be illegal. Calling the police, seeing how scared they are. Imagine if this was a man. Is this not considered grooming? She's got a thing about taking away innocence. It's like she wants to destroy it because she herself is destroyed. And though she claims to have lived a normal and boring childhood and denies having experienced any significant trauma to lead her into this lifestyle.
So very just a normal childhood. So it was like any experienced trauma in your childhood that you can recall that would have zero trauma and no daddy issues.
Many can't get over the way she chooses to degrade herself in front of the public eye.
That's disgusting. I love it. As a woman, there's just no self-respect there, or like no self-worth at all. There's no value. Like there's no value inside of you for you to just be like, anyone can f me.
That's right. She claims to love it. But Bonnie also exclaimed in an interview with Camila Arujo in March that her actions are empowering to women everywhere.
Like, why do you think sleeping with 1,000 men was necessary to do? Like, is there a point you're trying to prove?
Yeah, it's empowering for women. Like, not just for me, like for other women.
So you're
as well.
Speaking for all women?
Majority. The ones that aren't lazy.
What's empowering?
Loads of women are sexualized all the time, but this way I'm in control of what's sexualized, how I'm doing it, how I'm managing it, and I'm also earning money from it.
You're not hurting anybody, but you are damaging society.
And commenters were not on Bonnie's side that she was empowering women. It's humiliating, not empowering. This is definitely not empowering, especially not knowing if any one of them has the potential to give you a disease. As a woman, I'm ashamed. I think she's the only one that actually thinks it's empowering to women. Thank you, Bonnie Blue, for making this world more and more dangerous for us young girls. You just upped the chances of me, a 14-year-old girl, and other girls the same age, younger, older as me, getting groomed, and more likely for us to start OF at barely 18 for male attention and love. Thank you for making it more normal for guys to prey on us, especially since it's almost my turn to be an adult. You just keep making it worse and worse with addictions in young boys or future husbands. During Bonnie's interview with Michelle, she even revealed that she wants to be blatantly disrespected.
I feel empowered when I'm disrespected by over 1,000 men. Like, I have to remind them.
Is that the sense of hope? Justice?
Citrus.
Tell me, pull my hair because they're too polite to me.
And
Amy,
this mindset is
what's up, buddy?
what led to Bonnie Blue planning her next big challenge event, something that has been coined as Bonnie Blue's petting zoo.
Well, I'm actually doing my own theatre next month.
Oh,
so
yeah.
maybe you could come to that and you see the amount of men that pay to watch me be in a glass cage for 24 hours.
To do what in a glass cage?
Well, I'll just be like a zoo animal. They can come if they want to me, they can come if they just want to stare at me. They're welcome to.
Hello, motherfucker.
Hey, Nico.
A couple of days, and my body is for everyone.
That's right. Bonnie was planning to be restrained inside of a glass box for over 24 hours and allow men to do whatever they wanted to her. Within the description on her website that has now seemingly been shut down, it stated, "It's dirty, intense, and completely open. You can watch, join in, or do both. There will be live shows, group scenes, and plenty of chances to get involved, whether you want to take control or just enjoy the view." She also wrote, "I'm going to be hitting 2,000 bodies and I'm not going to be the only girl there." People were concerned and shaken at the idea of what she'd be putting herself through.
This for me is beyond revolting, and the message it's sending to young girls is quite frightening. You are literally saying, you know, it is okay for men to do whatever they want to you and potentially abuse you, because this woman is putting herself at risk, right? She's going to be tied up. She can't defend herself. They could do whatever they want to her. She could get hurt. In my eyes, I think it's dangerous.
But the event has since been cancelled, and people believe it's for the best.
If the petting zoo was to have gone as planned and Bonnie put herself in a box, allowed 2,000 men to come at her and do whatever they wanted to her over the span of 24 hours, and then these men were allowed to participate anonymously and then just like return back to their lives without anyone ever having to know that they took part in this other than they're like equally despicable, disgusting bros, that is a recipe for disaster. Giving potentially 2,000 sadists who have been masking their whole lives a taste of their sick, twisted fantasies, allowing them the opportunity to live out the horrors that they played out in their brains with no repercussions, that doesn't sound conducive to these men living out their lives as, you know, safe, normal members of society.
The men who attend these events have gotten off unscathed by the public. Why aren't we talking about the men? Why is all the hate directed at her? Both she and all the men ever involved in this are utterly disgusting, mate. One TikToker was rather upset that the event was cancelled.
So the Bonnie Blue event has been canceled, and I'm really torn up about that. I planned a whole day of it, going down there and throwing rotten fruit at people waiting in line. So if anyone has anything else we can do, maybe the movies or something, let me know.
And one TikToker had a facetious idea on how to deal with these male participants once they were finished their turn.
Hey guys, I'm happy to announce that I'm going to be partnering with Bonnie Blue on her petting zoo project. And what that's going to look like is that as the men go through the petting zoo and they do anything they want to this woman, when they exit, they come into a secondary room where I'm waiting with a baseball bat full of nails, and then I get to do anything I want to the man in that room. It's really like it's kind of meta. You know what I mean?
And people seem to be on board with her idea. Do I know Bonnie Blue? No. Do I know about the petting zoo project? Also no. Did I just sign up for a double shift in the bat room? Yup. Hey, that sounds exhausting. Do you want to set up shifts or something? Because I'm happy to volunteer. We fingerprint them and sterilize them too, right? And there's a third berm that they have to walk in and their mothers and girlfriends are in there and watched on CCTV what they did. Does Bonnie not know about Marina Abramovic? Like, girl, you're in danger. And who is this Marina Abramovic?
Bonnie Blue's petting zoo project is a derivative concept that came from this woman's art performance in 1974, where she stood for 6 hours and invited the audience to do anything they wanted to her, and she provided a table full of 72 items. Some of them were pleasurable items, some of them were things like knives and whips and a loaded gun. These were her instructions, that they could do anything they wanted and that she took full responsibility. So this whole full consent argument, yeah, that's been done before. Now, the night starts off tamely enough, but very quickly turns when people realize she is, in fact, going to allow people to do anything they want. So it says, you know, someone turned her around, someone put her arms in the air, someone touched her somewhat intimately, but by the third hour, all her clothes were cut from her body.
One slapped her in the face, and when she didn't respond, he hit her harder. Another sliced her neck and then proceeded to suck on what came out of that wound. One man also covered her face with an item of clothing and then proceeded to touch her inappropriately. Now, at one point, the pew-pew was loaded, and that was held to Marina's temple, and then it was placed in her hand and held at her neck.
So committed to the peace, she would not have resisted even from... And by the end, somebody had put the loaded gun to her head and began to make her finger pull the trigger, and that's when a fight broke out, and sort of like this protective wall of people surrounded her and wouldn't let people keep doing it.
At the end of the 6 hours, Marina was left bruised, bleeding, and crying, and she believes that the only reason she wasn't with any of those men was because most of their wives were present.
Now that's what happened when a mixed crowd of men and women went to something they knew was an art performance. That's how quickly it turned.
Bonnie Blue, of course, doesn't seem to be overly concerned about the possibility of history repeating itself. In fact, she's been advertising this event and saying it's all
It's
about
been
female
done
empowerment.
again. Shia LaBeouf did it. And he got R8.
Marina's Rhythm Zero experiment, or if she just wanted to get as out of hand as
He was
possible.
inspired by
Either
her
way, it's been
directly.
canceled and
He
she has
knew
been banned
her
from the
directly.
She's said to lose her $600,000 a month pay because she has broken the rules, basically. She was going to be in a glass box, she was going to be tied up and let men do anything to her. She cancelled that, and then she said to her followers, like, I'm so sorry that I cancelled it. Instead, I'm going to do a 24-hour live stream, which is going to be the filthiest live stream ever. And this company was like, I don't think so, darling. The rules of that web, you can post things, but they don't support like extreme videos, etc.
People have taken the news of her ban with excitement. So, what will she do next? Will she continue to stream her content? And if so, where? She gotta create her own site, I promise.
I don't know where she goes from here, but we'll soon see. The girl always seems to amaze.
Bonnie has been banned from multiple locations over the years, including Australia and the Nottingham Forest City Ground. But it seems that the constant pushing of boundaries and the planned petting zoo event finally brought Bonnie Blue down. But time will tell if she stays down for long. What do you think of this whirlwind of controversy that has brought Bonnie to where she is today? Let us know in the comments. If you enjoyed this video,
Alright, next.
We are
Deep
not
dive.
a traditional cafe. We're completely unconventional, and my Wix website really has to capture the same magic. Hi, I'm Aaron. I'm the owner of Cuppa Pug. Cuppa Pug was born out of my love for pug.
I'm obsessed with like being in the same place as my friends.
Taylor Swift is bringing so many people on stage, like the squad just keeps growing and growing.
Tell me if you think the feud is on or gone. Kim, you and Taylor Swift, still a beef with Taylor after all that went down?
She legitimately, quote, says, as soon as I get on that Grammy red carpet, I'm gonna tell all the facts. Like, I was there. Another way to play this definitely got her a lot of attention the first time.
I'm really happy for you. I'm gonna let you finish.
she writes a song about me, and I'm like, okay, cool. That's how you want to deal with it? Karma.
Since the dawn of the entertainment industry, public friendships and relationships have always been the main factor when it comes to fame. Whether you're gonna fade into obscurity or be swallowed up by Hollywood as their latest mainstay. Over the years, ironclad cliques have risen and fallen throughout Hollywood, creating iconic moments that have changed pop culture forever. Today's subject carried pop culture throughout the late 2010s and completely changed the way we see celebrity friend groups. Taylor Swift and her squad lineup would be the most talked about celebrity event for years and years. Taylor Swift and her best friends would not only dominate every headline, but would command attention at every award show, truly transforming her friend group into the It Girls of 2015, and in return, transforming Taylor Swift into the biggest pop star of the 2010s and 2020s. But this wasn't without fight and consequence. Taylor would have everything ripped away from her in the blink of an eye, forcing her to rebuild. Various feuds and breakups would unfold, and Taylor Swift would find herself at the epicenter of one of the biggest celebrity scandals of all time.
I would very much like to be excluded from this narrative.
So buckle up and polish off your award shelf, because today we're taking a look into the most legendary friend group Hollywood has ever seen. The takeover of Taylor Swift's celebrity squad and their battle with Kanye and Katy.
I hear she is not a nice person.
If you're a fellow Swiftie, then you know that Taylor Swift
I know nothing of
stalkers
Swiftie.
and hackers
I'm
for
talking about
years.
Katy Perry.
From her
I hear
Twitter
she's a not
campaign
nice
hacks
person.
to Instagram,
But I know
to
absolutely
Eras
nothing
tour
about
getting swiped.
Taylor.
By the way, Jake and I have a wild Eras tour story that we're
Nothing.
gonna have to tell y'all about one day. Anyways, this all happens because
It's not my
Apple
generation.
Life
It's also
is
not my
pretty much
genre.
all online now. Just Google your name and you'll see all your personal
I
information
vaguely have
available
some
for
knowledge about
anyone to see. This is
a
how
couple
scammers
of her
get your phone
songs
number and
from
write
the
your
radio,
inbox is
maybe.
flooded with spam. That is why we absolutely love today's sponsor,
I don't know.
Aura. Aura protects you from all of those creepy data brokers who are selling your data without your consent to marketers, scammers, and even stalkers, all while making billions doing it. Your data is legally required to be removed if you ask, but of course they make that process extremely difficult and confusing. Aura completely solves that problem, doing the hard part for you by automatically removing your information from those sites and keeping it off. I personally have been using Aura for over a year now, and my information is no longer on those.
Oh my
weird
god,
people
shut the
finding
fuck up.
sites. Taylor Swift Squad. 14 days at aura.com.
Blah, 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 blah.
In those 2 weeks, you'll see where your data is being exposed and sold. I'm not leaving
Everywhere,
myself
because it's the
vulnerable,
fucking
and you
internet.
shouldn't either.
Welcome to
Thank you,
reality.
Aura, for sponsoring our videos, allowing us to make the content we love. Now let's get back to the wild world of Taylor Swift Squad.
To start talking about Taylor Swift's squad, we unfortunately have to bring up two somewhat unsavory characters in the media right now. And I want to differentiate both for two very different reasons. Let's go chronologically and start with the fallen squad member that would become public enemy number 1. From the years 2008 to 2011, Katy Perry and Taylor Swift would blow up together as friends, being seen on multiple red carpets together with Miley Cyrus and dominating award show seasons side by side. But in 2012, before Taylor had joined the squad, Katy Perry would seemingly make direct shots at Taylor, attempting to hire multiple of Taylor's backup dancers from her Red Tour, and right onto Katy's dramatic world tour. This would come very shortly after Katy began her relationship with Taylor Swift's ex, John Mayer. Now it's important to note that at the
John
time,
Mayer, everybody has had that guy. He's nasty.
she had just come off of her two most successful albums of her career, Teenage Dream and Prism. She was Capitol Records' Golden Girl, and anything she released turned to gold. Taylor Swift was also making a huge pop debut at the time. Katy and Taylor often fighting for that top spot on the charts. And Katy was directly trying to get Taylor's dancers onto her own world tour. Taylor Swift's dancers told publications at the time, obviously we were with Katy for 2.5 years. She's like family to us. So we were like, absolutely. We weren't really dancing in Taylor's tour anyway. So I had got a little bored, and I really wanted to do a promo tour. Taylor is very untouchable. When we did see her, we had so much fun with her, but she's a lot more protected than Katy.
A little bit just about the whole Taylor Swift drama, which I know because I have to give you a little shining light as well. But like, was it crazy for you to see that in the? I mean, dancers have drama too, you know.
Not even my drama. I mean, it was
I mean, you know, there's so many sides of it, but it was just, it was ridiculous the fact that we were caught in the middle of this, like, thing, when realistically I'm just, you know, trying to take care of my own career, you know? So I wanted to do what I wanted to do, and that was to go back to Katie, who is family to me, and that's it.
The Katy Perry team was caught red-handed attempting to jock Taylor's dancers, but Taylor would get her revenge. And it would blow up in Katie's face. But we'll get to that later in the video. Taylor Swift's other enemy would take form in rapper Kanye West. To briefly summarize it, it all started in one of the messiest music award shows of all time.
Whoa.
The 2009 Video
We
Music
remember
Awards.
that.
Taylor Swift was up for the Best Female Video Award, and she took home the gold. As we all know, Taylor would go up on stage to accept her award, all to be greeted by a disgruntled Kanye, who had assumed the lead position of the Beehive and felt it was his mission to protect Beyonce. Kanye would rudely interrupt Taylor so much so that later in the night when Beyonce was accepting her award, she called Taylor Swift back up to the stage to give her moment. Taylor gave the acceptance speech she was never able to give, and Kanye was in every headline the next day.
I remember being
Gaga.
17 years old, up for my first MTV award with Destiny's Child, and it was one of the most exciting moments in my life. So I'd like for Taylor to come out and have her moment.
As though that wasn't orchestrated. She just happened to be right there. Whatever.
With Chevy Equinox,
Whatever!
you get the tech you want.
Orchestrated!
With a best-in-class 17.7-inch touchscreen.
Orchestrated. It's all orchestrated. Are you fucking stupid? Of course it's all orchestrated. There's no way any of this was happening at any point without it being orchestrated. Do you know how many people are around the stages? Around the back? Around the everywhere? Controlling the camera? Security? Etc. etc. The fuck you're doing anything without it being allowed and planned.
So wonderful and
Get
gracious
real.
of her to do what she's always done. She's always just been a great person before
Oh,
anything else.
and
Before
Queen
the
Bee
talented
gets
artist, the
all that
superstar,
rep
she's always been a great person, and
from the Swifties. Like, come on.
I thought that I couldn't love Beyonce more tonight, and then then tonight happened, and it was just wonderful. Great.
And what went through your mind when he came up and then like they cut off the
Well, I was standing on
They
the
needed to
stage,
start
and I was
breaking
really excited
Kanye
because
down. Y'all, keep track, keep track.
because Kanye West was on the stage. And
Bananas.
then
Open
I
your
wasn't so excited anymore
eyes.
after that.
We're gonna watch some BJ after this.
Are there any hard feelings towards him?
Not long after Kanye gets put in conservatorship
So were you a
control.
fan before?
Yeah. Kanye West.
Are you still a fan? I take it now.
You know, I don't know him, and I don't want to start anything because I had a great night tonight.
I immediately knew in this situation that it was wrong and it wasn't a spectacle or just it's actually someone's emotions, that I stepped on, and it was rude, period. And I'd like to be able to apologize to her in person, and I wanted to.
So when did you know you were wrong? Was
As soon as I gave the mic back to her, and then she didn't keep going. I'm like,
If he came to you, would you want to meet with him face to face?
He has not personally reached out or anything, but if he wanted to say hi.
He hasn't called or sent a message or an email or anything?
No.
But do you feel hard feelings about it, Taylor, or not?
I'm not going to say that I wasn't rattled by it, but I had to perform live 5 minutes later, so I had to get myself back to the place where I could perform. So.
But you're a pro, and you did it.
Thank you.
Yep, baby oil weirdo. Baby oil weirdo. Actually, BJ released on a couple of her channels, so hopefully.
I want to thank BT for using Kanye. I'm gonna let you continue, but
Yo, Kanye, I'm really happy you're getting this nomination and all. I'm gonna let you finish. But I have one of the best interruptions of all time. Of all time! Carry on.
When you got an artist there for the first time, and you go and you want to tell them, like, we know Beyonce is great.
Of course.
You know that? Like, there's nobody that's confused in that actual area. But Taylor Swift is great and is new at that point, and you can't replace it. Even apologies can't replace what it feels like for the very first time receiving that award. Now, in her head, my first award was Kanye West.
Now remember, Taylor Swift was only 15 at this time, and Kanye West was a grown man who'd been in the industry for years. Taylor would reveal that Kanye apologized, and it seemed like the drama was water under the bridge. However, Taylor Swift would perform her song Innocent the next year at the VMAs, and it was highly rumored the song was about Kanye.
Well, we were all watching you on the VMAs and were really impressed by the Innocent song that you had, and especially because that was the way you chose to handle that situation with Kanye. Have you heard from him since that show?
I don't really talk about that. I do love you though.
And 4 years later, in 2013, Kanye West would take back his apology to Taylor. This was the start of a massive blowout fight I'm gonna get to later in this video. It was clear Taylor Swift was an open target for celebrities, corporations, and comedians to publicly slander. She was the antithesis of Kanye and Katy, both attempting to appeal to popular culture. While Taylor was still the girl next door, Taylor needed a defense squad. She needed to build an army of celebrities like Katy and Kanye had already had. Luckily for Taylor, though, it would actually happen organically. While Taylor Swift's squad would peak in 2015, I want to briefly run down how the squad era, aka 1989, even came to fruition. Since the dawn of Hollywood, fame has been determined by three things: money, power, and connections. Because social capital is so highly valued in the entertainment world, it's often impossible to trust anyone's intentions. So it gets really lonely at the top. Oftentimes, the only people who really understand the struggle of being a public figure are other public figures. Thus, Taylor would gravitate towards her fellow singers, models, and actresses to hopefully find a friendship she could actually relate to for once. The 1989 era represented the transformation of Taylor Swift, the girl next door, into Taylor Swift, the global pop phenomenon that everyone's talking about. She would be transformed from the girl everyone felt like was their best friend to the girl that everyone wanted to be friends with. Yes, that would come from Taylor's new music and messaging, but most of all, this transformation would come from her friend group. Taylor Swift had been in Hollywood for nearly a decade at this point and had accrued numerous friendships. One of her first public friends she accrued being Selena Gomez in 2008. At the time, Taylor was dating Joe Jonas and Selena Gomez was dating Nick Jonas. Not only bonding over their boyfriend's last name, but they would also bond through each of their breakups, causing something beautiful to form from the chaos.
How'd you guys meet?
We both dated the Jonas Brothers.
Did you really?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, I was like 15.
Yeah.
She was, I think, 18 at the time.
Like the same brother?
No.
No, I didn't know.
I was the younger one. She was the older one.
Got it.
But it was the best thing that ever happened.
Right.
Honestly, it was so fun.
Taylor and Selena would gush about each other in interviews, saying that they truly understood each other on a soul level. This would materialize in the form of red carpet appearances together and hitting every award show by each other's side. This was one of the first times a major Disney Channel celebrity had a public mainstream friendship with a traditional celebrity, and it would become an object of the media's obsession.
Selena's one of those people.
Oh, she is.
And by the time we start to put this out, there'll be music.
It's just, I'm so proud of her. She's been through so much. I've watched so much happen in her life. It's the best thing she's ever
I need
done. She came over.
a
she played
thingy
the
donger.
video.
A
It's just, I'm so proud of her.
handmade
She's been through
a
so
thing.
much. I've watched so much happen in her life. And had a front row seat to so much. And I'm so proud of her.
Taylor. Oh, that's very sweet.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You've known each other for a long time.
Yeah, about 13 years.
The challenge and the triumphs of sharing these things with others.
She was frustrated when I was frustrated. She was sad when I was sad. But more than anything, my friends stood by my side. When I think they basically saw me and they didn't want it from me, but they. Sorry.
What the hell? Am I out of labels again?
And I played her the song, and I played it with her mom and dad.
I might be out of labels again. Hang on.
Her mom and Taylor started crying.
During Selena's public and nasty breakup with pop superstar Justin Bieber, Taylor would publicly stand by Selena, making it clear that if Selena was hurting, Taylor was hurting too. They were just that close. Selena Gomez is one of Taylor's closest and longest-term friends, but Taylor would also befriend Haley Steinfeld from Pitch Perfect, the Hayam sisters, the Hadid sisters, Zendaya, Lena Dunham, Lily Aldridge, Lorde, Martha Hunt, Cara Delevingne, Ruby Rose, Hayley Williams, the lead singer of Paramore, and of course, Karlie Kloss. Now, Taylor would meet most of these people at red carpets and various fashion shows, a majority of the events being around 2013. This was the year Taylor was working on one of her biggest projects to date. Just coming off the Red Tour with multiple songs that dominated the charts like Trouble and 22, Taylor Swift had officially made the transition into pop music. But 1989 would represent Taylor's transition from songstress to pop legend. And her elite friend group she was forming was about to blow up.
It is possible when you're working with a program that is this flexible. They make it possible. You can make it possible. This is how I move forward with Purdue Global. Start your comeback today at purdueglobal.edu.
From 2012 to 2014, Taylor Swift would record one of her biggest albums to date, 1989. She would embark on a massive tour to promote the album, but the biggest promotion came from her celebrity guests she brought out each night on tour. Now, this was the age of Snapchat Discover, and I swear, every single day there was a new update saying Taylor Swift brought out a new surprising celebrity that no one would ever get. From Nelly, Betty Wap, Julia Roberts, Ellen, Justin Timberlake, Nick Jonas, Mick Jagger, Mary J. Blige, and not to mention nearly her entire squad. Each public appearance Taylor would make would be sprinkled with celebrity.
For fuck's sakes.
Feverishly reporting on Taylor's
I was looking for my
framing her as
labels.
the queen bee of young Hollywood. This is when Katie and Kanye would rear their ugly heads. Taylor was explaining the meaning behind her song Bad Blood to Rolling Stone magazine. Taylor clarifying, for years, I was never sure if we were friends or not. She would come up to me at award shows and say something and walk away. And I would think, are we friends? Or did she just give me the harshest insult of my life? She did something
I'm gonna
so
blend it
horrible.
in.
I was like, oh, we're just straight up enemies. And it wasn't even about a guy. It had to do with business. She basically tried to sabotage an entire arena tour. She tried to hire a bunch of people out from under me. And I'm surprisingly non-confrontational. You would not believe how much I hate conflict. So now I have to avoid her. It's awkward and I don't like it. The next day, Katie would tweet ominously, watch out for the Regina George in sheep's clothing. When asked about the feud by Billboard magazine, Katy Perry threatened that if someone's trying to come for her, quote, you're going to hear about it. In May 2015, Taylor Swift would drop the music video heard around the world, Bad Blood. It would feature her entire squad in a Mad Max-style action movie, each with their own persona. This was the official launch of the squad as the world knew it. And like Taylor said in that interview, the song was a direct reference to a feud she had with a major star, one who had tried to sabotage her tour. In multiple interviews, Taylor Swift would be asked directly who the song and video were about, and Taylor would respond saying she didn't want to give anyone anything to write about, opting to stay silent and let the music speak for itself. Bad Blood would go on to be one of the most prolific music videos in pop music history, and even nominated at the 2015 Video Music Awards for Best Female Music Video of the Year. When the VMA nominations were announced, the queen of rap, Nicki Minaj, would go on a Twitter tirade seemingly aimed at Taylor Swift. See, Nicki was in her Pink Print era and had released the jaw-dropping music video for Anaconda. Yet the Video Music Awards failed to recognize Anaconda as they didn't nominate the video at all. This was obviously a large oversight, as Anaconda was one of the most influential music videos of the decade, if not all time, and deserved more than just Female Music Video of the Year. For it to not even be nominated didn't just feel like sabotage, it felt like Nicki had been effectively blackballed from the industry. Nicki would tweet saying, quote, if your video celebrates women with very slim bodies, you will be nominated for Vid of the Year. Taylor Swift replied in a now deleted tweet saying, I've done nothing but love and support you. It's unlike you to pit women against each other. Maybe one of the men took your slot. Nicki responded, huh? You must not be reading my tweets. Just heard about you. I love you just as much, but you shouldn't speak on this. Taylor replied to that saying, quote, if I win, please come up with me. You're invited to any stage I'm ever on. And this is the Taylor Swift MO. I mean, she's always bringing a million people on stage with her, but they would take it a step further. On the night of the VMAs, Nicki Minaj and Taylor Swift would get on stage together and perform The Night Is Still Young. But like Kanye, Katie was not amused. Very confusingly tweeting that same day, quote, finding it ironic to parade the pit women against other women argument about as one unmeasurably About, as one unmeasurably capitalizes on the takedown of a woman. Comment below what y'all think that means. I've tried to read it like literally 50 times. That took me so many takes, but I want to hear what y'all think. Anyway, just a few days later, one of Taylor's backup dancers would dress up in a shark costume during a performance of Bad Blood.
Now, obviously, we all know Bad Blood is rumored to be about Katy Perry and how she stole one of Taylor's dancers away. More specifically, the one who played Left Shark at the Super Bowl. So, as you can imagine, when the shark briefly showed up on stage during Tay's performance, well, people couldn't help think it was quite the dig at KP.
This seemed like direct shots at Katy, as it was the same year as her Super Bowl performance, famously featuring the Left Shark dancing out of sync. That same month, when asked by GQ who Bad Blood was about, Taylor Swift would clarify her previous comments in the Rolling Stone article, saying, quote, "You're in a Rolling Stone interview, and the writer says, who is this song about? That sounds like a really intense moment from your life. And you sit there, and you know you're on good terms with your ex-boyfriend, and you don't want him or his family to think you're firing shots at him, so you say, that was about losing a friend. And that's basically all you say. But then people cryptically tweet about what you meant. I never said anything that would point a finger in the specific direction of one specific person. And I can sleep at night knowing that. I knew the song would be assigned to a person, and the easiest mark was someone who I didn't want to be labeled with this song. It was not about heartbreak. It was about the loss of a friendship. Katy and Taylor would continuously fire shots back and forth. Katy even releasing a fragrance called Mad Love, which many pointed out as a direct lyric in the chorus of Bad Blood. When it was revealed that Taylor Swift had written ex-boyfriend Calvin Harris's song, This Is What You Came For Rihanna, Calvin Harris would go on a Twitter tirade, ending the tweets by firing the entire Katy Perry situation back up, saying, I know you're off tour and you need someone new to try and bury like Katy, etc., but I'm not that guy. Sorry, I won't allow it. Katy replied with a gif of Hillary Clinton raising her eyebrows, and then went on her own Twitter and tweeted, Time, the ultimate truth teller. And Katy and Calvin would collaborate very shortly after that on their hit track, Feels. In that same time span, one of Katy Perry's fans asked her if she would ever collaborate with Taylor Swift. And Katy replied saying, if she says sorry, sure. But Katy Perry would take matters into her own hands. Entertainment Weekly would ask Katy if any of her new music she was releasing directly responded to Bad Blood by Taylor Swift. Katy spouted off saying, quote, one thing to note is, you can't mistake kindness for weakness. And don't come for me. Anyone. And that's not to any one person. And don't quote me that it is, because it's not. It's not about that. Honestly, when women come together and they decide to unite, this world is going to be a better place. Period. End of story. But let me say this, everything has a reaction or a consequence, so don't forget about that. Okay, honey? 1 week later, Katy would make the massive move to drop Swish Swish, a supposed diss track at Taylor Swift, alongside the queen of rap, Nicki Minaj. Many people would think Nicki was directly shading Taylor by collaborating with Katy. Katy would be asked many times what Swish Swish was about, and this felt intentional. Most of the time, if an interviewer asks a question, it's already been pre-approved, and this seemed to be Katy's press tour against Taylor.
Well, there is no, for sure, and that's true.
We did play the.
Situation. Honestly, it's really like
I'm finishing this bag. It's a birthday gift.
And I tried to talk to her about it, and she wouldn't speak to me.
Oh, you tried to talk to her about it? You did the phone call?
I do the right thing.
So you did the phone call, and it was a
feels like
shutdown.
a fumble. It was a full shutdown, and then she writes a song about me, and I'm like, okay, cool. That's how you want to deal with it? Karma. But
Go on.
what I want to say is that, like, I'm ready
She's
for that
also a
BS to
pred.
be done. Now,
A gross pred.
there is the law of cause and effect.
And she sounds wrecked and high right now, or drunk.
And trust me, Daddy, there's going to be a reaction.
Oh,
That's
no.
one of the most candid moments I've ever
Gross.
seen of a celebrity talking about a actual feud that they're in. A carpool karaoke scene never ceases to amaze me. Taylor Swift's close friend Ruby Rose would shade Katy on Twitter, saying, I just think with everything going on in the world, to go from rebranding as a political activist only to ditch it and go low is a bummer. On June 8th, when Katy Perry dropped the disastrous album Witness, Taylor finally gave in to her year-long battle with Spotify and released her entire catalog on streaming the exact same day Katy's album dropped. A few days after this, as Katy's album was flopping and Taylor's music was getting more streams than ever, Katy pleaded with Taylor. She said she just wanted the feud to be over and that Taylor was an amazing songwriter, saying she knows Taylor doesn't agree with everything she does, but she really hopes they can come together. Soon after, Taylor Swift would announce her new album, Reputation, and the next day, Katy would drop her music video for Swish Swish. But things got even messier when fans began speculating that Taylor Swift's longtime bestie turned enemy, Karlie Kloss, may have aligned herself with someone from the other side, Katy Perry. When the New York Times asked Karlie directly about rumors of a falling out with Taylor, she offered a cryptic response. Quote, "Don't believe everything you read. It wasn't a denial, but it wasn't a confirmation either." And yet, despite years of friendship, Taylor didn't attend either of Karlie's weddings to Joshua Kushner. Meanwhile, two very familiar faces did show up to the second ceremony in June 2019. Katy Perry and Scooter Braun. Two of Taylor's most public and painful nemesises. Coincidence? Well,
Nemesis.
we never know. However, all of this would come to an end when Katy infamously sent Taylor an olive branch. Yes, a literal olive branch that had a heartfelt note written by Katy to Taylor. Now, if you've seen the You Need to Calm Down video, you know that Katy and Taylor made up in front of the entire world, hugging each other as a burger and fries, truly becoming a happy meal. But the same couldn't be said for Taylor's long-standing feud with Kanye West.
You're stinky. Okay. Bag done.
Taylor Swift would find herself as the target of the Kardashian clan, and in the center of the biggest feud of her career. The year before the feud went down in 2015, contrary to popular belief, Kanye and Taylor would become public friends. They'd be seen at the Grammys together and even hint at multiple collaborations. Taylor said that she felt Kanye had to actually respect her before she befriended him. But now there was a mutual respect. Their friendship would peak in the summer of 2015 when Taylor would present Kanye with the Video Vanguard Award.
So I guess I have to say to all the other winners tonight, I'm really happy for you. And I'm gonna let you finish. But Kanye West has had one of the greatest careers of all time. And right now, I am honored to present the 2015 Vanguard Award to my friend, Kanye West.
Kanye even gave Taylor a humongous bouquet of flowers that very night. Everything actually seemed okay for once between Taylor and Kanye, who had had such a tumultuous relationship. But of course, all good things have to come to an end. Less than 9 months
Throw that
after
inside
presenting
because I
Kanye
don't
with
want
the
it hanging
Vanguard
out
Award,
everywhere.
Kanye released his new song, Famous, at his Yeezy fashion show. Bragging on the track, quote, "I feel like me and Taylor might still have strokes. Yep, I made that huge famous." Multiple members of the squad were caught in the crossfire, as the Hadid sisters were in attendance for the Yeezy fashion show that he premiered the song at. Of course, the press would jump on this, and Gigi would have to speak out in support of Taylor, tweeting, "My attendance somewhere does not mean I agree with everything being said and the music playing there. My friends know of my loyalty." After this song dropped, that lyric immediately went viral.
Next
Kanye spoke out
project.
saying that Taylor gave him permission to say that line, but Taylor's spokesperson said otherwise. According to Taylor Swift's team, Kanye had in fact called Taylor, but it was instead to ask if Taylor could premiere his new song Famous on her own Twitter account. Taylor declined the offer and allegedly strongly urged Kanye against releasing a song with such a misogynistic message. 3 days later, Taylor would seemingly address Kanye in her Grammy speech.
There are going to be people along the way who will try to undercut your success or take credit for your accomplishments or your fame. Someday when you get where you're going, you'll look around and you will know that it was you and the people who love you who put you there. And that will be the greatest feeling in the world. Thank you for this moment.
Wow, how much more graceful can you get in a situation like this? I mean, Taylor at this point is in the eye of a hurricane against Kim Kardashian and Kanye West. She's having music videos made about her, and the way that she reacts with
turn the
this
little
is
light
so
on,
graceful.
turn the big light
So when all of this
light
was happening
off.
in 2016, what were y'all thinking?
Okay.
Because I was so on the fence because I loved the Kardashians. I watched every single episode, but I also loved Taylor Swift. I mean, I went to the 1989 World Tour. I was super young at the time, and to me, Kim had posted receipts, so it felt like she was the one who was coming through with the proof. And we're gonna get into those receipts in a second, but obviously those receipts were completely cherry-picked, and Taylor was gracefully playing the long game. Now, the song Famous was controversial enough, but Kanye being Kanye had to
I'm
take that
mixing
extra
pink
uncomfortable
and
mile.
black.
Kanye would film a music video with wax figures of various celebrities, including his mother-in-law at the time, Caitlyn Jenner, Kim Kardashian, ex-Amber Rose, and of course, Taylor Swift. In this music video, Kanye would depict every celebrity completely in bed together. We can't even show the music video here on YouTube. It looked way too realistic. Like Madame Tussauds could never. And Taylor was rightfully mortified. In July of 2016, the Kardashian episode would air where they directly addressed Taylor Swift. Kim said she felt Kanye shouldn't still have to be punished for something he did years ago, and attempted to shift the blame narrative.
It's like Amber, Rose, Ray J, Chris Brown, Rihanna, Taylor Swift, and Caitlyn. Caitlyn Jenner. There's nudity, technically. There's sheets over everyone.
I think he's obsessed with Caitlyn now.
I am still trying to understand the whole feud between Taylor Swift and Ye that happened about this whole song. Because I thought she knew about it.
She did.
Kris Jenner explains that Kim just needs to go give Taylor a call.
What would happen if you just called Taylor up and just say, what happened? How did this go so south? And I really like her team, and I really like her mom.
But Kim completely denied this advice on the show. And instead, it took to social media to leak a recorded phone call of Taylor Swift and Kanye West. All that Kanye's archivist had filmed previously.
For all my Southside niggas know me best, I feel like me and Taylor might still have sex.
Taylor would immediately respond on Instagram, saying, "Where is the video of Kanye telling me he was going to call me, quote, that bitch in his song? It doesn't exist because it never happened. You don't get to control someone's emotional response to being called that bitch in front of the entire world." Of course I wanted to like the song. I wanted to believe Kanye when he told me I would love the song. I wanted us to have a friendly relationship. He promised to play the song for me, but he never did.
Pink and black. Okay, there's the black.
A song you haven't heard. When I was never given the full story or played any part of the song is character
Not that pink.
assassination. I would very much like to be excluded from this narrative. One that I've never been actually a part of since 2009. End quote. Now, it's important to note that many of the artists coming against Taylor Swift were managed
Yep,
by Scooter
that
Braun.
pink.
And she even alleged that Taylor posted a little later on that he triangulated all his clients to actively take her down. And this video is already extensive, so we'll have to save that drama for another one, but just know Taylor has alluded to him being behind a lot of this. Anyway, fortunately, Taylor Swift wasn't alone in the firestorm. Her squad quickly rallied behind her, offering public support as the media frenzy intensified. Selena Gomez took to Twitter with a passionate message saying, quote, "There are more important things to talk about. Why can't people use their voice for something that actually fucking matters? Truth is, last thing we need right now is hate in any form." Chloe Grace Moretz also weighed in, calling out Kim Kardashian's decision to release private video footage of Taylor Swift. But this didn't sit well with the Kardashian camp. Chloe fired back at the other Chloe with a petty and public clapback. Then came Ruby Rose. And I'm not talking about wifey Ruby Rose, this is the model Ruby Rose from 2015. Another loyal member of Taylor's squad at the time, who directly
Get
called
to
out
bed,
Khloe
butt
Kardashian
butt.
as well, saying, quote, "Yo, Chloe, I thought you were rad when I met you, but this is awful. And this is a 19-year-old girl. Nobody likes being bullied or made to feel worthless. Yet so many people will go above and beyond to make others feel this way."
Hang on, I gotta got too many straps out everywhere for this bag set I'm mixing.
Our culture is to sensationalize a fabricated story. Take interest in the real problems going on. Spread love. The support for Taylor was unwavering, but it also highlighted just how intense and polarizing the battle lines had become. In the court of public opinion, this wasn't just a feud. It was a cultural moment. And Taylor's squad was at the center of it. But as we know, someone's not truly taking over pop culture unless there's a huge group of haters against them. And this pains me to say, but Miley Cyrus and Demi Lovato were two of the most outspoken critics of the squad. Demi directly coming for the squad, saying, quote, "She doesn't see anybody in any sort of squad that has a normal body. Quote, "It's kind of this false image of what people should look like and what they should be like, and it's not real." Even the queen of Disney Channel herself, Miley Cyrus, said she doesn't do celebrity squads, and she likes to hang out with real people who inspire her. Really an interesting time for her to be talking about Taylor Swift during her Dead Cats era, because she also hosted the VMAs where Taylor and Nicki made up. The same VMAs where Nicki Minaj infamously called out Miley Cyrus, saying, "Miley, what's good?" Nicki had seemingly taken Taylor's side on multiple occasions. That's why Swish Swish was so shocking. But amidst the bombshells Miley Cyrus was revealing during the Something Beautiful press tour, she revealed she actually did have a squad before Taylor, revealing that her track 4x4 from her best album Bangers was supposed to have a music video featuring not only Miranda Kerr, Madonna, but Miranda Cosgrove from iCarly, all mud wrestling, saying, quote, Madonna was down to do the music video. Miranda Cosgrove, like, I had all these people lined up. And this is before Taylor had, like, a lot of people first. And I had a fucking squad. Okay, but imagine Miranda Cosgrove reprising as the idiot farm girl for 4x4. Oh my gosh. Amidst all of this, Katy Perry, who was still feuding with Taylor at the time, posted videos of her at Kanye's concert dancing to the song Famous. On August 25th, 2017, Taylor would release her music video for Look What You Made Me Do, with multiple Kardashian references, including Taylor getting into a Caitlyn Jenner-esque car crash, crashing into a parody of the Kardashian store, even featuring a Kardashian-esque characterization of Taylor who is, quote, editing screenshots. Now, I don't know if y'all actually remember this as it was happening, but everyone was being asked to take sides. Taylor's reputation had been completely tarnished, as people took that video Kim Kardashian posted and ran with it. The only people Taylor had left were the faithful members of her squad. Even some of her fans had turned on her. Reputation was a make or break album for Taylor. While the era would launch Taylor to new heights, it also represented what Taylor refers to as a career death. Taylor would open up about the call in 2019 in Rolling Stone, saying that she had grown tired of
2 more bags.
Kanye. They had gone out to dinner together, and Kanye had continually complimented her music. But then she realized he was
black and
two-faced.
pink.
In private, he would be the sweetest man in the world, but as soon as those stage lights turned on and he was given a microphone, he wanted to be cool and drag her in front of the entire world. Only 1 year after this Rolling Stone article, the extended phone call between Kanye and Taylor would leak, and it would provide some much-needed context to that original clip that was leaked in 2016. And it's not really about what Kanye or Taylor say in the clip itself. It's about what Kanye didn't say. When Kim Kardashian originally posted the clip to her Snapchat, she seemingly omitted the clip where Kanye asked Taylor about being called that bitch. However, when the full phone call was released, it was revealed Kanye never asked at all. It was also clear from the new unedited phone call that Taylor was very hesitant for the song to come out in the first place. While Taylor did sort of give Kanye approval in the line about having sex with her, it was clear he had never asked her about being called that bitch, which according to Taylor's letter was her main concern. Kanye West and the Kardashian camp tried to make the situation very black and white. Either she approved or she didn't approve. But in actuality, Taylor hadn't even heard the full finished song to begin with. I also find it really strange that Kanye starts talking about how Kim had a problem with the line, me and Taylor might still have sex, but then that's the one that he went with anyway. It just kind of shows that like he did not give a single what Kim Kardashian thought. Anyway, this clip would cause the internet to explode. Everyone who had so haphazardly taken Kim's side during the fallout were eating their words. Taylor would respond to the swipe up link to donate to an organization
no.
to end world hunger. But
Mixed
Kim would
pink and
reply on
black.
Twitter saying, to be clear, the only issue I ever had around the situation was
a
that
set.
Taylor lied through her publicist who stated that Kanye never called to ask for permission. They clearly spoke, so I let you all see that. Nobody ever denied the word bitch was used without her permission. So Kim kind of admitted fault at the very end. It's like, oh my gosh. Now, as we all know, Taylor Swift would ultimately prevail, showing through her success, nonstop hard work, and dedication that she had the power and intelligence to supersede the entire Kardashian clan and even Kanye West himself. Taylor Swift is now the highest paid woman in music and has completely dominated the entire planet. But it's important to remember that her entire career was under non-stop attack, whether it was from Katy Perry, Kanye West, or even Scooter Braun. Taylor Swift is a shining example of everything being stripped and taken away from you. The entire world turning on you and flipping that situation into the most lucrative career of all time. Taylor would further open up about these career struggles in 2023, saying, quote, "Make no mistake, my career was taken away from me. You have a fully manufactured frame job and an illegally recorded phone call which Kim Kardashian edited and then put out to say to everyone that I was a liar. That took me down psychologically to a place I've never been before. I moved to a foreign country. I didn't leave a rental house for a year. I was afraid to get on phone calls. I pushed away most of the people in my life because I didn't trust anyone anymore. I went down really hard." As for Taylor's squad, while she's still publicly friends with multiple members of the squad like Selena Gomez, Hailey Williams, and the Hayam sisters, Taylor notably drifted off from friends like Karlie Kloss and Zendaya. However, Taylor made the conscious decision to not have any big blowout fights. The members of the squad all still speak very highly of Taylor even if they don't speak to her every day. Even Kendall Jenner, who came out during the 1989 World Tour, has refrained from speaking on the matter, only liking a few tweets supporting Kanye at the time. Nowadays, you can see Taylor Swift with her boyfriend Travis Kelce and her new BFF Ice Spice. And trust me, there is so much more to talk about here, but this video is already getting super long, so let us know if you want a part 2 or another video about Taylor Swift. But for now, I'm Jake, and thank you all so much for watching Deep Dive. Bye!
DJ! Time for the queen. Alright.
So legally, I can go home.
Chotto. Thank you, baby. Rock Nation lawsuit.
Legally, I can go home. So legally, I can go home.
No, you cannot.
Why?
Because you're being very corrective.
It's a violation of my civil rights. It's disgusting.
A South Florida woman is taking legal action after she says she spent nearly 2 weeks in mental health institutions for no legitimate reason.
I felt betrayed by the very same system that's designed to protect me.
She claims in a recently filed lawsuit that it was orchestrated by her own mother.
So she's the CEO of Rock Nation, a company that she owns along with Sean Carter, the famous rapper Jay-Z. They were even showing up at my husband's nephew's school and surveilling the children.
Lights off, Alice. Sleep.
Or honestly comments of any kind to anyone mentioned in this video on behalf of me or yourself. The purpose of this video is to
I love
give my
you.
commentary and opinion on matters of public concern. Thank you.
Imagine you wake up one day. Your phone's been hacked and cloned. Someone can see every one of your pictures, every one of your videos, every one of your messages. They can use your iCloud to log into all your accounts, including your bank account, and they can track your every move. Now imagine the hacker's location traces to Rock Nation, several states away, and your mom is the CEO there. Now, imagine that same mother has planted a hidden camera in your bedroom, facing the bathroom. She's lied about you to the cops. She conspired with your boss to get you locked up against your will, and then filed to take legal control over your life. Demore Hadley thought the worst thing a mother could do was walk away, but she was wrong. Her mother never really left. She followed, and then she struck. Demore claims she was being watched. She claims she was being followed. She claims she was lured to a marina and forced by police officers under threat of arrest to get into a mysterious unmarked pickup truck with strangers she had never met. When she tried to tell the truth, she was ignored. When she kept trying to tell the truth, they tried to silence her. You might be wondering, what was her crime? What did she do that was so bad? Well, other than being an adult disobeying her mother, it was dating a black man. This federal lawsuit reads like a thriller. Unlawful detentions, allegations of wiretaps, perjury, fake therapists, phony interventionists, and a woman who has never done a drug in her life, fighting to prove she's not an addict. So if you can't tell, today's video is a little different. I normally don't do interviews on this channel unless it's a very special circumstance, but sometimes the mainstream media, the actual journalists, the actual news, isn't really doing their job. They're not really bringing forth some stories that I think need a lot of attention. And this is one such story. If you've been following the channel, you know I've spent years covering how systems of power can be used to track people, weaponized even, to track people under the guise of help and protection.
Tomorrow
Now,
might
this
be a
tactic
pizza
often
day.
requires the victim's parents
I might attempt to
or other
eat some
family members to be directly involved. We saw this with
gluten-free
Britney.
pizza.
We saw it with Bam.
Who
and
knows?
Today,
We'll see.
we're seeing it again. What you're about to hear is a first-hand account from someone who says her own mother, who happens to be the CEO of Rock Nation, allegedly used money, power, influence, connections, and even the legal system, lawyers, law enforcement, to try and take over her adult daughter's life. We're talking allegations of illegal surveillance, forced psychiatric holds, and a push for a conservatorship/guardianship, because they're the same thing, over a fully grown, fully competent woman with no mental health history. This is a story about family, about power, and about how systems designed to supposedly help people can sometimes be turned into weapons. And just like Britney and Bam, Demore says it wasn't because she was a danger to herself, but it was because she wouldn't fall in line. This is a personal story, but it's not just a personal story. It's also about how power can be abused when it's absolutely unchecked. Demore says her own mother used her power and the law to have her falsely and illegally locked up. She spied on her in her own bedroom, and she was nearly placed in a guardianship. Now, before we get into it, nothing in this video is legal advice. These are all allegations made by Demore. Based on her firsthand experiences, I'm going to allow her the space to say these things, but I certainly wasn't there. I don't know. And everyone is innocent until proven guilty in a court of law or until proven liable in a civil court, okay? Now, most of the allegations and most of the things that Demore is going to say here have been memorialized in a federal complaint, which we will insert some clips of as we move along, just to provide the receipts. Don't come from me, okay? With all that said, let's get into it.
Boss. Oh, it's not out yet. Ball sack. Wait, what? Oh yeah, it is not ready yet. AJ. Oh, there it is. Wait. Calm down. Calm down, girl. Hang on. This 4 days ago.
Hello, everybody. We need to talk about this dismissed juror from the Diddy case. I mean, we need to talk about a lot of stuff, but let's start with this juror. That's what the video right now is about to be about. Okay, so at the time of the recording of this video, it is Saturday, June 14th, 2025. And just yesterday, the judge made a ruling from the bench after court, well, after the jury was released, that he was going to dismiss a juror. However, there was like hours of discussion after the jury left yesterday. They were in that court after 6 p.m. The judge, when they left yesterday, kind of said, you know, my ruling is to get rid of this juror, but Diddy's team really wants this juror to stay for some reason, which...
Weird.
Okay. And the judge said, okay, I'll think about your arguments over the weekend, and if I change my mind and I want this juror to come back in and answer some more questions,
I don't know, maybe.
I'll let you know. But pretty much sitting here today on Saturday, it's pretty clear the judge is going to get rid of this juror, which is a very extreme move for the judge to make. They don't normally get rid of jurors. I mean, like I said, it is a very extreme move for him to make. It's not the same thing as getting rid of a juror before the jury is what's called impaneled, which means like chosen as the jury. Now, if you've followed this channel for a while, I actually covered the jury selection process every single day live. There was live tweets coming from inside the courtroom, and I was covering it live. So a lot goes into this jury selection stuff. And if these people that were potential jurors at the time would give any reason at all, like just the smallest, tiniest little bitty reasons, that they like wanted to be on the jury, like for some purpose, then they got rid of. Okay, people were not keeping them around. There's been a lot of discussion going around the last 2 or 3 days. I mean, this issue I think first came up Monday or Wednesday. It came up last week in court, and they kept bringing it up over and over, but the judge sort of kept pushing the decision off, and it all came to a head yesterday. So it all started before the jury itself actually came into the courtroom. The judge, he looks at both
Release
sides,
sausage.
He looks at the defense, he looks at the prosecutors. He's like, all right, so what are we going to do about this juror? Now, all of the discussions that they had about this juror previously had been done either in the judge's
No, she's looking for you.
secret robing room,
Meow, meow.
where we're not
She's
allowed
over
to
there.
go as the public, or the
Meow, meow.
discussions, and Anna's under seal, or
She's
those
over there.
discussions had happened in super
Meow, meow.
secret filings that they
She's
were,
over there.
you know, the two sides were submitting to the judge. So all this stuff is really kind of
She's trying to find you, Alice.
from us, the public, until we got a good bit of information
She's over
yesterday.
here
And
by
now I'm going
Mom.
to be able to tell you all a little bit about what happened and what's going on where it stands right now. So, like I said, before
Okay.
the jury even came into the court room yesterday to
Okay.
start the Diddy trial, and yesterday also was
All right,
the
go
same
to
day
sleep,
Kanye West
Bubba.
showed up in his all white Levi's outfit.
Good night, Silver. Kanye spent 8 minutes in the overflow room. Oh my.
that happened. I'll make a video about that as well. But before the jury came in, the judge was like, all right, let's get to this juror number 6 issue. What's going on with that? And we had previously learned that this juror was a black man, okay? And there has been a very long history of, frankly, truly racism whenever it comes to choosing jurors. Now, in Philadelphia, different district, different all that, there was actually a very serious situation where they were kind of like excluding black jurors off the jury on purpose to try and convict black defendant. They were doing it on purpose, which is unconstitutional. You cannot exclude a juror. You can't say, oh, that person's white, he can't be on the jury. Same way you can't say, oh, that person's black, he can't be on the jury, or she, or whatever. You cannot, that's called bias reason. You cannot exclude a juror for a bias reason. It's illegal, it's unconstitutional, it's against the rules. So right out the gate, Diddy's lawyers are like, this is racism. They are trying to get rid of a black juror. We have a very serious racist history in this city, in this district, of excluding black jurors, of excluding Hispanic jurors. It's hard enough to get black jurors and Hispanic jurors to stay on a jury. This is a statistical fact. And so Diddy's team is like, we cannot get rid of this black juror. And this is the government having a thinly veiled attempt at racism. They are being biased. They are trying to attack this person because of his race, and it's unacceptable. And then, of course, we don't know at the time, like, what? Like, why? He really is being excluded, so it could be they're being racist. I mean, it is the SDNY, like, could be. Well, we get some more information yesterday. Previously, the only thing the government would say is there was a lack of candor, which kind of translates to, you know, it's a fancy way of saying he lied. He's a liar. He deceived us to get on this jury, and now we got to get rid of him. Well, still, Diddy's team is holding fast and strong, saying, nope, it's racism. He's black. You got to keep him on the jury. Yesterday, before the jury comes in, the judge is like, let's get to that juror issue. It does kind of appear, the judge said, that he might have an issue with his residence, but there might be an innocent explanation. So let's bring the juror out before we start court today, the judge said, and let's ask him. Let's see what he says. And the judge was saying it at the beginning of the court too. He was like, listen, prosecution, I hear where you're coming from. I see where you're coming from. I don't think y'all are being racist. This judge is not white, by the way. But that doesn't mean he's black, you know, black, like, anybody can be racist against anybody, okay? But the judge, just for your information, is South Asian. I believe he might be the first South Asian judge ever in the Southern District of New York. That's like, you know, Indian, kind of like Pakistan, India, Sri Lanka. That's all South Asia. But I believe he's American, but that's his, you know, I don't know, race. The judge is like, okay, well, first of all, I don't think the 6-pack of white women
That's not coincidental.
is being racist, personally. I don't think it's racism. However, I don't think that it necessarily arises to, we got to get rid of this juror. Now, again, this is all yesterday morning. Judge is like, I don't really think we got to get rid of this juror, but I do think, and he said my preference, is that we just bring the juror out right now. We ask him to reconcile why some of his answers and the jury selection process seem to be different than the other answers, and then let's just move on. Just get it over with. Just bury it. Girl. Diddy's lawyers pitched a fit. They stood up and said it would be harassment. It would be harassment to ask this juror any further questions. Harassment. It would be picking on him. It would be singling him out. And that's when we start to get a little bit of information as to what's really going on here, okay? This is what I think would happen. Before you can even be called in to even be questioned as a juror, they had to fill out these paper questionnaires, and they were long. And these paper questionnaires said on them, like, I understand all my answers have to be truthful. I understand all my answers have to be accurate. I understand that I can be criminally punished for lying. So all the jurors would have had to fill these out even before they ever got called in for jury questioning to see if they could be on the jury. Well, in that questionnaire, he answered where he lived, who he lived with. And he said the Bronx with his daughter. Okay, great, cool. He gets called in for jury questioning. He says it again. He lives in the Bronx with his girlfriend and his daughter. That's where he lives. Bronx, girlfriend, daughter. Okay, cool, great. Very simple question, very straightforward question. Very straightforward answer. I live in the Bronx with my daughter and my girlfriend. Okay, cool, great. So apparently last week, again, today's Saturday, the 14th, June 14th. So sometime last week, the juror 6, this person at issue here, he mentioned that he actually lives in New Jersey. And some of the court staff heard him say that. So they relayed that. I mean, some might call it snitching, but y'all, to have a fair trial, you need to have a jury that's fair, okay? They're supposed to live in the place where the court is happening. Imagine it's like a jury of your peers and you live in the middle of Oklahoma and they get somebody from Bora Bora to come. No, that's not a jury of your peers. That's not the laws of that state. It's not the laws of that district. It's not the people of that district, because that's the whole point of a jury. They're supposed to be a jury of your peers. Now, are they all supposed to be the same color as you, the same race as you, the same age as you, the same income bracket as you? Well, I mean, there have been arguments made, but then it would be probably pretty much impossible to like actually get juries. So they, you know, it's general rules, but like one of the very obvious, strong, and fast rules is you absolutely have to have the jury from the place, the district where the jury is sitting, which is Southern District of New York. Well, now we have this guy saying he lives in New Jersey. So they brought it up to the court's attention, this court staff. Well, then, you know, the prosecutors end up finding out, and they're like, well, maybe he just, you know, whatever. They asked him a question about it. What happened was they asked him. Somebody asked him, the judge. Somebody asked him. They said, okay, well, we had some follow-up questions. And they asked him. Now, this happened over several different days last week. They were kind of trying to get to the bottom of it. All the while, even until yesterday morning, the judge is like, there's got to be an innocent explanation. I'm not going to blame this person and accuse them of lying. So they call him in, you know, last week sometime, and they ask him about it. They're like, okay, well, you said you lived in the Bronx with your girlfriend and your baby, but now you're saying you live in New Jersey. I heard you say it the other day, so what's the deal? And he was like, oh, yeah, I do stay in New Jersey, but my bills go to the Bronx, and, you know, I work in New York. He's a corrections officer. He works at like a corrections facility, like a jail or a prison or something. And he said, you know, because I work in New York, I do stay in New York pretty much all week. So I stay in New York, but my fiance and my baby, they live in New Jersey. So I go and visit them, you know, from time to time. So it's like, all right, well, now he's talking about a fiance when previously he said girlfriend, but that can also be reconciled. What if he just proposed in the last few weeks? I mean, it's already been going on several weeks. Okay, maybe he proposed, maybe the girlfriend and the baby moved, but he's still staying in New York. But then it makes you wonder, wait, where is he staying in New York? Because he said he lived in the Bronx with his girlfriend and his baby, but now the fiance and the baby live in New Jersey, and he was saying he was living in New Jersey, but now he's like, oh, no, I'm not actually living in New Jersey. I stay in New York because I work in New York and I stay in New York. Okay. Fine. The judge was still saying, I think that is okay. He used to live in New York. He lived in New York at the time of the jury questioning.
Okay.
He did move, but, you know, whatever. That's not a reason. He was looking for case law. He was like, I need to see
black
what
for
other
now.
courts have
Switch to
decided.
pink.
If somebody moves out of the district, but, you know, the trial is ongoing, that can happen. It's not a reason to get rid of the juror, whatever. Still, the judge was given the benefit of the doubt. He said there's probably a reasonable explanation for it. Yesterday morning, the judge was saying all this out loud in court, putting it on the record, and he was like, it would be my preference to just get this guy out here before the rest of the jury comes in, get him on the record, and just ask him to reconcile these things that seem different. Where does the girlfriend live? Is it a girlfriend? Is it a fiance? What about the baby? Etc., etc. And Diddy's team again pitched a fit. We don't want him to come out here. He's gonna feel picked on. You've already pulled him back. You've already asked him questions, Your Honor. This is in the morning. This is racist. This is biased. They're trying to get rid of a black juror. All that. The government stands up, the Fed stands up and say, Your Honor, we understand the severity of asking to get rid of a juror. We understand that this is a very serious thing to do, but we didn't know that he was answering all these different ways. It wasn't really like at the top of our agenda until it was brought to our attention that this guy just randomly said it. He said it of his own accord. It wasn't like we were like tracking him down. He said it. He said he lives in New Jersey. So we were just trying to reconcile what he was saying. We went back into the record and we realized he said a lot of different stuff. All of the things he said can't be true altogether. It's not just, oh, he couldn't move. But the government said, that's fine with us. Bring him out because we'd love to ask him some questions. Diddy's team pitches a fit. It's going to be biased. It's going to be racist. It's going to be, just leave him alone. He doesn't speak for a living. He's not a lawyer. You know, they're trying real hard to keep this guy on the jury. The judge says, okay, it is my preference to bring him out and to ask him now before, you know, this is the morning, to bring him out and ask him now, but we won't do that right now. We can save that till later or whatever. Maybe we won't even need to. Maybe we won't even need to have him come out. Maybe we won't even need to ask him any further questions, but let's just get the show on the road for the day. Okay, cool, great. So the trial goes on for the day. Kanye West makes an appearance. Robin Greenhill from TriStar Sports and Entertainment. TriStar Sports itself was finally brought up. All this happens. A very eventful day. Very, very eventful day. Especially for the cousins over here in the chat. Okay, we were ringing the bell. We were clapping. We were hooting. Dare I say hollering. I mean, it was... Order in the court. Order.
I love watching
Try
BJ's
stars.
lives, but I haven't been able to catch them lately
Woo!
because
I've
I've been
been waiting a long time for this,
outside.
y'all. Can we get some clapping
Being
emojis? Can we just take a
outside.
moment? Can we
Touching
call this a
grass.
celebration?
Enjoying
Y'all, this
the
is, y'all
sun.
don't know this is a moment. You gotta stop and take in the moment. It was TriStar, which designated the Woohoo! Order. Hold on. I need my siren. Oh my god. It's such a time as this. Oh, the Lord hit my siren, y'all. Y'all better be happy the Lord hit my siren. It was a celebration of sorts yesterday. And then, there's all kinds of theories going on about why Kanye showed up. It might not be as straightforward as everybody thinks, but we'll get into that in a different video. The whole court day goes by. It's a Friday. It's been a very long week. Jane Doe was this week. It was very emotional testimony. Brian Steele on the cross. I mean, it was just, it was a long week. So finally, around 3-something, the jury gets dismissed. And after the jury gets dismissed, again, we're thinking because the judge was like, I'm probably not getting rid of this juror. There's probably a really good reason for why his answers are different. I don't really think we need to necessarily even ask him any further questions. Like, let's just move on. Like, that was the last thing we heard from the judge on the public record. Well, after the jury left yesterday, the judge said, I've had a chance to further look at the record. I looked at the voir dire process. I looked at the transcripts from interviews with this guy. I even had a chance to talk to him again. We've asked questions, and I compared all the things that he has said, and the man has been lying. I have serious concerns, the judge said, about his ability to even follow basic instructions. It was a very straightforward question on the questionnaire and in the voir dire process, a very straightforward question. Where do you live and who do you live with? And the man hasn't given a straight answer. None of his answers that he has given to these questions have ever lined up with each other. It was shocking. The judge said, I don't see any bias on the part of the prosecutors. I don't see any racism on the part of the prosecutors. In fact, they didn't seek this information out. The man volunteered the information. Well, then Diddy's lawyer went to stand up and argue. This one's Xavier Donaldson, and he said that we should keep this juror on the jury because he's black. Not that's a different argument than we shouldn't kick him off so easily because there's all of this history of doing so. We need to make sure this is by the book. No, that whole argument went out the window. It was just turned into just strictly a race-based argument. Xavier Donaldson was not defending this man lying. He was not able to say, oh, he lied for a good reason and this is why and here's the merits. No, he's black and he has to stay on the jury. That was the argument, which is illegal. That's illegal. You cannot choose a juror based on their race. You cannot exclude a juror based on their race. You cannot choose a juror based on their race. It is illegal for the reasons we already talked about. Also, this is not the only black person on the jury. There's black people on the jury already. Also, at least one other black man. There's a black man in the alternates of the jury as well. So there's like 6 alternates. Maybe it's down to 4 now. But there's several alternates. They picked 6 originally, and they've been coming to court every single day. Just like understudies in theater or whatever. Like, they're ready to take their seat on the real jury. Also, come to find out, this man, juror 6, the one that's probably getting kicked off, he is one of the ones that's been sitting there nodding, laughing, rolling his eyes at Jane Doe. He's one of the ones that said he was a fan of hip-hop, 90s hip-hop, so more than likely probably a Diddy fan. And Diddy fans are allowed to be on the jury. They're allowed. Now, it does call into question, is that one of Diddy's peers, if they're a fan? I don't know. But Xavier Donaldson stands up and tries to make a race-based argument, okay? He tries to say, we need to keep this juror on because he's black. The judge is not having it. The judge is saying we're not doing that. The man has serious issues. He doesn't know how to answer a single question. It's unclear that he was actually living in New York at all whenever he answered these questions. The judge said, I even thought he would have a good, simple explanation for it, but now that I'm reading all the different things, it's a fiance, it's a girlfriend, it's the Bronx, it's New Jersey. Then he said he spends most of his time in New Jersey. Now he's saying he spends most of his time in the Bronx. Those two things alone can't add up. He said that he lived in Bronx with his baby daughter, a baby, and his girlfriend. But now he's saying that that baby daughter was born in New Jersey and never lived in New York, has always lived in New Jersey. Like, there's like 5 different things that it just can't all be true. Like, these two can't be true at the same time. That's enough to get rid of him. Then there's these 2 things. Where's the daughter? And somebody said, what if he has a fiance and a girlfriend and 2 baby daughters? I mean, that would really be the real thing. But what's probably going on is the guy lied about his residency because he works as a New York corrections officer, and you have to live in New York to work as a New York corrections officer. A lot of people apparently do this. They have an address, they use their aunt's address or something in New York to say they live there to follow the rules of the residency requirement of the job. But he probably never lived in New York, or hasn't for a while, at least hasn't since the jury selection process started. And so all this stuff starts to come out. And instead of just being like, okay, yeah, I mean, that juror lied, Diddy sends up every single lawyer to make an argument. First, Alexandra Shapiro saying asking more questions would be harassment. We have Mark Agnifilo saying it doesn't need to be asked. These questions don't need to be asked. Then in the afternoon, after the jury leaves, the judge is like, I gotta get rid of this guy. Xavier Donaldson stands up, a very distinguished lawyer who happens to be a black man. He said, I'm playing the race card, basically. I mean, he said, Your Honor, I don't often play the race card. Not that I'm playing it right now, but, you know, I've seen in this district, in this city, racism against black jurors, and we don't need to get rid of the black juror. The judge is kind of like, I mean, I hear you, Xavier, but the reason that black jurors can't be excluded is because we have to have fair trials. And in order to have a fair trial, we have to respect the institution and the integrity of the proceedings. We can't have jurors who clearly demonstrate they can't just answer a straightforward question, because we're about to have these jurors deciding on a RICO charge. That's the farthest thing from straightforward that exists, other than maybe the Sherman Act. Okay, the man has issues. He's got issues with candor. He's got issues with deceit. He doesn't seem to be able to even understand, comprehend, and answer a simple question, because he answers a different one every time, and none of these things have anything to do with his race. Have a seat. So Xavier Donaldson's argument doesn't work. Here comes Mark Agnifilo. I want to have a turn. I want to take a turn, Your Honor. I want to take a turn. Here's a state case about jurors. And the judge is like, we're in federal court? What are you bringing the state case to me for? Mark's like, oh, I know it's a Hail Mary. Please, just read it. The judge is like, all right, I'll read it. I'll let you know if I change my mind. And then they can't just take their L. They can't take the lick and go. Then Brian Steele, the Young Thug's lawyer, he stands up and wants to make an argument, and he says some preposterous stuff. He says, Your Honor, everybody already knew. They all been knowing this man lives in New Jersey. Nobody said a word about it until the prosecutors saw that this guy was pro-Diddy. When they saw him nodding, when they saw him smiling, that's whenever they decided they wanted to get rid of this black man. This is Brian Steele making these arguments. The judge said, what are you talking about? What are you talking about, Brian Steele? I didn't know. I had no idea this man didn't live in the Bronx. He said he lived in the Bronx, and that's what I thought. You're saying you knew he didn't live in New York? Because that's a whole separate issue. Huh. I actually do have a little bit of the excerpt of the transcript here. Shout out to Rabbit. I'm not going to read it because she does read these live, and she's the one that sent this to me. So I'm not going to show it up on the screen. If y'all want to hear this transcript, it'll probably be out. It's today's Saturday. I'm sure it'll be out this weekend. But I do have the points that Steele was making up. I'm going to read a little bit from him. Your Honor, he said, I would just like you to consider one additional point. So this is after 3 lawyers have already been shot down, and Agnifilo has been shot down on many arguments. Like, they just need to let it go. Here comes Brian Steele to make his last Hail Mary, and it ends up coming back to bite him in the you-know-what. He's like, I want to make just one additional point that, I want you to consider, Your Honor. I think it's important for the court to consider, if you haven't already, that all this information that Your Honor based the decision on, it has been known. This information's been known all the way back to voir dire. And all these people in front of this court heard it and did not raise the issue. And now, after weeks of trial, after watching each juror that makes faces at certain times or may have some sort of reflection in their body language, now, all of a sudden, we're going to go all the way back to voir dire? And this is really something, Your Honor, that should have been picked up at the time. Now they're saying, oh, it's obvious he made inconsistent statements, which he may have. Brian can't even deny it. He's like, yeah, he did. This could have caused the court. Y'all could have already seen that this juror wanted to be on the jury, but nobody did anything about it. So he's not only calling out the prosecution, Brian Steele, he's also calling out the judge. He's like, you should have known this, Your Honor. You're a racist, too. He said, I think it's a very bad road to go down, Your Honor, because that's how people game the system. Maybe he's meant game. I'm not poking at the prosecution or anybody else. I'm just saying that it seems like it's an issue everyone knew about, but nobody was concerned with it to raise it whenever we were striking jurors and exercising peremptory challenges. That needs to be factored. He's like, this needs to be factored into your decision, Your Honor, that everybody knew. At least, at the very least, bring this juror back and ask him questions. So remember earlier in the day to bring this juror back and ask him questions of harassment and picking on him and singling him out. Okay? But now they want to bring him back and ask questions. But it was harassment this morning, but now they want to bring him back. it just makes it seem like it's like not a good faith argument. The court said,
it's a brownie.
I want to fully consider the things everyone has said. I always try to do that. But I will say, as to Brian Steele and what he just said, I don't know what you're talking about. What are you talking about? The entire reason, the whole premise of why we're here, even making this discussion and having it right now, is because there was information that came to light this week when we had a conversation with this juror. That's the reason we're talking about this. There was certainly not known any reason to me, the judge, at voir dire. I did not know that at voir dire. So that's cute, you trying to act like I did, but absolutely not. He said, and if this issue was known to the defense, then I think that might be a separate issue. It was certainly not known to the court. It was certainly not something that was ever raised during the voir dire process. In fact, the juror's explanation turns on things that he says happened after voir dire. So how could we have known about this since voir dire if he moved to New Jersey since then? You're telling me you knew he lived in New Jersey during voir dire because he didn't say that? That's a whole separate issue, buddy. Should have sat there and ate your snack. He said, Brian, take out your notebook if you need to. I'm paraphrasing. Shh. He said, if you want to know exactly what the judge said, go check out Rabbit. He said, inconsistencies between the answers from voir dire and after that. What do you mean you've known since voir dire? What are you talking about? We're not talking about what he said in voir dire. We're talking about the fact that it don't match up to what he's saying today, buddy. And to be very clear, the judge said, it isn't even just this particular issue that's at stake. The problem here is that where there are these types of concerns raised to these specific questions, that opens up questions about other answers. So if he couldn't figure out how to answer a question about simple, straightforward things like where are you living with who? Is it his aunt? His girlfriend? His fiance? Is it New York? Is it New Jersey? When did he move to New Jersey? Because now you're telling me he lived there during voir dire because that ain't what he said either. None of this is adding up, Brian. So if his answers don't add up on very one section, what about everything else he answered? It brings into question his credibility, his honesty. It looks like deceit. He said the parties in the court went back and forth and did a lot of painstaking work to develop the questionnaire about this. Over weeks, the questions, everyone agreed, were all very important questions in this case to make sure that the jury that we drew was going to be fair and impartial, and that they could follow the court's instructions and consider the evidence presented in an unbiased way. And so when there's these issues that come to light during the proceedings, and they came to light in an organic way because he is going to snitch on his own self. It is the court's job, Brian, it is my job to make sure that this process is not threatened. That is why we have 6 alternate jurors, because the court anticipated that some things might happen like this during the trial. So, to have a trial like this, to have some people wondering was there a juror who was seated who did not have the intent to follow the court's instructions or could not follow the court's instructions, but instead was acting on a personal agenda, and there was some evidence that, and action was taken that was readily available, we could just seat an alternate juror and I didn't take that action, that could come back on my ass, Brian. I think it goes to the core of undermining the whole trial process, and that's something the court has to consider. He said, so that, Mr. Steele, that's just to your concern. But, Mr. Donaldson, with your race argument, Mr. Agnifilo, with your state case, it's probably going to be a no. But I'm gonna seriously consider it. I'm going to go read it. I'm going to give it the attention it deserves. Thank you for your argument. If there's any change, then I'll let you know. The entire jury is already gone, so it's something that can't be done today anyway. But I think the better part of valor, meaning having discretion, is to make sure that I've considered everything you've raised. Because again, I always try to. So I will make sure to do that, and I'll advise the parties if there's any change and how we're going to proceed. But for right now, he's kicked off. Then the government stands up and says, oh, hold on, one more thing, the prosecutor said. If it wasn't already clear, I want to make it very clear. This is Steiner. No one on the government side had any awareness at the time of voir dire that this juror was living anywhere other than New York. We had no idea he was living with anyone other than his fiance and daughter. And we had no idea that those people lived outside of New York. And then Teeny stood up. What did Diddy's lawyer said? We didn't know that either. I don't know what Brian in the hell is talking about. I don't know what Brian is talking about. Teeny Garrigo said, I did not know he didn't live. What? What do you mean everybody knew? I didn't know. Diddy's own lawyers are self-cannibalized. They're turning on themselves. The court said, okay, thank you. This is something that came to light during the process, and it happens from time to time. So then they go and have a sidebar. So, all that to say, that is the reason why the judge is going to be removing this juror. I highly, highly doubt anything that Xavier Donaldson or Mark Agnifilo said is going to change his mind. However, the judge does easily change his mind. based on new opinions, based on new evidence, new facts, new things coming to light, as he did yesterday. At the beginning of the day, he was like not even trying to ask this juror any more questions. He was like, he can stay on, there's probably an innocent explanation, maybe we can bring him out here right now. By the end of the day, he said, nope, that guy gotta go, he has problems. Okay, so that's the Juror 6 issue. That's what I really have for this one. Make sure that you are subscribed to this channel. You can get unsubscribed. Make sure there is a little bit more merch left over there at thatsurprisewitness.com that you can go and get. It is limited.
I already have it. All right, next. Trouble for TriStar.
It's finally happened. Justice for Britney Spears is coming through the back door, no pun intended, of the Sean P. Diddy Puffy Combs trial. Yes, it is. That's my prediction, and I will tell you why I think that. Let's get into it. Unless this is like the first video of mine you somehow ever saw, you probably already know. One of my major ops is Lou M. Taylor. I will play one reminder clip from that moment, from that time. It was right after Lou Taylor attempted to destabilize my entire life. I shouldn't even say attempted. She actually did kind of destabilize it a little bit, and I went to this Free Britney rally, and I was hollering at her on the megaphone. Struck down but not destroyed.
Recently, a party on the other side of this conservatorship reached out in some sinister ways to try to silence some of my activism, to try to make me not mention that person or that person's business. Well, let me tell you something right now, because I know you're watching. I will be saying everything you tried to do to me. I will be saying everything you tried to do to me. I will be saying everything you tried to do to me. But that's funny, yeah, like don't mess with that girl, she'll holler at you on the megaphone. Now this is possibly the biggest Hollywood business manager in Hollywood, Louise Mary Sawyer Taylor of TriStar Sports and Entertainment.
We're going to be talking a little bit about Lou and Taylor today.
This Lou Taylor woman.
Lou Taylor and Robin Greenhill.
Lou Taylor.
Lou Taylor.
Lou Taylor.
Lou Taylor.
Lou Taylor. Lou Taylor of TriStar Entertainment.
Who worked with Sean Combs. Britney Spears. Very controversial manager.
She is Diddy's business manager, or at least TriStar, you know, the business is. But she became my op all the way back in about 2021, maybe 2020 even. Whenever the Free Britney movement was alive and well, shout out to the Free Britney movement, it is because it was widely known that Lou Taylor, through TriStar Sports and Entertainment, was Britney Spears' business manager. Now, Britney Spears did not like Lou Taylor and did not want her to be her business manager. But Britney's dad took over Britney's life as conservator and immediately installed Lou M. Taylor. The New York Times wrote an article years ago about this situation. Now, all the way back in 2021, the New York Times was reporting that Robin Greenhill was in control of Britney's credit cards, medications, and they did write a little bit of an expose on Lou Taylor, and I think really it was on the whole conservatorship. It's really a fantastic article. They left out a lot of important stuff in my opinion. But hey, look, I mean, they're the New York Times. They can do what they want. It's also in documentaries, including the best Free Britney documentary that there is, Slave Princess. Check that one out if you haven't, because it is the only documentary to date, I mean, other than the ones I made, but it's like a documentary. It's called Slave Princess, and it is the only one to date that has ever been made that really pointed out the real problem of Britney's conservatorship. It was the money motivation.
Yes, that both Jamie and Lynn want her to get better. The conservatorship is in place to keep her healthy.
Making anyone work against their will, taking all their possessions away, credit card, cash, phone, passport. The only similar thing to this is called sex trafficking.
Like, there were people into my life that were just bad people, and I was very guarded at first, but then I went to a point where I ended up letting them in because I was lonely or whatever the fact, and I really paid the consequences for that.
I will say, the New York Times did put in an article years ago that Lou Taylor had given, through TriStar Sports and Entertainment, about a $40,000 loan to Britney's dad, Jamie Spears, before the conservatorship was put into place. The conservatorship is put into place. Jamie, Britney's dad, becomes the conservator, basically slave owner. He would walk around screaming stuff belligerently like, I am Britney Spears, and stuff like that, like the weirdest stuff. And Nothing ever happened to any of these people. Britney Spears' conservatorship allegedly ended, but the court case is still wide ass open and don't say case closed. Britney was having to pay every lawyer on every side of the conservatorship, including her dad's lawyers. She was paying her dad's lawyers to keep her in a conservatorship. It was the most egregious and abhorrent violation of human rights that I've seen under the American legal system, because it was so public. They were pouring hundreds of thousands of dollars into media. They were sending lawyers out saying Britney needs to be in the conservatorship. She loves her daddy. I mean, they were saying some really crazy stuff, y'all, and it was all being done with Britney's money. It was just egregious. It was egregious.
This morning, the attorney of Jamie Spears, Britney Spears' father, is speaking out exclusively to ABC News.
This is a story about a fiercely loving, dedicated, and loyal father who rescued his daughter from a life-threatening
Oh,
situation.
abso-fucking-lutely not. Gross.
Never exploiting her. Jamie saved Britney's life. Has collaborated with her. When she is up for performing, she is performing.
Yuck.
When she wants to record an album, she can record an album. And when she wants to live her life the way she wants, like a normal person, he has collaborated with her to do that as well. Jamie serves as Britney's conservator because he loves her. He wants the best for Britney.
Hey, conservatorship has got to go. What do you make of the Free Britney movement?
I think we have to remember how this conservatorship was started, and that Britney needed help, and that's why the conservatorship was put into place and why Jamie was appointed.
Britney got out of the conservatorship, but she didn't obviously ever get justice. It's been years since she's been out. All of us have been sitting around going, when is Lou Taylor going to get her comeuppance? When is Robin Greenhill, who is Lou Taylor's right-hand woman, but also was the person who was like on tour with Britney?
Yes, Britney Spears, I take your Ice Bucket ALS challenge. I challenge Larry Rudolph, his assistant Adam Lieber, and Kenny Britt from the St. Louis Rams.
She was Britney's assistant, her assistant. Well, now Robin Greenhill from TriStar Sports and Entertainment has been brought up repeatedly this past week at the Diddy trial. And not as his assistant, no, not as assistant. What is Robin Greenhill in the Diddy saga? The accountant, But TriStar is Diddy's business leader. So yesterday, we get testimony from Jonathan Perez, who is a former Diddy assistant. This guy was Diddy's assistant from the end of 2021 all the way through when Diddy got arrested in 2024. So like basically 3 full years he was Diddy's assistant. He answered so many questions yesterday about Robin Greenhill and Robin Greenhill being the answer. Not only that, but then on cross-examination, it looks like Brian Steele, who is Young Thug's lawyer, the truly humble under God architect, okay, he seems to be indicating that they are going to throw TriStar Sports and Entertainment under the bus. It looks like Diddy's defense is switching from this was all domestic violence to it was all Robin Greenhill and TriStar. Let me get into some of the things that were said yesterday about Robin and TriStar. So I do have the transcript here, but Rabbit, Down the Rabbit Hole News, is the one who sent it to me. Thank you, shout out to her.
Unsolved mysteries, sticking to reality. Exploring, researching, debunking, investigating, being nosy, super nosy, being messy, being shady. Rabbit hole news, that's me, the chick with ADHD, unmedicated, but quite educated. Hit that like.
I'm not gonna read the whole transcript. I'm definitely not gonna do that because that is her bag. So if y'all want to hear the whole transcript read out and all of that, please do go to Down the Rabbit Hole News. But there are a few little excerpts of just little screenshots of pages that I do want to show y'all so you can read along, because I've been waiting for this since 2020, y'all. I mean, Britney Spears has been waiting for this since probably 2007. I mean, as you can see, I got up the word star as the search. Star search. The irony. Anyway, so look right here. This is the direct examination. This is page 159 of the transcript, and it is this assistant being questioned about various things. They pull up a text message, and the text message is, "Hi," it's from him, the assistant. "Can you pull $2,100? Guy coming tonight, plus $1,524 my cash that I spent while in LA. Still waiting on TriStar for my other funds." And then I wrote the total. And you mentioned TriStar. Woohoo! What is TriStar? TriStar is, or was, Diddy's business managers, which mean or was. What did they do for Mr. Combs? What did they do? What did TriStar do? Breaking news. Transcript from yesterday. What did TriStar Sports and Entertainment do for Diddy? So they helped onboard employees. They helped manage his homes and his overall money, to my understanding. And who, if anyone, did you interact with from TriStar? He said Robin Greenhill. Now, if you will recall, Britney Spears said Robin Greenhill and Lou Taylor, she believes, were trying to kill her.
I think I should do 15 reactions to this because it is a very vindicating moment for me. Speaking of TriStar, Sports and Entertainment. So Britney said, a week before they sent me away to that F-word slate, TriStar, all caps, invited me to their offices. Quote, we are here to make you feel special. Thumbs up, exclamation point, exclamation point, exclamation point, exclamation point. I had lunch with Lou Taylor and Robin Greenhill, da-da-da. Right, ha. Those same it killed me a week later. My dad worships those two women. I think they were trying to kill me. Da-da-da. I still, to this very day, believe that's exactly what they were trying to do. But not a damn thing was wrong with me, and I didn't die. Nobody else would have lived through what they did to me. I lived through all of it, and I remember all of it. I will sue the shit out of TriStar.
She said Robin Greenhill, that's she called, quote, stupid woman, would give her medicines every morning. And she also said she was drugged with lithium against her will. She couldn't even talk to her parents. She said, I was on drugs. I was drunk. Robin Greenhill. From a little Gucci pouch? Was it from a Balenciaga pouch? What was Robin Greenhill handing to Britney Spears every day? That's what I want to know. I wasn't there. I don't know if it's even true that Robin did that. I don't know. I wasn't there. They asked the next question, what was Robin Greenhill's role? He said, I don't really know. I don't know her exact role at TriStar, but she was like our account manager. She's our account manager.
Whoops.
For TriStar, like Diddy. Like she was
I think
she
this
was the
thread is
point of
supposed to be
contact.
black.
So what did TriStar do for Diddy? It wasn't just, accounting. No. They onboarded employees. They managed Diddy's homes. They managed his overall money. They reimbursed business expenses to employees for Diddy. Now we're on page 196, about 40-something pages later. Now, you talked about TriStar. Do you remember that? Question. TriStar is basically, you said, the business manager for Diddy. Is that fair to say? Yeah, I think that's how you described them. So you would have to submit any type of, if you wanted to be reimbursed, you would have to submit receipts to TriStar. Is that true? Yeah. And so he shows him an exhibit and he goes, is this the typical way you would support your expenses to TriStar? So if anybody's ever worked for a boss, especially one of these corporation type companies, and you spend something, they say this is reimbursable. But they're not just, you can't walk up to the, accounting office and say, give me $2,000, I spent $2,000. No, they want to see the receipts. They want the credit card invoices or something to show that you actually spent that money to be reimbursed. This is if you don't have a company card. Sometimes if you do have a company card, you're still going to have to show the receipts of what you spent money on. So they're kind of going through that. This is the cross-examination now. Brian Steele said, so this reimbursement report, or whatever it is, it's like a thing that we can't see. Is this the typical way that you would support your expenses to TriStar? This is Brian Steele asking this, right? This assistant said, yeah, so this is just one example. You did this a lot. Isn't that true? Yeah. And this one is right before Thanksgiving 2022. Right before Thanksgiving 2022, isn't that right? Yes. This is just listing, what is this? What are we looking at? He said, these are things that I did and I paid cash for, basically. He paid for these things personally with cash, and then he has to document with receipts to TriStar, aka Robin, what he spent his cash on. Now, this is all an exhibit we cannot see as the public, but he's submitting for his reimbursement. Remember earlier he said he was waiting for money from TriStar during the direct examination, so now Brian Steele is asking about that as well. Brian Steele then goes on to say, okay, can you scroll down, just show the jurors this exhibit? Okay, this would be the type of receipts that you would save to show the expense, isn't that right? He said, yes, and you did that because TriStar wouldn't just cut you a check or reimburse something to you unless you actually had a receipt or backup. Isn't that right? He said, yes. And if you didn't have any backup, then you could try to explain it, but it's best to give a receipt. The former assistant said, yes. And he said, and that's because this wasn't just combined personal funds and business funds. This is what you had to do to support that this was a business expense. Isn't that right? Right. And then the jury is dismissed for the day. All right. The last question Brian Steele really asked is about TriStar. Now again, remember, TriStar is Diddy's business manager, Diddy's accountant. Why would Brian Steele be throwing them under the bus? Shouldn't everybody on Diddy's side be working together? What if they're not? We just heard that as recently as 2024, as far as this witness is concerned, TriStar handles Diddy's overall money, his business money and his personal money. Is Diddy and Brian Steele and them, are they all getting ready? Are they gearing up to say it was TriStar that was running a huge money scandal scheme and it had nothing to do with Diddy? Diddy wasn't, everybody knows Diddy wasn't the one managing his money. Everybody knows Diddy wasn't sitting there doing his taxes every year. Diddy wasn't the one calculating royalties. Everybody knows that. So the question is, who was? Lou Taylor has been in charge of some massive estates. The Prince estate. Justin Bieber, she was his business manager for a while. It's widely speculated that she was the one who orchestrated the sale of his entire catalog. Britney Spears' business manager, while hundreds of millions of dollars came in during that Vegas residency, all while Britney was under a conservatorship. She was too sick, too ill, too messed up to enter into a single contract or to decide what she was going to eat for dinner each night, but she wasn't too sick and wasn't too messed up to make hundreds of millions of dollars on stage for other people. Isn't that interesting? She wasn't too sick to swing from the rafters every night for 3 Vegas residencies.
Since 2008, Britney has released 4 albums. Would you hold it against me? Starred on a primetime show.
I felt like I had a connection with you.
And even hosted her own Las Vegas residency.
It's interesting. When she said no to a dance move, she was immediately put on lithium the next day and then put into a medical incarceration against her will in a house in Diddy's neighborhood. Isn't that interesting? Lou Taylor, Robin Greenhill, as far as the eye can see. What I think is that Lou Taylor and Robin Greenhill are under investigation already. I think that's why we haven't heard from Robin Greenhill. Why wouldn't the government call Robin Greenhill or Lou Taylor? Specifically Robin, the accountant. Why wouldn't the government call her? Well, what if she pleads the fifth? We already know what the government has done when other people have pled the fifth out in public. Capricorn, David James, Eddie Garcia, and then yesterday again, this guy. This guy pled the fifth. He said, no, plead the fifth, right to remain silent. I'm not going to incriminate myself on the stand, no. Well, the government ordered him to testify. But in order to order somebody to testify, you have to give them immunity. What if they don't want to give Robin immunity? What if Robin said, I'll testify for immunity? And they said, Robin Greenhill and Lou Taylor are not in jail right now. They have a lot more flexibility than Diddy. What if he is gearing up and so is his team to throw them under the bus? What if he's trying to negotiate some type of deal? But if you want the mastermind behind the Britney Spears conservatorship, the Justin Bieber catalog sale, the Prince estate, the biggest beauty financing in history with that $600 million cash with the Cody Cosmetics, Kylie Cosmetics, and all of that, I'll give them all up. I know the secrets and I know where the financial bodies are buried. What if he's doing that? That's what I want to know. But I think the government has already decided that at the very least, Robin Greenhill is a co-conspirator. And I'm going to tell you why. It's all going to add up right here. This is page 219 of the transcript. This is the recross. Okay. So Brian Steele's last question was that, and then the government gets to come up and do a redirect, and then Brian Steele gets to come back up and do what's called a recross examination. So that's what he's doing right here. Look at this. When you wrote on Diddy's Exhibit 3604 that was just shown to you, personal for Diddy, baby oil and snacks, you don't know whether that money was charged personally to Mr. Combs or was a business expense, right? He said, no, I don't know. I just needed my money back, my reimbursement. You got reimbursed for it, but you wrote the truth, right? Yeah. Then, were you paid to set up for King Nights? Yes. You're on salary, right? Yes. Okay, and then TriStar, going back to the baby oil. We got TriStar and baby oil in the same sentence. By Diddy's lawyers? What's really going on? Back to the baby oil, TriStar. They're the people who designate the accounting on the money, right? You don't do that, right? He said, yeah. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Your Honor. That was the last question. The last question on a Friday afternoon, period, that the jury heard was going back to TriStar, back to the baby oil, the personal expense For Diddy, they're the people, not she's the person. Not Robin Greenhill. TriStar. The baby oil. The personal expense. They're the ones who designate the accounting, right? You don't do that, right? The assistant said, yep, it's all TriStar. There's one more thing I want to show y'all that's given me this idea, and it is a piece of evidence. This is on page 258. This is after the jury has left Government Exhibit C501. So GX means government exhibit. This means this is something the government wants to come into evidence. It is a text message from Christina Karam, which is Diddy's chief of staff, messaging Robin Greenhill to wire $15,000. Robin Greenhill paid D-Rock $15,000. And why does the government want it in? Because they want to show that D-Rock and Diddy were still working together. Their relationship didn't end just because D-Rock didn't work for Diddy anymore. And it also shows a sort of financial indebtedness. Diddy had wired his friend D-Rock. They didn't work for each other. He didn't work for Diddy anymore. There's just a friend now. But remember, D-Rock was the one that had hit up Mia and said, oh, why can't a big brother want to give his little sister some money, trying to basically pay her off to not testify certain things? It brings it all full circle if you really think about it. Look at this. You got to have a little bit of an eye for pattern recognition, or else you might think I'm schizophrenic, but if you can recognize a pattern, you won't. The government wanted to show text messages of Christina Karam asking Robin Greenhill to wire, chief of staff asking TriStar to wire 15 grand in 2021 to D-Rock, who no longer worked for Diddy. Why? Well, to show they were still talking, because they want to show that they were intimidating witnesses with Mia and all that. But it also, quote, it also does establish some form of, you know, financial indebtedness to Diddy. And that is why the government wants to admit the messages of Christina Karam asking Robin Greenhill from TriStar to forward money to wire $15,000
I like
to D-Rock.
the pink stitching on the pink leather better than the leather black stitching on the pink leather.
Control over D-Rock. Who's
Just,
wiring
I
the
don't know.
money? TriStar. And what did Matt Rosengart, Britney's lawyer, and the New York Times years ago accuse TriStar of doing? The same thing. $40,000 to Jamie Spears allowed her to get her talents into Britney Spears' estate, and that's really what skyrocketed her into business manager notoriety in 2008. She was orchestrating these these residencies. She was orchestrating these tours, merch, at least TriStar was. Robin was the personal assistant. Or was she an accountant? What are these people other than handlers? That's around her. It looks like the government has their target right on TriStar Sports and Entertainment's forehead. But I'll tell you one thing, Robin Greenhill doesn't appear to have been given an immunity order, and neither does Lou Taylor. TikTok. Time's up. Also, don't mess with God's favorite. That's all I really have for this one. In the meantime, if facts ain't defamation, and everybody's innocent until proven guilty, but if and when there is a federal indictment unsealed into TriStar Sports and Entertainment, namely Lou Taylor.
Yeah. 2 days ago.
Hello everybody, I thought I was done for the day. I'm not. Okay, I have to update y'all. Some news did come out about this juror situation. So if you were watching my lives today, there was a juror removed because lack of candor. Now this doesn't necessarily specifically mean he lied, although it could mean he lied. He just didn't. He wasn't fully forthcoming with the court about where exactly he was living, stuff like that. And then the judge then called him back to ask him questions about it, and then his answers just kept getting more different every time he was answering questions. So he got removed. This is the guy that Diddy was like, you know, if you remove him, it's racism or something. The judge removed him. But in the decision of removing that juror, it came up in court this morning before the jury even came in. It came up in court this morning that it was another juror issue already on the table. Okay, Diddy, I guess, was arguing that this juror should be removed, and because he was saying, you know, if the juror 6 should be removed, then this other juror should be removed. And it's like, I don't know which juror it is. It was all redacted. Go check out my most recent live if you missed that. So then the judge at the beginning of the day today in court, he was like, I will get to this issue after the jury leaves for the day. So the jury was supposed to leave today at 3 o'clock, 3 p.m. Eastern time over there. And the judge said that he would then speak with the different sides or whatever, Diddy's side and the government side on this issue of this other juror. Like, not even the juror that originally already got dismissed this morning. He already got removed. So now they're, boom, about to get into the next one. Well, then at lunch today, or maybe, you know, at some point today, a document hit the docket from the government. And the government had filed and said, you know, we disagree with Diddy's reasoning and his arguments, saying that we should somehow compare the two juror issues. These things are not comparable. However, the government said, we do agree with Diddy that we think that you should go and we should, you know, further fact-finding might be necessary. We might need to have more questions asked about this juror, actually, this mystery juror. Well, while I was live and while I was trying to figure out what was going on with this juror, TMZ drops this exclusive, but then I'm like, all right, let's wait till the end of the day because, first of all, I didn't see this TMZ thing till now. That's why I'm coming back to make this video. But I was like, let's wait till the end of the day because the judge is going to address this other juror situation. And so they get to the end of the day and the judge dismisses the jury, calls a sidebar. The sidebar is like 2 seconds long. And then it's like, okay, court adjourned. And it's like, wait a second. Whoa, whoa, whoa. I thought you were going to address this juror issue or whatever. And it was like very anticlimactic. We all like waited all day for this, any little piece of information at all whatsoever. But they were giving us like nothing. So it was disappointing. I'm like basically fighting off a migraine at the moment. But I saw this article. I'm like barely can hold my eyes open. And I was like, I can't even wear my antennas, y'all. That might be what my issue is. But it's just like they're starting to just really hurt my head. From wearing them for like so many hours a day. I never really wore them that much like that. But anyway, okay, so I do have a some type of compromise. It's an article from TMZ, but they're saying that they have an exclusive, and so we maybe are going to get a little more information than we did get from the judge this morning or earlier this afternoon in court. Okay, so here is the title: Diddy Trial. Juror gets mysterious text. Judge worried. He's blabbing. Oh. Diddy's trial is on the verge of another jury shakeup. Can I make it reader? Diddy's trial is on the verge of another jury shakeup due to one of them getting a strange text message that left the judge with concerns. This juror might be talking about the case outside of court. Sources with direct knowledge tell TMZ the juror alerted the court to this issue Friday about the text message from a number he didn't recognize asking him if he was juror number 6. Now this juror had already been in the news. So is this another black man? Sources with direct knowledge, because who was that? What was it being discussed about juror 6? That he was a black man, because Diddy was saying it was like racist that they were trying to get rid of this juror. Sources with direct knowledge told TMZ that the juror alerted the court. So the juror had candor. He's the one who alerted the court. He got a text message from a phone number he didn't recognize asking him if he was juror number 6. Who had already been in the news as someone that the judge might dismiss. We're told this juror wanted the judge to know about the mysterious text message, and indeed, the judge did have a lot of questions about the text message and the phone number from where it came. Our sources say, although the juror said he didn't recognize the number, the judge has concerns that this juror might be discussing the trial with people who are not on the jury, which obviously would be a major violation of the judge's instructions. While the judge hasn't sequestered the jury, they get to go home every day. They've all been instructed not to discuss the case with anyone or read any news about it. Monday morning, right after he dismissed Juror 6 over inconsistencies with where he lives, so today, this morning, right after the judge dismissed Juror 6, he got kicked off over inconsistencies about him saying where he lives, the judge then said he would deal with this other juror after Monday's testimony, which came and went. Someone's getting called to the principal's office, and when it's all said and done, there could be a second alternate juror called to decide Diddy's fate. Now, you know what this makes me wonder? If the jury wasn't, if this particular juror wasn't kept aside today to ask more questions, and that's why the lawyers just went straight into a sidebar and then the court was adjourned. Did they go into the, well, I don't know, if court's adjourned, can you do that? I don't know, maybe not. I bet you there's been some stuff going on in the back end about this other juror. Well, sometimes when the court isn't giving you all the news, TMZ gets the exclusive. I mean, I really hate that it's like that, but it is, unfortunately. That's just how it is. Am I surprised? No. But, you know, in the other news reporting that I did see today, they were reporting that it was something about a communication with a coworker or a communication with an ex-coworker. So it seems like maybe some type of investigation has already begun. And maybe it seems like at least some people in the case believe this is a former, like they have some idea who the person is that the person was texting. So maybe there's like, you know, something going on with that as well. Yeah, and Diddy was pitching a fit this morning trying to get a mistrial over dismissing that other juror. And the judge was like, please, miss me with it. That is outrageous. Because the judge, the standard of the judge, he has like almost nobody can tell him what to do as far as if he just feels like somebody like sniffs the wrong way, he can remove him from the jury. And there's really not that much you can even really do about it on appeal. There's just not much you can do about it. It's just, that's just what it is. And, the judge has taken so much care and so much time to look into this Juror 6 issue, and then they were still threatening him, like, we're going to get a mistrial. It's like, oh my God, please. Calm down. The request for the mistrial is not go away. But hopefully we get some more information tomorrow, Tuesday, June 17th, on what's going on with this juror number, mystery number, with this text that he doesn't know. I bet you there's going to be some inconsistencies in his story as well, if I had to guess. That's all I really have for this one. In the meantime, see you tomorrow bright and early. Facts ain't... Hello everybody. Ye, the artist formerly known as Kanye West, has made an appearance at the Sean Diddy Puff Daddy Combs trial, and everybody has theories about it. I do want to talk about those, but I want to offer up some theories of my own that I have not seen a single person talking about. Now, if you follow me live every day, I am covering the Sean Diddy Puff Daddy Combs trial each and every day, and while I am not sitting in the courtroom, I can absolutely say that I am trying to read from every source available that people that are sitting in the courtroom. So I do have experience going to these high profile trials. I've been to the Britney Spears ones, many of them, or, you know, pre-trial. I don't know if I've ever made it to trial.
Hello everybody. We are here today outside of the Stanley Moss Courthouse because a grave injustice has been done that needs to be corrected. My name is BJ Corbell.
I've been to the Amanda Bynes conservatorship termination hearing. So Amanda Bynes is free. The conservatorship has been terminated. But the weird thing is that it was so fast in the courtroom. I mean, y'all, I don't even think we were in there for 5 minutes. Lynn, who's the conservator, I also have been to some Bam Margera hearings, not on conservatorships.
Not surprised witness, TV, and BJ festivals. I do think that they were perhaps topping up some of the charges. We can watch these people, these brothers especially, fight each other for decades physically, and so it was surprising to me that they kept the one thing about just Margera being like, you were mean to your brother at your house one day or something. It just kind of weird. But I think it was better that he didn't go to jail. And I think he seems to be happy with it.
But just these high profile trials, it's very difficult to sit there and like know what's going on inside the court, know what's going on outside the court, write down everything in real time. Cameras aren't allowed. So I do try to take from each and every source that I possibly can. Everybody that is in there in the courtroom, I try to at least skim through their videos if they're coming out in real time, you know, the day of. I watch Rabbit, Down the Rabbit Hole News. She's reading the transcripts each day after the court is over. So I'm trying to gather all this information from different sources. But I've also covered many other celebrity cases just from my office, from my house. Sometimes, like such as this, I'm able to take some theories rolling around from the public and then compare them with things that are already in the public record to try and see what might actually really be going on. And it does appear that there is a little bit more than meets the eye with the Kanye showing up for Diddy I don't know, publicity stunt, they're calling it. I guess a good place to start as any is TMZ, because somehow they always end up getting exclusives and things. And, you know, TMZ is run by Harvey Levin, which is a friend, apparently, of Mark Garagos, and Mark Garagos is a friend of Diddy. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised to find out that Diddy is friends with Harvey Levin, but we'll start here. But I do want to end up going where my theory is and what I think might be going on, in addition to some other theories that other people have. Everything here is just alleged, and in my opinion, I don't know these people, never have spoken to any of these people. I don't know them from Adam, girl. So take it with a grain of salt. If it's compelling, if you think it's believable, good. If not, also good. I don't know. I don't have any direct knowledge. So TMZ says, Diddy trial, Mr. West, he changed his name to Yay Yay, I think, which is like the funnest iteration to say. Yay is too hard to say. I do think it is one of the reasons why the name Yay hasn't really like caught on as much as he wants, and I think people do want to like use his name that he wants to go by. But Kanye West has a very good like linguistic like sonorance to it. It's got a good like flow. Kanye West, it's like easy to say versus like Yay. It's like no, Yay Yay might actually catch on. So he shows up at court. Now, do you have a video? So first and foremost, I find the outfit to be very interesting. It's a very interesting choice because it's all white. Kind of, some might say, reminiscent of the all white parties that Diddy was having. And it's all Levi's. So I haven't seen Kanye West wearing all white maybe ever. Like, was it the last time when the Jesus Walks? I don't know what this white outfit is about. And also, I mean, he has a whole clothing line. He has a whole clothing brand. I don't know if they make anything white, but it's like, this is a full Levi's outfit, which I really appreciate. Very American, very Americana. I'm liking it. I don't mind this outfit at all, but it is Kanye, yay. So I would say, you know, this outfit was very intentionally and meticulously chosen, and you just gotta wonder why. It's all white. He never wears all white. So interestingly, he does not go into the front entrance. He's going around the back. Unless this is the back, but I see people like the lawyers and stuff go straight into that door. So I always assumed this is the front entrance. We got like a Secret Service guard over there. That's Kanye's security. I don't know who this guy is, but he was like, that's what I said, was like a Secret Service. He was like over there in the corner, and then Ye went in, and then he's going back the other way. Another angle. This must be his security, and also this must be his security. But look, you can see the like, I kind of like this outfit. I think he should wear it more. I like white. I like the color white. It's like more, I don't know. I think we're just kind of like, can we do something else besides this all black Kardashian coven thing? Where is Bianca? That's what I want to know. I said in my live stream, maybe it was disrespectful, I said she ain't for court, she's for the freak-offs only. I don't know, I wasn't there. Do you think the Illuminati is behind this attack on Diddy? Girl. Okay, Christian Combs with his parachute pants. Some might say Sharara. He's doing a greeting with Ye, and I guess Ye kind of wearing a little bit of a bell bottom too, but I do think I remember seeing a Levi tag in another angle. But these two right here are actually working on an album. Now, on first glance, it looks like, oh yeah, cool, great. We're working on an album together. Christian Combs and Kanye, they're doing a little dap. Okay, cool, great. Then at one point, apparently somebody asked him, are you here to support Diddy? And it's like the only question he answered all day that I heard of. He said, yeah, I'm here to support Diddy. Okay, cool. Looks like he's there to support Diddy. He's greeting Christian Combs, who looks like, my God, he needs to eat something. Look at them legs. Even with those big giant Frank Lucas pants, girl, you can still see the chicken legs. Get on leg day. Okay, so the fake paid Diddy supporters are all out there. So let's read this article. We now have new information. This is 9:17 in the morning Pacific time, which means it was like right around noon, like a little after noon, 12 p.m. Eastern time at the court where it was happening. We have new information. The court officials told TMZ. Okay, why is the court official speaking to TMZ? I mean, I have questions. They had rows ready for Kanye in the regular overflow room, but the room, whenever the journalists found out that Kanye West, Ye was there, they all rushed to this overflow room. Now, usually that's not the politics, okay? Usually people are not trying to be in that overflow room. They're usually trying to be in the main room because they can see Diddy, and like if there's an anonymous witness or someone whose name is supposed to be, you know, blurred out, that you can see who it is in there, and you can see the judge and you can see the jury. Whereas if you're in the overflow room, you might have a little bit more freedom to move around and come in and out, but it's like people in there acting like animals outside the zoo. People are acting like they do not know how to act. They're screaming, they're hooting, dare I say they are hollering. And you also just can't see everything going on because the cameras don't cover everything. You don't get that in person. So usually people are trying to get in the room, in the courtroom. And then if you have to go into this overflow room, which is where it's like basically the courtroom just ran out of room, then you'll go there. And it's better than, you know, nothing. But like I said, it's usually people are trying to be in that courtroom. Well, when Ye Ye shows up, now everybody wants to be in the overflow room, and it filled up. They even apparently were holding a row in the back for Kanye, but he ended up going to a totally separate, different, private, separate overflow room, and he sat in there with Christian Combs. Now, once he was in there, he apparently only sat in there for a few minutes and left. So, okay, cool. I mean, like I said, I have my theories, but let me just tell y'all what's being reported first, and then we'll get into my theories. You can put your tinfoil hat on, because what do I know? So, like I said, to accommodate him, this TMZ article is reporting the court opened a second overflow room where he sat for about 10 minutes before he bounced. He definitely knows how to make an entrance, a very quick exit as well, because he left Diddy's trial after only about a half an hour. So is it 10 minutes or half an hour? I mean, I guess the whole ordeal was about a half hour. His comments about supporting Diddy during the trial weren't just empty words, because he actually showed up at court to support the embattled mogul. So Kanye showed up to Diddy court. Our cameras were rolling when Ye arrived at the federal courthouse in Manhattan Friday, hopping out of a black car in an all-white outfit. He shook hands with a couple people out front, then he headed toward the security check-in. But before he got to the door, he ran into Christian Combs and did a little dap on the way in. We also got video of Kanye walking through the courthouse, going through the same security checks as everyone else. No star treatment for anyone at a federal courthouse. He was also greeted by a member of Diddy's legal team. So anybody saying that Diddy didn't know, Diddy didn't orchestrate it, maybe Diddy himself did it. But Xavier Donaldson, one of Diddy's lawyers, the one who actually incidentally was saying we must keep this lying juror, the liar juror, on the jury, even though he lied, even though he doesn't even qualify to be a juror. We gotta keep him on here because he's black. So he's making like illegal, in my opinion, race-based arguments, this Xavier Donaldson. And you know, what do I know? I don't practice an SDNY, and Xavier Donaldson does. But that is the one who went down. He left his job. He left what he was doing to go down and greet Kanye West. I mean, how many thousands of dollars a day is this man making? I don't know. But he goes down to meet and greet Kanye West. Now, this is a very important point, because it isn't like Kanye just walked in. No, Diddy's legal team greeted him. Xavier Donaldson, the same guy who stood up and made arguments that very same day about race-based juror, don't get rid of juror 6 and all of that. That guy left what he was doing in the middle of court to go greet Kanye West. Okay, so this is a very much obviously Diddy team orchestrated publicity stunt, in my opinion. So again, yes, we're pretty confident that Diddy was already aware of his presence, even if the two haven't seen each other yet. Now, I do want to point out that the day before Kanye came to court, the day before, what we're reading was from yesterday. Today is, no, actually it was from 2 days ago, Friday. Today is Sunday, June 15th. So what we're reading here is from Friday. Now, I think it's important to point out, because stuff just happens so fast, and then if we don't mark it in time, it's like, oh yeah, I forgot about that. So I do want to mark this in time. But the day before the Kanye stunt happened, there was a 2-hour delay. A 2-hour delay for court to start. And this is very unusual, especially in this particular judge's courtroom. Like, he's usually trying to get the jury hours are for the jury. Now, it was all super secret. We didn't know what they were talking about. They would go back into the judge's robing room, and then they would come out. Then one would come out. Then another would go back in. Then they would all get sent back out. Okay, cool. Court's about to start again. Nope, come back to the robing room. And then little by little by little, we started to, this is on Thursday, the day before Kanye did this publicity stunt, we started to find out that the meetings going on had to do with a line of questioning about a party. Jane Doe in the Diddy case was testifying about a party in Las Vegas for a famous rapper's girlfriend or wife, and it was for her birthday, and they were in Vegas, and Jane Doe was there, and she said she was just innocently in this rapper's hotel room, and a freak off started happening, basically. I mean, a man who she knew and she had familiarity with, Anton, sometimes they're calling him Antoine, this man, he was there doing relations with a woman at the freak off in a hotel in Vegas in January 2024. So what we end up kind of finding out is that before court, the thing that made the court delayed for like 2 hours had to do with that party. Now, for some reason, Diddy and his team wanted to name that rapper, wanted to say who the rapper and who the girlfriend, who the wife was. It took almost no time whatsoever for people to start speculating that that was Kanye. It was Kanye having a freak off with the same S worker that Diddy uses, Antoine. Now, is it and was it for sure Kanye? We will never know, or maybe we will eventually, but there was other guesses too, like Rick Ross apparently was in Vegas around that time, or I don't even want to say because I didn't like actually do the research, so like, I don't know, people were saying that. People were saying like somebody else too. Somebody tried to tell me it was Beyonce and Jay-Z, but I know for a fact because I just happen to have the same birthday as Beyonce, different years, but I have the same birthday as her, so I know for a fact her birthday is not in January. And somebody was in my comments saying Jay-Z owns a plane and Beyonce's birthday is January 4th. And I'm like, no, it isn't. Because, like, you know, if you have a celebrity, you share a birthday with a celebrity, you remember it. And her birthday's not in January. Her birthday's the same day as mine, September. So who knows who this is? Who knows who the celebrity couple is? But there's indicators it could have been Kanye and Bianca because they were in Vegas at that time. They did go to a strip club. You know, there's all these different things that add up to where it could be. It doesn't seem like Kanye and Bianca are ruled out as these mystery rapper and wife or whatever. But Jane Doe was there with him. Talking about your wife's so pretty, your girlfriend's so pretty and beautiful. She saw Antoine, the S worker, there. Now, her and Antoine end up exchanging text messages about seeing their mutual friend. It ended up causing some drama with Diddy and Jane, but all that's neither here nor there. The rapper, the 2-hour delay about the rapper and his wife having basically a freak off, that's what it was about. It was about, can we say the rapper's name or not? Well, after 2 hours of going back and forth, it ends up coming out, no, you can't say the rapper's name. They have nothing to do with it. If this incident of the freak off had something to do with the charged crimes, yeah, you could name the rapper's name, but this is just a sideshow. This is just a sideshow freak off that kind of led to a fight and an altercation, so no, we'll leave that out of it. Okay, fine, so Thursday ends. Then Friday comes along, and that's when Kanye shows up to court. And now people are saying the 2-hour delay the day before wasn't just for the court to decide whether or not you could name the rapper and his wife or his girlfriend or whatever. No, no, no. Some people are saying actually Kanye was trying to show up that day too, and the judge was like, you can't come in here. It was going to be a big drama they were trying to orchestrate. Now, that was a conspiracy theory, and some people actually got in a lot of trouble, you know, got dragged by their own audience and their own fans for perpetuating that conspiracy theory. But the very next day, Kanye showed up to court and we saw it. So maybe that's what that 2-hour delay was about. Maybe it wasn't. I do want to cover some other theories very quickly too, because I want to, like I said, I want to kind of make it into a little capsule, because in 2 weeks from now I'm going to forget all this happened on the same day, and y'all probably are too. It's just so much stuff happening so fast. But there was another thing going on as well too. People were speculating that even though Kanye said he was over there to support Diddy, actually what if he was over there to say, keep my name out your freaking mouth, because you are not about to start bringing and dragging me into your trial. No, you are not. So some people are speculating in my comments, you know, I don't know, it could be AstroTurf bots, who even knows, but I don't know. I wanna offer it up because it does seem like, you know, maybe something's up, maybe something could be, maybe they could be onto something, I'll say. But one of the theories is, yeah, sure, maybe Kanye did show up, and maybe he did say, yeah, I'm here to support Diddy, and maybe he did go and do all these things, maybe he did meet up with Christian, maybe he did sit in that overflow room, maybe he did do all those things, but it wasn't really to support Diddy, but rather to warn Diddy. Like, I'm out here, I'm free. I can fly and come into anywhere I want at any time I want, so keep my name out your freaking mouth. You're the one getting investigated for this stuff, so you need to be the one to sit there and be quiet. And then, you know, people are saying, this is the theory of a couple people. It's not a big theory, but I do want to kind of outline a few of them. People are saying, yeah, he went in there and he sat in that overflow room with Christian Combs for 10 minutes. Why do you think he sat there for 10 minutes? Now, if you take it from Mims says is what Ye really wanted to do was come in and make a scene. He wanted to come in and make a scene, and when he realized that his scene making wasn't going to be, you know, successful, then he just left. I think he's possibly just got a short attention span, and he just wanted to come in and say, hey, and that was his whole thing. It wasn't really ever to sit there and, like, watch court, because, I mean, I don't think the man has a long attention span. I really don't. But this other alternative theory is that he went in there, he sat down to Christian Combs, he said something to relay to his daddy, and he left. Importantly, people were saying Bianca was there. I didn't see Bianca. Did y'all see Bianca? Because I didn't. I saw 2 bodyguards and I saw Kanye West. That's all I saw. Or yay. Now yay. Well, all those are theories that are going around. That's fine and good. I want to finish this article, and then I want to give y'all my theory that I haven't heard anyone talking about yet, except myself. He was directed to the overflow area to watch the proceedings with his security and the rest of the normies in attendance. Their producer was on the scene covering the trial, and he hopped on TMZ Live to discuss the frenzy. Ye has also talked about the mentorship role that Diddy had played in his life. And remember, he did do a song with Ye had called Diddy in jail and recorded the phone call, and then he made a song out of it, and I think he put his daughter, Northwest, on it, and then there was this big copyright disagreement. This is a couple months ago, or a month or so ago. I guess it was a couple months ago now. I mean, it's so hard to keep up. I've been live every single day for hours, so it's really all a blur to me, which is why I want to start making a couple of these videos with the larger, higher points here so that I don't forget anything for the little time capsule of this trial. But yeah, Diddy and Kanye have been friends, but they also seem to have been rivals as well. As you know, Kanye is one of the few stars who has stood by Diddy despite the accusations against him, putting a phone call he had with Diddy from federal prison in a song he released in March. The track is Something About Sunshine. Also featured Christian, which is Diddy's son, and Kanye's daughter, Northwest. The sources say it led to tension between Ye and Kim Kardashian. I want to now get into my theory, and it has to do with honey. That is my clue. That was the first clue. Is that I was watching Inner City Press's tweets live, and right around the same time that Kanye was making this big scene was the first time in the entire trial at all that I have seen or heard mention of this honey. Well, I shouldn't say at all, because you know what? I saw it one other place. There was this like royal honey that was found in Diddy's Miami home, and it had this certain substance in it called tadalafil. I don't know if I'm saying it right. Tadalafil. I'm not exactly know if I'm saying it right, but it is a naturally occurring like arousal stimulant basically for males, and Diddy had some in his house that was found in the Miami raids, and it was like this beautiful gold packaging with a little bee on it or something, and it said it on it like what it was in English, but then had this Arabic writing. It looked very luxurious. Who knows how much it cost? But even when I saw that, I was like, I've heard of this before in the Kanye case. Well, yesterday, or 2 days ago rather, today's Sunday, so Friday, when Kanye was showing up, and it was like, what's he here for? Is he here to support Diddy? Is he here to make a scene? Is he here to, I don't know. He hasn't really been tweeting as much anymore. He hasn't really been, he all of a sudden gave up anti, you know what, to tism. I don't want to say it. I don't want to trigger any algorithms. Kanye seems to have been trying recently in the last few weeks to kind of clean up his image and all of that. So it's just all this stuff's going on. So I want to bring your attention to the actual transcript of Friday's proceedings. And I want to show you one specific thing that was asked about. Now, this is whenever Diddy's former personal assistant, another personal assistant, has testified, and this one also has pled the fifth, and I understand the most of why he would plead the fifth, because his was all like very recent. He worked for Diddy from 2021 all the way through to the time Diddy was arrested. So after the raids, after the Cassie lawsuit, this assistant stayed loyal to Diddy, and he was working for him, and he wouldn't really say anything bad about Diddy. I mean, he seemed to be telling the truth, but he also said some things that, seemed to maybe even help Diddy. He said some things that helped the prosecution. He did seem like a neutral witness, and he did seem credible and believable. His name was Jonathan Perez. He apparently works as an executive assistant or a personal assistant in Hollywood for celebrities or whatever, but he's from Fort Lauderdale, so he was testifying, and he's a government witness. He's one of the last ones. They have like 5 more witnesses left they're gonna call, they said, and he was answering questions. Were there ever times that you had to set up king rooms yourself? Yes. How many times? I can't give you an exact number, maybe 5 times. Okay, and why were you not involved in setting up the king nights more often? He said, well, usually my hours were during the day. Okay, when you set up the hotel rooms, what kind of items did you bring to the hotel? Okay, so what do we remember before today? What are the things that these assistants would bring? Baby oil, Astro, you know what, substances, illicit, outfits, changes of clothes, food. We've heard all this. Baby oil was a big one. Lights, mood lighting, could change color, red lights, blue lights, whatever. Products, hygiene products for Diddy's, creams, things like that, moisture, like things that you're gonna need for 12 to 24 hours. But for over a month, we've been in this trial. Since May 12th, this trial has been started. Actually, May 5th is whenever I believe the jury selection started, but let's just say testimony started on the 12th. It was a month into trial before we get this little tidbit right here. Remember the question, when you set up the hotel rooms, what kind of items did you bring? Food, liquor, beverages, change of clothes, lights, music, and other personal items. What kinds of personal items? Well, like protections and Astro. Question. Okay, so this is a question. This didn't just accidentally come up. This is a specific question the prosecutors are asking, the feds are asking, to try and get an answer out of this assistant. Did you ever include honey in your setup for king nights? Yes. What was your understanding of what the honey was for? It was like honey. The honey, like, enhances a man's libido. Okay, I want to show you this evidence. Government Exhibit 1B265. Okay. Do you recognize what's in this photo? Yes. What is it? Honey. Is it the same honey you would use for king knights? Yes. Okay, then that's the end of that line of questioning. There's a new line of questioning about something else you would bring. You mentioned bringing lights. What kind of lights did you bring? Like small up lights. Okay, so there's this whole section about honey. What types of things did you bring? Food, liquor, beverages, change of clothes, lights. He doesn't say honey. What kinds of personal items? He says a couple more things. Astro, protection. Yes, but did you ever specifically, like, she specifically wants him to say yes to this honey question. So I'm like, huh, okay. Again, y'all, that's the transcript from Friday. So that brings me to my theory. What you're looking at right here is a lawsuit against Kanye West, aka Ye, aka Yeezy, aka Yeezy Apparel, da-da-da, from a former personal assistant. This is from last year, October 2024. Lauren Piscata, who Kanye has repeatedly tweeted about and said, you know, Lauren Piscata is a liar, XYZ, LMNOP. Look at all the stuff she's suing him for. Breach of contract, wrongful termination, harassment, retaliation, gender discrimination, harassment, discrimination, and failure to present, fraud, unpaid wages, failure to provide accurate wage statements, failure to reimburse, intentional infliction of emotional distress. So she's suing him for all those things. And of course, in a lawsuit, you do say why you're suing someone. It's 86 pages long. We definitely not going to read the whole thing. But I want to show y'all a little excerpt passage from in here. On July 31st, this is page 14. So she's just been going and going, right? She's talking about Kanye having his accountant wire $50,000 to women for SEX. She doesn't name who the workers are. And then in July 2022, Kanye told this personal assistant where he wanted to stay at a hotel. He was living out of hotels at the time. Plaintiff had to constantly make sure that Kanye had a place to sleep. He advised he wanted to stay in Santa Barbara. Then he revealed details about a paid sexual encounter with another woman. And he's like, keep that room at that crappy Malibu spot, F the blank out of blank. Okay, look at this. It said he would frequently, this is his assistant, this is less than a year ago. I believe this lawsuit is still ongoing. This is against Kanye. This is a civil suit. This is not a criminal complaint. Kanye would frequently host parties at various luxury hotels, including but not limited to Nobu, the Beverly Hills Waldorf Astoria, and the San Isidro, I don't know how to say that, Ranch in Montecito. Ye would frequently come up with stories and schemes to lure plaintiff and other women to these locations, and Ye would contact plaintiff under the guise of needing something specific, and he would typically say that he needed his honey. I've done a whole video on this. I've read through this whole lawsuit, so if you're interested in this lawsuit, then I do have a video on it. I'll try to remember to link it below. Thumbnail right here. So Kanye is being accused in this civil suit. I don't know if it's true or not, but it's just an accusation. He's being accused of constantly basically lying to this plaintiff who's now suing him. She was his assistant at the time, under the guise of needing something specific, typically his sex honey. And the defendant, Kanye, would demand that only the plaintiff was allowed to hand deliver it to him to be ready, and in order to adequately perform, he required his honey to the hotel wherever he was staying. Look, it says it's a definition. The honey was a sexual enhancement product that Ye took and required plaintiff, this assistant, to always have an ample supply. On one such occasion, in August 2022, it was just in the afternoon, Kanye called the plaintiff to demand that she drive a total round trip of 4 hours to his hotel to hand deliver the honey. But then the assistant's like, you don't have no more honey, you out. So she couldn't find any additional packs or boxes that he was requesting at that time, and therefore she wasn't going to be able to bring the honey. He then revealed, this is according to the lawsuit filed to this plaintiff, his true premeditated plan was to lure her to the hotel under a false pretense, to have the opportunity to take advantage of her, exposing her to that parties. Okay, wait, time out. Just hold it right there. You mean to tell me the day after they bringing it up in court about this Vegas party with another rapper and his girlfriend that one of Diddy's apparent girlfriends actually found herself at. Diddy ends up, you're at another rapper's freak off, I'm so mad. He was mad, he was so mad that he ended up slapping her. He ended up according to her testimony, I don't know, wasn't there. He ended up calling over the worker who was, it's a big mess, right? Because you got Jane and Antoine, and they're usually doing the freak off activities for Diddy. Well, Jane and Antoine see each other at another rapper's freak off in Vegas, oops, and then they get to talking, and then I guess people find out. So the day that's talked about in court, it's 2 hours 2 hours of court. You can't even start yet because they're arguing over, can you name this guy, can you not, can you name the rapper, can you name his wife, can you not, we don't know. Diddy wanted to, and Diddy's already argued before that he's being unfairly targeted because there's other celebrities who have never been charged with this stuff, and they do it too. It's a lifestyle, they say. Well, that very day, you start getting rumors and conspiracy theories that Kanye was actually at court that day. Everybody's thinking it's Kanye. Everybody's thinking it's Bianca and Kanye. Then the very next day, Kanye actually shows up to court. At that same very exact day, for the first time ever in Diddy's case, we hear about this libido honey. And the libido honey has been mentioned since like last year in October in a Kanye West lawsuit. Not any lawsuit, but one about S parties. Not only that, but you also have that royal honey to Laffadil found at Diddy's Miami mansion, the Star Island one. There's other stuff about Honey in this lawsuit. She had told him many times, multiple occasions, she did not want to be involved in what he was doing behind closed doors. Kanye openly admitted, according to this lawsuit, his true wish and his plan was to have this plaintiff drive out there to deliver the honey, but then to make her stay once she walked in on Kanye having an S party, and it would have already been in session. Now, this was in 2022. This particular party consisted of both males and females, some of whom were Yeezy employees. Bianca was there, and family members of Kanye. He sent the following text, and yeah, I wanted you to bring honey and stay, but it didn't work. LOL. What you want for your birthday? Then he asks for pictures. Let me just control F honey. Yeah, he had like texted her some of the men who were there, I guess to like lure her there. But look, there was another A-list celebrity here. And yeah, this is 2022, so Diddy would have not been in jail, okay? Also, Diddy and Kanye are being sued together by someone, which, I mean, some of these people do be lying in these lawsuits, so take it with a grain of salt. But look, at 6 p.m. that night in August 2022, Kanye texted the plaintiff names of some of the men and women at the SEX party, the freak-off. They put an SEX party in quotes, but it's a freak-off. Had plaintiff shown up to deliver the honey, here's all the men who were there. If you would have shown up, this was an attempt to impress her, the assistant, and persuade her to join in. Me, a celebrity at the ranch. She often had to field multiple requests made by Kanye about these S parties. She had to say, oh, I got plans, oh, I gotta do this, oh, I gotta do that. The month before that, this is July now, 2022, he's having another freak-off. He required the plaintiff to acquire and hand deliver the honey to the office, the Yeezy and Gap shared office in Hollywood. After dropping off the honey, plaintiff returned to her home in West Hollywood and would later take up residence 4 doors down. Can I come by your spot and see if that honey works? He texted her. Can I come by your spot and see if that honey works? LOL. This is another time. Can I come by your spot and see if the honey works? In reliance on the promise to pay her. Typically, when Kanye abruptly entered a short-lived godlike phase, it was prompted by him having had one too many of his out-of-control Hennessy and honey-fueled S parties. During such a time, Kanye would very briefly take stock of his disgraceful and illegal behavior and lifestyle, spend some time thinking about his family and his children, and ultimately he would want to repent in some way. He would then require everyone around him to make adjustments in their lives and adapt to this new brief phase of his life. No alcohol, no cursing, no SEX, all women had to be covered from head to toe. No midriff, no high heels, because that was a different type of energy. He didn't want to be tempted. So I'll come back to LA. Look, this is perhaps one of the best examples of Kanye's hyper-SEOly focused thinking and twisted priorities is a text message response that he sent to plaintiff after she relayed information to him regarding the delayed turnaround time for his Japanese work visas for him and some guests he was trying to get. Quote, so I'll come back to LA. I do want to see my kids. And there's so much bleep in LA. I may rent a room and take the honey pack, drink some tequila, and just take appointments. He goes on and texts his assistant, I'm a great guy and dad, but I love bad bleep, and I love to bleep the bleep out of bleep and make them fall in love too. This lawsuit is full of honey, y'all. On another occasion, Ye asked the plaintiff to get him honey, an SEO enhancement performance honey. Ye required plaintiff always have it on hand and available. She had to deliver it to him in advance. I'm a blank the blank out of this blank off the honey. This is a text message she sent. All her friends, name withheld, gonna need to find out why every blank that blank with me in love, they fall in love. All her A-list celebrity friends, meaning name withheld. Okay, y'all, so depraved, debauched, not sure if it ever happened. I certainly wasn't there, but this honey thing then came up. The honey thing been came up since October, but it never got mailed. I was actually kind of surprised it didn't get mentioned at the Diddy thing. It's like he had baby oil and Astro. I mean, there was baby pools full of baby oil. Now I have a whole separate side theory about zombification and Boku and the P2 and the Petro and the Petro and the Rada, but I mean, girl, we'll get to that later. Story for another day. But this video is way longer than I thought it would be. But I did want to put that in there. Is it maybe that? Yeah. Ye is showing up to support Diddy. Maybe he is showing up to support Diddy. But maybe it has a little bit less to do with Diddy and a little bit more to do with the fact that Kanye also might have some similar things going on. I mean, we already heard about two different S-worker people. I mean, that's what they're being characterized as. Two different people who have been at both a Diddy freak-off and a mystery celebrity rapper who's in Vegas at the same time Kanye was in Vegas. Kanye shows up to court. We did see some of that honey in Diddy's house. I just want to know what's going on with the honey. What's going on with all of that? Is there possibly more than meets the eye with this Kanye honey situation? I don't know what's going on with the Lauren Piscata lawsuit. I do know Kanye has definitely said, you know, he is innocent of all of that. And this Lauren Piscata is just trying to be money grifting and gold digging or whatever. She's just trying to, you know, money grab or whatever. I'm going to keep an open mind about it, y'all. But this is where I wanted to just put a pin in this in case something ends up coming to fruition with this honey, or in case something ends up coming to fruition with Kanye himself is also under some type of investigation. Everybody, of course, is innocent until proven guilty. In a court of law, everyone is not liable until it is proven in court that they are liable. I certainly have no firsthand knowledge. I wasn't there, and if I was, I would run away quickly if I had the choice. So that is really all I had for this one. Make sure that you are subscribed to the channel. You didn't get unsubscribed, and I will be live every day from pretty much 9 to 5, almost every single day, unless court has a break, going still over and covering this Diddy trial. I'm following Inner City Press. I'm following many other news sources who are inside the courtroom.
BJ. Let's see. What else we got? Tom Cruise left Scientology? Since when? I'm gonna go back to Charlotte.
Am I being a bridezilla?
There was a video we haven't watched of hers yet. It was Toxic Mother-in-Law's
On sale, probably at Bloomingdale's. Compilation! We got a juicy story from the Charlotte Dobre subreddit. This is from Boiling Point Potato. I feel like the potato inside joke is not something that everybody understands. And quite frankly, I don't even understand it entirely. It goes back, honestly, about a decade now. Throwaway account because I never thought I'd contribute to this page, but here we are. Also, all names are fake. Just the way I like it. I'm not trying to get sued. I don't want to get sued today. Would rather not.
Lawsuit has begun.
Hi, potatoes. Hey, bestie. I never thought I'd be posting here, but I'm at my breaking point. I'm getting married in 6 weeks to James, 30 male, who I genuinely love. When did you post this? 15 days ago. Is this gonna go up in time? Maybe not, but hopefully you hear this in time. He's kind, funny, supportive, or at least he was, until wedding planning turned into what feels like an extended episode of Mean Girls.
Why are you so obsessed with me?
With his mother, Karen, 56 female, playing the role of Regina George's older, scarier, passive-aggressive cousin.
God, Karen, you are so stupid.
Oh, goody. It's always been super non-confrontational. Like, I'm the kind of person who says, oh no, it's fine, when the waiter brings the wrong food because, like, I don't want to be a bother. I'm also this person.
Canadian.
I hate drama. I hate conflict. I'd rather swallow my feelings whole than deal with the awkwardness of an argument. But Karen is turning me into the kind of person who screams into pillows. I'm a pillow screamer. But I almost always get a zit the next day.
You've got a dirty pillow.
At first, I thought she was just the typical overbearing mother. You know, the no one is good enough for my son type. But this is different. She's not outright rude. It's worse than that because everything she does is wrapped in this
I'm just being helpful
package, which makes me feel crazy for even getting upset. At my bridal shower, she stood up and gave this heartfelt speech, ending with,
I always pictured James was someone more refined, but Sarah's so fun and casual.
fun and casual. Yeah, that's a little backhanded, I'm not gonna lie. A little backhanded.
You know, I always thought of someone a little more classy for my son. But you'll do. You're okay.
The sons are always
It really
sacks of
keeps
garbage,
things
too.
Interesting.
Who
the
the
whole room
fuck
laughed, and I
you
sat there
think
wondering
you
if anyone
gave
else
birth
felt
to the
the
fucking
secondhand sting.
Albert
She's part of
Einstein
this little
out your
clique of
dumbass?
family
Nah,
friends.
girl.
Think adult
cool moms
who wear matching yoga gear and drink wine like it's their personality trait. Oh, I know the type, bestie. They probably wear Lululemon or Aloe. They make me feel like an outsider at my own engagement events. I swear, it's like I'm back in high school trying to sit at the lunch table with girls who pretend they don't hear me. Oh, they hear you, baby girl. They're just choosing not to. She gifted me a book called The Art of Being a Good Wife. When I awkwardly laughed, she said,
Oh, it's just a little joke. But marriage can be challenging for women who've been so career-focused. Thought you'd appreciate it.
I always think that people who gift like self-help books, it's very backhanded. You gotta do it properly, you know? Like if someone gifted me Ego is the Enemy, for example, I'd be like, what you trying to say, bestie? What you trying to say to me? Like, what am I supposed to be grateful? The Art of Being a Good Wife. A Guide to Nurturing Your Marriage. A book by a man. Some qualities of a good wife include respect. Respecting your husband's needs to feel respected can help him respond lovingly toward you. This is just the Spark Notes version of it. Being able to communicate openly and effectively with your husband can help strengthen your relationship. Being supportive and trusting in your husband can help him achieve his goals and be the best version of himself. Being kind and showing appreciation for your husband can help strengthen your relationship. This is all about the husband. So this is literally all just about pleasing the husband.
Yep.
At a family dinner, she glanced at my plate and said,
Wow, you're not one of those brides obsessed with crash dieting, huh? Good for you.
So she just called you fat. Got it.
Cool.
She food shamed you.
Yep.
I didn't even know how to respond because was that a compliment? An insult? Both?
Are you insulting me?
Yeah, she's like, honestly, she's an artist at these backhanded compliments. She constantly forgets basic things about me. She introduces me to people like I'm an afterthought.
This is James' fiance, Sarah, right? She works with numbers or something.
Like she forgot your name? I'm a data analyst. I've told her this multiple times. She just doesn't care to remember. She sounds like a peach. The worst part? James doesn't see it. Yeah, because I'm sure that she maybe doesn't do it in front of him, or
Because she
maybe
caters
he's so
to her
used to it,
baby,
he doesn't
and he
see,
agrees with
or
it.
maybe he's just pandering to her. I don't know. Every time I try to talk to him, he says,
That's just how she is.
Or
she doesn't mean it like that.
He's not a mama's boy. He's just blind to the subtle stuff because he's grown up with it. And to be fair, women who are like this don't really treat men like this. That's reserved for other women, that kind of treatment. My family, they're the keep the peace type. My mom literally said,
She's probably just nervous about losing her son. Don't take it personally.
okay, but why does her anxiety have to become my emotional punching bag? Oh, it doesn't. The only person who's been truly in my corner is my maid of honor, Lena. She's the kind of friend who would fight a bear for me. She's witnessed Karen's behavior firsthand and has even called her out in the most polite, cutting way imaginable. Basically my hero. Right, because like, I was even just talking about this to my psych. I think women are much more emotionally focused than men. Not more emotional, just like much more perceptive about certain behaviors. Because we've witnessed it firsthand, okay? Like we've all met a woman who is like this. And you only recognize it until you've seen it yourself. Men tend to be like almost like ignorance is bliss sort of thing. Like they don't seem to be as like quick to see a threat in the same way that women are. But like make no mistake, when you sense that there's some sort of threat or like the energy is just off, girl, you're right. You're right. You're right. I'm telling you right now, you're right. She's also been gently trying to push me towards standing up for myself. I would actually like kind of agree with her.
Stand up for yourself.
You're also sort of like letting her talk to you this way. Not to say you deserve it. It's almost like she thinks you're too weak to stand up for yourself, so she just sees you as an easy target. And maybe if you did, she'd respect you a little more. This kind of reminds me of like Matthew McConaughey's wife and how his mother-in-law absolutely hated his wife for the longest time until she, you know, talk back to her, and then all of a sudden now they're besties. That's what I think of when I think of this. Now here's the thing. I've seriously considered calling off the wedding, but the idea of doing that, absolutely terrifying. Not just because I love James, but because dealing with the fallout sounds like my worst nightmare. The awkward conversations, the disappointment, the feeling of having failed, it's enough to make me want to crawl under a blanket and never come out. I can totally agree with you on that. I just also feel as though I really wish your husband, or your future husband rather, was a little more, like affirmed you a little more.
Landed in my balls.
Because you're not crazy. You're not. You know, it also would probably help if he said something too, and it wasn't just up to you to stand up for yourself.
Talk to your mother.
Standing up to a bully is hard. When bullies feel like they're wrong, and they feel wrong because other people, like, you know, you've got backup, right? You're not as easy of a target anymore. That's why I feel so strongly about like when someone is getting bullied, I tend to be on the side of the person who's getting bullied, because I never had anybody that stepped up for me, because I know that all it would have taken for the bullying to stop would be for someone to stand up for me. So I always try to be that person, because that's literally all it takes for a bully to back off. At the same time, I'm scared of walking down the aisle with this giant pit in my stomach, knowing I ignored every red flag because I was too afraid to speak up. So, potatoes, am I overreacting? Is this normal wedding stress that everyone deals with? There's a difference between an overbearing mother-in-law and a mother-in-law that really just doesn't like you at all. Even if she doesn't like you, she's got to bite her tongue and suck it up, because she's not marrying you at the end of the day.
It's always about the mother.
Or am I ignoring something that's only going to get worse after the vows are said? I need opinions from people who aren't biased, because I feel like I'm losing my mind here. Yes, ending the wedding at this point, I think is extreme, but like, I do feel as though I don't like how your husband is handling this. I don't like that he's not sticking up for you at all. And I don't like that this mother-in-law has just like literally gone balls to the wall. She could be like overtly mean, but she does it in like a sneaky way. I almost feel like she's trying to get rid of you. Like she's trying to make it so difficult for you so that you second guess like everything. I don't think that she wants you to marry her son. Okay, we do have an update. Hey potatoes, I wanted to give you an update, and things have definitely shifted in the past day. After reading through all the comments, it was clear I had to talk to James first, but I'll be honest, I needed a boost. So before talking to James, I called my brother for his perspective. I thought he'd be on my side, but he gave me a reality check instead. He said he couldn't believe I was seriously considering canceling the wedding over a few comments from my mother-in-law. He told me if that was the only reason I was planning to cancel something so huge as a wedding, I needed to take a serious step back. He basically told me that no one is perfect, and relationships, especially marriage, involve compromise.
Oh.
I mean, yeah, not compromise in this respect though. Like lots of compromises to like toward the greater good. But at the end of the day, if you don't have a partner who, you know, is willing to back you up when you're hurting, I feel like that's a much wider issue. He said the wedding is a huge deal and I shouldn't rush to make a decision over something that could be worked through. I mean, you could try. You could definitely try to talk to her and talk to your fiance. Then he said something that hit home.
This is how you always are. You have no opinions until the very last moment, and you freak out when you realize how it's actually a problem and won't go away just because you don't react to it.
I didn't realize that this was a problem, but looking back, wow, he was so right. And honestly, I didn't realize I had a pattern of letting things build up until I can't take it anymore and then I panic. That's something I need to work on. I mean, I would say to a certain degree, I kind of get not reacting because it might not be like a you look for patterns, right? Like one person can make like a passive aggressive comment, and it doesn't mean that that's how they feel about you or who they are. Over time, you start to realize that that's who that person is. So I feel like acting kind of, you know, I also like probably would approach it in the same way, because you really don't know until you have more information how someone feels about you or how you feel about them. But I agree. I think that maybe there could have been maybe some boundary setting on your part up until now. And if those boundaries were not respected, then I would, you know, absolutely say, like, you need to really reconsider this marriage. But anyways, let's carry on.
Carry on my wayward son.
After that conversation, I went straight to James. I'm terrible at confrontations and I tend to get emotional, so I decided to write him a letter and get everything off my chest. I told him how hurt I was by his mom's comments, how I felt unsupported when he didn't take me seriously, and how worried I was about moving forward with the wedding if things don't change. When we sat down after he read it, he told me how hurt he was that I jumped straight into thinking about canceling the wedding without talking to him first. He felt blindsided, like I didn't give him a chance to be a part of the conversation. Again, wow, you guys were so right about actually talking it through with him. I mean, I think that you did try to tell him, though. That's why it's like, I understand him feeling like,
I really wish that you talked to me.
I think that you tried to talk to him. Maybe he didn't realize how serious it was for you. He admitted he didn't realize how much his mom's behavior was affecting me. He agreed that it wasn't okay, good, and he shouldn't have brushed off my feelings. At the same time, he explained how much he loved his mom and how worried he is about making things worse if he steps in too hard. Still, he promised he would back me up when I need him. Okay, I feel like this is good. This is good, right? I don't know, I'm not satisfied with that. I might just... You can't just let people walk all over you and the people that you love because you're worried about confrontation. It's clear to me that now I've been expecting James to handle things with his mom that I need to address myself. I can't rely on him to fix everything. I need to step up and handle some of this on my own. Okay, good. I like that. Next, we're planning on having a private conversation with his mom. I'm not sure how much it will help, but having James there for support can only make things easier. Thanks again, Potatoes, for all your advice. You really helped me find the courage to have these tough conversations. And I talked to him about a couples therapy. He felt we didn't need it, but we booked a session just to see if it would help. I'm not sure what the conversation with Karen would be like, but like everyone pointed out, I should deal with it first instead of imagining the worst and suppressing it. Okay, good. Not sure what that looks like, and even just writing this is making me hyperventilate. Aw, and I want to puke, but as I've been advised so many times by you guys, that's the right thing to do. Okay, let's look at some of these responses. OP, I'm so sorry. Your fiance will never have your back, and your future mother-in-law will just get worse because he can't or won't set boundaries. It's time to have an honest conversation so he fully understands how serious this is for you. If he doesn't see the issue, then I think you have your answer. So this person quoted,
Every time I try to talk to him, he says that's just how she is, or she doesn't mean it like that.
I'm sorry, but it's not a mother-in-law problem. This is a fiance problem. That is not to say anything about her is good. It's not, but your problem is that hubby doesn't and will never have your back. This is gonna be your life. Baby names, whatever mom wants or doesn't want. She will ruin every single surprise you ever have. Every future celebration will be about her. Your house will be near them.
But babe, it makes more sense this way.
She will shove in the trash whatever food contributions you bring to Thanksgiving. She will gaslight you until you can't take it anymore and you'll be labeled the crazy one. I'd go further and say it's not even all on the fiance and mother-in-law. This is also on OP for letting it slide. Call her out on comments. What do you mean by that? Are you really trying to be nice? Because that sounded mean to me. You know what you do when someone makes like kind of like a passive-aggressive remark? And I learned this from my mother-in-law. Sorry, I don't understand. And you make them explain it. Do it in front of somebody else. So they have to explain what they meant in front of somebody else. Makes them feel stupid and mean. All right, we have one hell of an update here. My mother-in-law is a nightmare. And now the wedding is canceled. Not by me. Hey potatoes! Well, I'm back with one last update, and trust me, I didn't see this one coming either. Strap in, because it's a ride. First, thank you to everyone who supported me through my last post. Reading your comments made me feel so validated, and honestly, it gave me the push I needed. So here's what happened after that. James and I decided it was time to have the dreaded talk with Karen. I wasn't exactly thrilled, but we both knew we couldn't keep ignoring it. Spoiler, it went about as well as you'd expect. Let me guess, she played the victim and she gaslit you. We sat down and explained how her constant digs and helpful comments were hurtful and unnecessary. She, of course, denied everything.
I'm just being honest. You're too sensitive.
And my personal favorite,
I'm only trying to help you be a better wife.
Yeah, she actually said that. It's all the same, eh? They're all the same. James tried to back me up, but every time... See, this is another reason why, like, I have conflict resolution issues. It's because every time, a lot of the time, when I've tried to resolve conflict, this is an actual disorder, eh? I've been diagnosed, apparently.
You're probably...
When I've tried to resolve conflict, it has not gone well. You hope that people apologize, that they hear you out, that, you know, there's this like, almost like it brings you closer. And I've never really met too many people who I've been able to have like an honest conversation with, tell them how I feel, and they really genuinely hear me out and apologize. And, you know, they might come up with an excuse or two, but a lot of the time people gaslight. They gaslight, they make you feel like you're the one, like your reaction to them is the problem. It's not. Like having this issue with conflict resolution, also feeling like you can't ever resolve conflict because most people don't ever listen to you or try to resolve that conflict themselves, it makes it hard for you to have conflict in the first place in your life. So James tried to back me up, but every time he did, she pulled the whole
So you're choosing her over your own mother?
guilt trip.
Yes. Yes, I am.
It was exhausting. After an hour of going
Yeah.
in circles, we realized nothing was going to change. Honestly, I've never seen James so irritated in my life. So we just stopped responding. No calls, no texts, nothing. And let me tell you, Karen did not take it well. She left endless voicemails, sent passive-aggressive texts, and even showed up at our place once. We didn't let her in. God, I've never seen her so pissed off. I'll be honest, I was so happy about how I was actually getting to her. Nothing I said seemed to annoy her as much as not reacting to her did. Yeah, I mean, she's not getting her way probably for the first time ever, right? We expected some fallout, but what happened next? We never saw it coming. Karen got into a massive argument with another family member. We're still not 100% clear what sparked it. Something about money, family heirlooms, who knows? But it escalated fast. And then the cops got involved.
What?
Find us, Barnett? Yeah. Actual
Pardon?
police. From what we pieced together, Karen lost it. We're talking threats, some property damage, and just complete chaos. Next thing we knew, there were legal charges being filed. It still doesn't feel real. Wait, against Karen? Karen has the legal charges? James and I were floored. My parents couldn't believe it either. My mom kept saying, we knew she was difficult, but this? Yeah. Same. I still can't believe she did something like this. It seems so different from usual. Well, I mean, she kind of seems like a bully, though. She kind of seems like a bully, and she seems like someone who, when confronted and when she doesn't get her way, she would do anything it takes to get her way. So it actually doesn't surprise me that she would get physical. I honestly think this is something more than the small issue everyone is making it seem like, because she actually got physical. With all this going on, the wedding quickly became the least of our worries. After a lot of long talks and even longer silences, because how do we react to this, James and I decided to cancel it. Oh. Okay, well, I'm glad that you, in the end, it kind of seems like you're not the villain. How could anyone think you're the villain now? We canceled not because we don't love each other, we do, but we need time to process everything, figure out boundaries, and honestly just breathe. Yeah, I wouldn't want that kind of surrounding my wedding either. We're still together and we're starting therapy, both individually and as a couple. There's a lot to unpack and we both need to heal from this. So yeah, that's where we're at. Your advice and support got me through some really tough moments. This is my last update, but I'll always be grateful for this little corner of the internet. Oh, I'm glad to hear. I'm so glad that like this subreddit has like not only become a source of entertainment for you guys, but also like, I don't know, a source for you guys to like support each other through your tough times. Cause like I can't get to every story. I really can't. It's nice that you guys are still in here supporting each other and like helping each other through your problems. Like that makes me really, really happy. You can secretly get legally married and then have the fancy reception after the wedding ceremony just for show when you're ready. That's what I did and it was perfect. It worked for us. Yeah, I mean, you could just elope. Maybe, you know, a nice like extended honeymoon is exactly what you guys need in addition to some therapy, but sounds like everyone's just like, just do it, get married. If you really want to get married, then have a friend do it or go down to the courthouse. However, based on your post, I'd be wary of getting legally tied to that psycho mother-in-law. Waiting might be the smartest thing for you to do right now. I mean, that is a very good point. I like that you ended up not being the villain here. I like that you guys are still together. I like that he has been enlightened by who she really is. It's just, how do you move forward right now? That's the question. That's the big question mark, right? I'm happy to hear, I mean, it ended up being that you canceled the wedding anyway, but for external factors, at least it's not over, you know, not loving your fiance. My mom just told me we need to put our stimulus money under the mattress because we can't let the government know that we have money by putting it into a bank. The money that the government sent us, the money they direct deposited directly into our bank account.
Genius, genius, genius.
It's always unfortunate when your in-laws are conspiracy theorists. Always a little unfortunate, you know what I mean? It's unfortunate when you don't agree with them politically. This mother-in-law, whose son-in-law should probably sleep with one eye open. My mother-in-law just served me this piece of cake.
I'm gonna kill you.
No, she didn't. Oh my gosh. Do you think that's on purpose? Of course, she's your mother-in-law. Of course it's on purpose. I can just picture her coming up to you like, here, sweetie. Hurt my daughter. Chop it off. I think I'll make a really fun mother-in-law. My mother-in-law is why you can't find paper goods. This is only one of 4 rooms. So she's the one that was buying up all the TP at the beginning of the pandemic, huh? She was the one getting into fights with people at Costco.
Oh my god, is that a sample?
That's a nice stash. Maybe she takes really, really monstrous poops. She's like, I can't be without it. I can't. This mother-in-law who dragged every single working millennial with the way she referred to her son-in-law's job. How mother-in-law communicates my profession in her annual holiday letter. I love watching her instill in blank disciplines I try to. Still works at home doing computer whatever. Just computer whatever. Those computer things. My mother-in-law was complaining that she couldn't get the coffee grinder to work. This is a pencil sharpener. Your point? And? In her defense, it does look like a coffee grinder and might actually do the same thing. Those beans are just looking a little big, you know what I'm saying? Maybe put some espresso. My mother-in-law, is this true? Spread the word, save a life. What's really in tattoo ink? Mold, rubella, tear gas, toxic hemp chemicals, viper venom, shards of glass, sharp, anthrax flakes, addiction, bodily fluids of Mexican cannabis manufacturers, 91.5% pure sin.
Oh, yes.
Rat poison, dihydrogen monoxide.
It's water.
You know, I think that you would like it to be true, but it's not. Posted by my dear sweet mother-in-law. You don't need a billboard to see her coming. Love yourself as much as you love toxic men with I agree with this one. I agree with her. Okay, so next one, we're gonna watch a video that we've seen before on this channel, but honestly this video would not be without it. Karen objects at her own son's wedding.
You're not gonna say my son has flaws.
You can leave.
No, I don't have to leave. That dress you're wearing, we paid for.
Let's calm down.
You're not going to ruin my
You
day.
are not gonna say my son has flaws.
Everybody has flaws, and that's why I love them. You can leave,
Yeah,
Judy.
like you don't have flaws.
Judy.
You can get out of my wedding now.
I'm not leaving.
Yes,
That
you
dress
are.
you're wearing, I paid for.
Get out.
I'm not getting out. Try it, and I'll have you arrested.
Tony, get her out of here. This is not right.
Come on, Tony.
Oh my God.
This is not your day. It's
Wow.
not about you. No, but she's not gonna have flaws about my son.
Well, that's gonna be a really fun relationship. Imagine having the audacity to interrupt your own son's wedding vows to object to a wedding, to his wedding. Where do some people find the audacity? Like, do they find it at Walmart or something? It seems to be readily available, especially in this video. All right, settle down, kids. I'm finally ready to laugh at the story, so I figured I would share. Mother-in-law wore the dress I wanted as my wedding dress to my wedding.
How dare you? She's a nice lady.
My mother-in-law isn't quite horrible. She toes the line, but for the most part, she isn't interested in us, and we take that as a blessing. When we got engaged, she suddenly became interested because this woman loves a party. She went wedding dress shopping with me, and I found this gorgeous sheath dress, but I ultimately didn't feel comfortable in it. It's the type of dress that will cling to your tummy if you have one, but I was heartbroken and I loved it. Mother-in-law really liked it too, though I didn't know how much until I saw her wearing it on my wedding day. In her defense, she got rose gold, not white, but it was still a what the fuck moment for me. Okay, at least she didn't get the white one, okay? I thought that's where you were headed with this. It's still pretty mean. Oh my god. Well, it looks good on me, so. It's like those friends that like take the clothes that you love the most and then like totally ruin them. Or maybe they say, oh, but it looks so much better on me, honey. But to do it at your own wedding,
That's tacky.
we got married at her beach house, and I think mother-in-law thought it was some celebration of her vow renewal. She invited so many of her own friends, there was no room in the house for my guests, who she offered to house. She drank at the rehearsal dinner like it was some type of frat party, fell in the pool, and then made a very moving, sweet speech about how great father-in-law is. I barely got any sleep the night before the wedding because she had a drunken sleepover with her BFFs in the next room. And the morning of, she disappeared to go sunbathe, leaving me alone to organize the weddings she so desperately wanted. Mother-in-law spent my wedding fawning over her husband, all lovey-dovey like she was the bride, and posing under the flower arch in my crossed out her dress, which honestly looked killer on her. Aw, that's so nice of you still. I held on to that anger for a long time, but I was looking through some old pictures the other day and I'm finally ready to laugh, so let's shame my mother-in-law.
Big whoop. Wanna fight about it?
This video would not have been complete without this story, so I thank you for mustering up the courage to be able to laugh at it and share it on social media so we can laugh at it as well. So funny! Next monster. A toxic family stopped the wedding ceremony in the middle, saying it's custom. This is my parents' wedding. I wasn't around when I saw all the photos and heard the stories from both sides. It was an arranged marriage. My dad's parents had passed away some years ago, so his eldest brother and his wife arranged for the marriage. The problem is that dad was one of the discerning members in the family, and another of his brother's wife was against the marriage because she and her husband were unemployed, and a new member in the family will reduce their share.
What is wrong with you?
It all gets messy when the will comes out, doesn't it? So during the ceremony when my dad was going to put vermilion on my mother's forehead, Hindu wedding step, the sister-in-law stopped it saying the wedding is over and that's the family's custom. It wasn't. This is like stopping the wedding before I say I do. Well, it was fixed the day after by the elders in the family when my mom was made fun of as half-wed. She was too timid back then. Holy cannoli! Monster sister-in-law. Quite possibly even worse than a monster mother-in-law. Garlic is an offensive odor. Allow me to breathe in your face. Currently in an argument over the side dish my fiance and I chose for our wedding reception. We chose garlic mashed potatoes as a side. What are your thoughts about that? My mom hates the idea of garlic mash and wants us to swap our side dish for red skinned potatoes. Curious how you guys feel about it. I'm not married to the idea of garlic mash, but we had it at the tasting and it was yummy. Edit. Mom's argument. Garlic mashed potatoes is just not appropriate for the occasion. The wedding is an elegant affair and it will be tainted by the smell of garlic. The whole venue will smell of garlic, and that is anything but pleasant or elegant. We ask the guests to dress in formal attire and then subject them to the smell of garlic. We will be spending a few hours there. Eat it! Put some breathmins on the table or something? I don't know. Dude, garlic's delicious. Secret to good cooking is garlic and butter. It's all it takes. Wow. Feeling insecure from the flower girl, a kid. I wouldn't want her wearing one because even though she's just a little girl, it takes attention away from the bride and groom. It's disrespectful in my eyes. You mean attention away from the bride and groom or attention away from you? It's a bit weird. You feel outshined by a child. Mother-in-law wanted to wear this to the wedding. She told me it was my decision and then was surprised I picked something completely different. But she's not that mad because she offered to let me borrow her garter.
Ew, gross.
Like, do people not have some, like, a little bit of social decorum at all? Is that completely lacking in this society? Because I feel like this is like a trend. Like, it's floor length as well, you know what I'm saying? It's a bit weird. How my mother-in-law loads my dishwasher. How does someone like this even function as an adult? Okay, that's weird. Usually they're the ones that are really, really picky about how you, like, clean, you know? So that's odd. But then it's gonna, there's gonna be water in the bowl. Anyone else feel like the foreshadowing of Charlotte being a monster-in-law? Oh no, I'm never getting married. I'm just gonna be the cool aunt, you know what I mean? I'm just gonna be the cool aunt that shows up at the party and drinks the free liquor, probably jumps in the pool naked. Not a big deal. Put up with me. You love me, so you put up with me. My drunk mother-in-law ate all of the skin and leg off of the fried turkey before it was served. That's fair though. That's so fair. It's the best part. Oh my god. My mother-in-law eats one bite of a new banana every morning and leaves the rest on the counter in case anyone wants one. Oh no. Oh. Yummy. I just love eating your leftovers. Thank you for that. Hi, did you get your birthday card? Not yet. I'll check again. Call you in a bit. I sent it last Tuesday. I would never forget you on your birthday. Hope you're happy to let your spouse come between us. I thought we were closer than that. Love you forever. Merry frickin' Christmas. Hope I die before next year. No worries. That was a whirlwind of emotions, and that was all on the same day? What is happening? Oh my goodness.
Calm down. Nobody needs to calm down.
That's just totally mildly controlling. Just a little bit. This note that arrived with an Etsy order is the greatest thing that ever happened to me. WTF Peggy. Thank you. I hope my daughter-in-law packaged these up good. She can't do anything right. Peggy. What the hell, Peggy? Calm down. Peggy. Peggy's a savage. Dude. Chill. Mother-in-law shows up after 25 years and expects to be accepted as a grandmother. I'm a single father. I've raised my son alone because when he was just a few days old, his mother suddenly decided she didn't want a child anymore. She claims she's not ready to have a child and just refused to even feed him or hold him. I wanted to give her some time. I thought that maybe it's just postpartum or something. I was ready to be there for her, but she was serious. She packed her stuff and left the hospital. Her last words were that she wants to see neither me nor our son ever again. I haven't seen her since. And I kind of feel like the mother-in-law had something to do with it because during her pregnancy, she was talking all the time about how young her daughter is and how inappropriate of a moment this is for her to have a child. I don't have any proof. I can't tell anything for sure, but I feel like mother-in-law somehow secretly persuaded her to take this step for whatever reason.
But it was all her fault.
So I was left alone with an infant in my hands. It definitely wasn't easy. Oh gosh, that is so awful. I was just 21 years old and I had to leave college and work very hard to give my son everything he needed. Fortunately, I wasn't completely alone. It's interesting to hear this from like a single father's perspective because like I know there's a lot of single mothers who do this too. Not a lot of single fathers. Good for you for not giving up. There were people who helped me get through the hardest period. People who babysat him while I was working, who gave me advice on how to take care of a baby, and I'll forever be thankful to them. When he grew up a little, it became easier. I could send him to a kindergarten and work without asking people to take care of him while I'm not there. During all this time, I hope to hear from his mother. I hope she'd eventually come around and realize you can't just leave your child like a worthless piece of trash. But even though I had left her my contacts and she could call me or write me a letter or something, she didn't. I never heard from her. Oh, that is so hard. Oh my goodness. I'm so sorry. She never once used her rights to visit him. When he was little, he often asked me, why did his mother leave him? Oh no, that is so heartbreaking. No. Why didn't she want him? I'm dying. Oh no. The fields. I'm in my fields. Oh. I didn't know what to answer because I always tried not to speak badly of his mother in front of him.
Yeah, well, maybe you should have.
Now my son is 25. He's a hardworking, educated young man, and I'm so proud of him, and I'm proud of myself that I was able to raise him to be a good person. You should honestly give yourself a pat on the back, because that's not easy to do on your own. A lot of people would take a situation like that and use it as a reason to not try, use it as a reason to fail in life. You blame it on the parents, you blame it on your circumstances, whatever, but I'm really proud of you for sticking to it and raising a very, very wonderful young man.
Because that's what he always do.
We stopped talking about his mother a long time ago. It was his initiative. He was like, well, if she doesn't want to be with us, then it's her loss and there's nothing we can do about it, period. So recently, mother-in-law appeared on our doorstep. Okay. Without a call, without any kind of notification, she was just there and she'd come to visit her grandson. I couldn't believe my ears, and at first I almost didn't recognize her because so many years had passed. And she was behaving as if she was a caring grandmother who'd come to see her grandchild like she does all the time, not like she was gone for 25 years. It's interesting that she shows up after the child has already been raised. Like, I'm sorry, where were you when I needed a babysitter? When my son saw her, he didn't recognize her either. I've shown him pictures of his mother and his grandmother just in case they show up one day, but never really thought that they would. She ran up to him and hugged him just like a loving grandmother would, asking how he's doing and how big and beautiful he's become, and he pushed her away and looked kind of confused.
Go away!
I told him that's his grandmother who randomly showed up to visit him, and he was like, oh, and walked away from her. Those are some consequences, aren't they? Mother-in-law didn't take this reaction very well. I'm sorry, was he expecting you guys to just kiss and make up and carry on as if nothing happened? She looked at me and was like, what have you taught him if he doesn't say hello to his grandmother? You didn't show up for 25 years. That's not something that he taught him. He's looking at me as if I'm a stranger. That's because you are! You are, babe. He's never seen you before. Haven't you told him about his mother and me and shown him our pictures? Well, technically you are a stranger, mother-in-law. He had never seen you in person, so why are you so surprised? You show up out of thin air after 25 years when he's all grown up and expect him to treat you with love? Isn't it kind of delusional? I would say it is rather delulu. Delulu lemon, size extra, extra, extra large. My son said, Dad did show me your picture, but I needed no picture. I needed you to be there for me. Period! That's what's up! He was quite hateful with her, throwing question after question at her, and mother-in-law's responses were so incredibly narrow-minded, it looked like she wasn't expecting him to ask any questions. He asked her where his mother was, and mother-in-law was like, oh, she's doing very well. She's living together with a great man, and she has 2 nice kids. She's gotten over that misunderstanding about your bird. Sorry, what? Oh, yeah, she's doing great. She's got 2 kids and a nice man. I'm sorry, is that supposed to make him, like, happy for her? I thought she didn't want kids.
Hypocrisy, my friend.
She was acting as if her daughter was the victim here, as if we were the ones who left her. He asked, why did his mother abandon him? Mother-in-law said, well, she was such a young girl. It would be craziness for her to have a child at that age. She had her whole life ahead of her, and a baby would have only been an obstacle. You must understand it. She didn't want to lose her freedom.
What a load of crap.
Listen, I don't know the circumstances, but, like, it was 25 years, too. There was no contact with this son. There was no contact with the father. She clearly grew up to the point where she wasn't young anymore. Why couldn't she have shown up later in life? Honestly, her daughter was older than me when our son was born. She was 24. I don't think it's too early to have a child. It's not like she was 14 or something. Actually, age has nothing to do with it. I could have given up my son too. I was very young as well. That's what's up. Why is it up to you? Why does she only care about her own youth? But I didn't, because I loved him and I wanted to be his father. At this point, I wanted to show mother-in-law the door. Obviously, she wasn't welcome in our house, but my son stopped me. He had one more question. He asked why mother-in-law didn't want to be his grandmother. His mother left him. Fine, but why did mother-in-law leave too? Mother-in-law said, well, I had no time to take care of you. I was a young woman too. I had my life too. Oh, poor you. And grandkids are only obligated to take care of grandparents when they're old, and that's why I'm here. Oh, isn't that funny? Something tells me that's not gonna happen. The audacity! The delusion! Then my son told her to leave and never come back. He said he doesn't want to ever see her again and he won't help her with anything. As she was leaving, she attacked me like, that's what I thought. A man alone can't raise a proper human being. Oh, right? Okay, so then where were you? Such a rude and impolite boy. He would have turned out better in an orphanage than with you.
Get the fuck out of here.
I don't think so. It's funny that you're making judgments about how he's choosing to raise his son when you literally were not there at all. According to mother-in-law, the conclusion is don't have children while you're young, or if you do, feel free to leave them and then come back a few decades later and they'll love you even though they have never received any kind of care from you. But seriously, what was she expecting? A meal ticket, babe. That's all kind of messed up. Hella delulu. I commend you, sir. I know that you're just an anonymous Redditor, but I commend you for not giving up and for, you know, sticking with it and raising this young man to be a stand-up gentleman like yourself. Good on ya, mate. I like how there's an entire Reddit thread just about delusional mother-in-laws. Why are they all so delulu? Husband somehow got me to agree to host my mother-in-law and foster baby, father-in-law, and sister in our home with 2 littles and a dog. So mother-in-law arrives with 4 suitcases for a 1-week stay. Oh. Were they full of hats? Lots of hats, eh?
Hats, hats, hats.
I let it go. I don't have to unpack her, so I don't care. She sets up in the guest suite above the garage because I've just successfully sleep trained my children, and I will walk out of this house and never come back if someone f***s that up. Oh, you put her in the garage, eh? I lived in a garage once. It wasn't fun. Oh, those were the days. Everyone else is in the main house and knows that there's silent hours between 7 and 7, and I have a knife. No problems. There's little comments here and there about my son likes his potatoes like this, and I make my stuffing this way, to which I just hand her whatever cooking tool I was using and say, thanks for taking over, I appreciate it, and take a nap. I feel like you've got this down to a science. Put her in the garage so you don't have to see her, and then give her whatever cooking tool you're using if she complains about the cooking. Love it. Love it. It's been a great time. I'm not even kidding. I've gotten so many naps. Christmas Day arrives and I'm cooking up a storm, singing my Jewish heart out to Christmas music. The tree is trimmed, the stockings are full of whatever MLM my mother-in-law has bought into. Last year, all of our colons were squeaky clean. Wait, your colons?
Why'd it have to be colon?
What is that? Okay, all right. You're not gonna elaborate? All right. Father-in-law is already drunk. Good times, many blessings. We have a delicious Christmas brunch and she even praises my cinnamon rolls. I bought them. Don't you guys say a word to her. Kids are all excited for gifts. We open, we thank, We say, oh, that's too much. I love your writing, babe. So creative. And then thump, thump, thump. 3 of mother-in-law's suitcases come rolling in. Husband kindly asked me to stop speculating that there's a body in there. I mean, that's a fair assumption. I'm not gonna lie. She then proceeds to open up the suitcases and alas, no body. Just clothes. An entire new wardrobe. From underthings to coats, boots to slippers, new socks even. All for me. For you, the tags are still on, all in a size I haven't been in or would want to be in since middle school. Ta-da! It's your goal clothes. She even did spirit fingers. Your goal clothes. Absolutely not. You mean to tell me that this mother-in-law bought you an entire new wardrobe of small clothing that you cannot fit into to encourage you to lose weight? Ain't that a kicker? I was at first gonna be like so happy about it. I was like, oh wow, she bought you a new wardrobe. That is so
Sell
nice.
it.
Why is she even in this video? Oh, I see. This woman bought me a whole new wardrobe as if our house had burned down or something. I'm very comfortably a size 12 to 14, and I'm happy to lose 20 pounds eventually, but I'm never gonna fit into a size 4. Buddy, I have never been a size 4. I went from like a baby to a size 6. And especially when you get to a point where you're like older, your hips are a lot wider, you know? That's just kind of what happens
I'm like,
with women's
I'm
bodies.
good
They get
being like a
wider.
6'8".
A lot of women, not all women, but
If I
many
want
of
to be
us. She's
comfy
beaming with her
AF,
wrinkly
I'll go
smoker's
in at
mouth. She
10.
left the tags on purpose. I know her cheap wants me to blow up and she'll just return it. Wow, is that what is going on here? She just wants you to get mad? So I smile and hug her and exclaim over them. I bring them into my room and cut off all the tags. She's watching me like a hawk. Oh, that's diabolical. The next day, I pack the clothing up. All professional garb and super pretty cocktail dresses. Because me, living in leggings and hoodies and sundresses is somehow unappealing and unacceptable. I thump, thump, thump the luggage down the stairs, wave to her, and I bring the entire thing to a woman's shelter. And that, my friends, is how it's done. I come back and she's ready to start her screaming. I go up to her and hug her again and tell her she's changed so many women's lives with those clothes. It'll be easier for them to find work. I tell her she's a good person, generous, kind, skinny. Yeah.
With Asana, you can manage any kind of work, from project intake to campaign management to strategic planning or anything else your team works on. Asana works for you. Try for free today. Asana.com.
No!
Icing on top. You're so skinny, babe. You look like a supermodel.
You're perfect,
Some
you're
of them-
beautiful, you look like Linda Evangelista, you're a model.
We watch a movie as a family. She left last night looking miserable. I've been celebrating with Chinese food, as you should, babe. Happy New Year's, my friends. May your mother-in-law's time be short and your husband's in the will. Incredible! Why do we gotta be so passive-aggressive about it? Why do you gotta live up to, like, the evil mother-in-law, monster-in-law standard? I just don't get it. If you want to see your grandkids, you'll back the f*** off and let me eat my cinnamon bun. Mother-in-law gifted me laser tattoo removal for my birthday. I don't want them removed. Yikes. Why do they all do this passive-aggressive gift? Oh my god! It's kind of like a mother-in-law getting you a scale, you know? Like if you smell bad, they like get you like perfume. It's like, oh babe, you need this. I just wanted to get you something you need. I got you a subscription at Weight Watchers. Just found the subreddit, had to share this story. My husband, 43 male, and I, 31 female,
Mine
have been
always
married
brought
for
me
3
shit I was
years,
allergic to.
together for 6. Obviously, there's
just
an
like-
age gap between my husband and I, which has never been an issue for us. My mother-in-law, however, has greatly disapproved and likes to talk to me like I'm a rebellious teenager instead of her son's life partner. A big issue for her is the fact that I have tattoos. I love all my tattoos. They're well done and a huge part of my identity. I can't imagine myself without them, and my husband loves how they look on me. Mother-in-law made a few comments while we were dating, but my husband told her privately to drop it. Why does it matter? It's not like she's dating you. You got a problem with tattoos, just don't get them. That's like the narcissism, you know? She doesn't want her friends to talk about the fact that her daughter-in-law is like a rebel, a goth, a delinquent with tattoos. She's probably part of a gang. 3 years ago, my husband and I hosted our families for my birthday dinner. It was our first big get-together after getting married, and everyone was nice enough to bring me a gift. I was gonna open them after everyone left, but mother-in-law handed me an envelope at dinner and insisted I open it immediately. Oh no, in front of everyone? That is so embarrassing. For her, not you, babe. Her.
Well, that's embarrassing.
Inside was a card and a gift certificate to a local tattoo removal business for $500. I was confused and asked her what this was for. She said that since I was a married woman now and planning to have kids, she assumed I would want my tattoos removed.
Wrong.
I'm sorry. What does she think tattoos are? Like a stamp? You know, just like, me, I'm eligible. How do those two things correlate? I don't get it. Both my husband and I were kind of taken aback and stunned. I half-heartedly thanked her and the party continued. Later, my husband called her and told her off. She refused and insisted I would want it someday. Oh, why is it your business? It has nothing to do with you. Mother-in-laws are experts in not minding their business. In being in everyone's dang business but their own. 3 years later, her $500 is sitting in my kitchen junk drawer. Junk drawer? A junk drawer? A junk drawer. Say that 5 times fast. Junk drawer, junk drawer, junk drawer, junk drawer, drawer. Junk drawer. And I've added 3 more tattoos to the collection. Yes! Yes, queen! I was hoping that you would get more tattoos. Why not? Get a face tat. Get a nice little tramp stamp. Just an obscene one, you know? Like, make her so uncomfortable. Mother-in-law falsely accuses father-in-law on our wedding day, then was removed from the venue after insulting me for my health issues. Interesting, interesting. Ooh, I kicked you, sorry. I got some Uggs on. They're really fat. They're big booties. For context. Love context. My mother-in-law left her sons, then got divorced from my father-in-law when my husband and his brother were very young. And they lived almost full-time with their dad. Their mom bounced around all over the place and was in and out of their lives until they were teenagers and she met her now husband, which is when she finally stopped being verbally and physically her. Can't say that on YouTube, but it's... They didn't particularly enjoy their time with their mom. She often talks crap about their dad and makes up stories to try and gain sympathy. My husband, 28, and I have only seen her about 20 times or so in the last 7 years we've been together. She's hard to be around for a list of reasons boiling down to she's very negative and she's great at twisting stories, especially stories from the past. I know this post is long and I'm sorry for that. Oh, don't apologize, Bessie. I love a long post.
Never apologize, mister.
I love a long story. I cut a lot of details and tried to summarize as much as possible. But if you've ever had a mother-in-law like mine, or just really enjoy toxic mother-in-law stories, you might enjoy this read too. I think I will. Before our wedding, I was getting ready in the bridal suite with my bridesmaids and the other family members when my mother-in-law waltzed in. She said she wanted to hang out with me before the ceremony, so I sat down and talked to her for a minute. When mother-in-law was done going on about how excited she was for her big day too, she praised her boys for becoming the men they are today and said that she raised them right and was happy they turned out so well despite their dads towards her and them.
Please don't do this.
I was so dumbfounded, I just meekly said, "Excuse me." She said, "Oh, you didn't know that?" Like a teenage mean girl gloating to her ex-best friend that the boy she likes is going to prom with her instead. I don't like where this is going. To clarify, my father-in-law never hurt anyone, let alone his ex-wife and sons. Ooh, that's a difficult game to be playing. That is not a game we want to play. It's funny how she's projecting. When mother-in-law said the harush toward her and the boys was the reason she left, that she didn't want her boys to be around that, I had enough. Her lies were getting so big she wasn't even able to follow logic anymore to make it make sense. I stopped her and said I was sorry for what she went through, but asked if we could talk about it later because I only wanted to talk about happy things that day, period, as you should. She says she understood that, but she felt like she needed to warn me before I officially started calling them family, and that I should be careful about what I believe because
my boys make up lies about me and were brainwashed by their dad.
Interesting that she chose your wedding day to like come and warn you about these things. Like, what does she want you to do? Just like leave? I told mother-in-law I'm sorry, but I wasn't comfortable with the conversation and tried to end things there. But mother-in-law wouldn't let me go. She talked about how she used to be close with my husband's ex and she wanted us to be like that. My sister couldn't hear any more of this, so she walked over and told me we needed to finish getting ready and suggested that mother-in-law go visit her son in the groom's quarters. Mother-in-law insisted she would rather stay. Ooh, she kind of sounds like a dark cloud just ready to on your parade. The expression is rain on your parade, but I like the image of poo-poo more. I told her I really appreciated spending time with her before the wedding, but I wanted to spend some time alone with just my family and my bridesmaids to finish getting ready. And I'm sure my husband would like to see her too. Mother-in-law looked at me like I had just spit in her face and offended her entire ancestral line. I unknowingly opened her floodgates of fury. She accused me of poisoning her son against her. Oh, that took a turn. I thought we were like
besties.
I thought you guys were like
BFF
in the bridal suite. That I'm the reason he never visits or calls. I wouldn't go that far. I said that's not how my husband and I see it, and we could all talk about that later, but I would really appreciate it if she left the bridal suite for now. Mother-in-law went on about how messed up it is that I'm stopping a son from seeing his mother, and I'm an insult to women for treating her this way, especially since she was a victim. It doesn't really, there's a time and a place to be talking about stuff like this, even if she was a victim. Someone else's wedding day is not that day.
Daddy, chill.
What have I said before on this channel? Do not bring problems to the bride on her wedding day. Ever. My sister called her horrible for saying such terrible and inappropriate things and said no one believes her lies. The room went dead silent. Period. Oh, so that shut her up. Mother-in-law accused me of talking crap about her to my family, but I was done holding my tongue. I told mother-in-law it's not that I don't believe her, it's that I didn't want to be standing in our wedding venue in my wedding dress speaking ill of my father-in-law. I wanted this to be a happy day, but I was starting to get upset, and I wanted her to leave the bridal suite for now. Fair boundary. It's interesting how you express a boundary to certain people and they just do not respect that. She was still accusing me of alienating her son against her when my husband and brother-in-law walked through the door with a bridesmaid who had left to get them. The cavalry is here! I was so relieved to see my husband. I didn't even care about the fact that our first look picture was now ruined. He asked what was going on, so mother-in-law turned on the crocodile tears and said she didn't know how things escalated so much. Classic playing the victim.
You're not a victim. Not at all.
She was only trying to have an honest talk with me, and the next thing she knew, I was trying to kick her out of the wedding. I wouldn't say that that's an honest talk. I would say that's more of a talking about her family and trying to convince you not to marry into it. I would say that's what she was doing. She said, "I'm so sorry, honey, but I just feel like I'm always being excluded from things and I just couldn't take that from her, not today." I think she respectfully told you before you got irate that she didn't want that kind of energy around her. And I think that is a fair boundary to express. I reassured him I was not trying to kick her out of the wedding. I only asked her if she would leave the bridal suite while I was getting ready because I was feeling uncomfortable with the topic she was discussing, and she wasn't dropping it like I asked. I mean, yeah, you kind of only told her to leave after you said that, please don't talk about this, it's my wedding day, I'd rather only talk about, happy things today. I want to feel, happy. I was in near tears, oh, bestie, from the situation and my anxiety. So my husband asked what exactly made me so upset. I told him I didn't want to talk about it right now. My husband asked his mom to apologize to me for now, and she said she would, after I apologized to her first. I told her I was sorry she was hurting, but that's all I was going to apologize for now. She briefly reverted back to her toddler days, waving her arms around in a temper tantrum.
Do you see how rude and disrespectful she is to me? Your dad and her turned you both against me.
My brother-in-law cut her off, asking what their dad has to do with this. My sister said that he didn't want to know, and she didn't even want to repeat the things she said about him. My husband asked if that's what upset me, and mother-in-law insisted she felt she had to warn me about him before we had any kids. It's gonna be a no from me, dog. My husband said that was ridiculous because no one's talked to her about having kids yet. She said she knew my health issues would make it hard for me to get pregnant. Absolutely not! What is your problem? And maybe that's a sign I wasn't meant to become a mom because I would be a horrible mom after the way I treated her. You're done. And if it turns out I'm barren, she hopes my husband will take a step back to look at all the other red flags he ignored. Oh dear. What a high stress situation. This is literally the exact opposite about what this the bridal suite is a very symbolic thing, you're surrounded by the women in your life, they're uplifting you, you're all getting ready for this, honestly, one of the most important days of your life. It's supposed to be this very uplifting, nurturing experience. It's not supposed to be an excuse to talk about people and bring this negative energy. It's an absolutely not from me. My husband said the only red flags he ignored were hers, and that stops today. He chewed her out for insulting me and trying to use my health issues against me. He called her out for her negative comments and selfish and manipulative behavior, and said that's why they don't make more of an effort. Yeah, This is the thing about being like a negative person. There's a lot of people who thrive on negativity. You know, misery loves company, that kind of. Sometimes people just genuinely don't want to be around that. It's so draining to have a friend or someone in your life that is like so unbelievably negative all the time, and they just can't see that, like, you know, maybe in their mind they're trying to connect with you or whatever, but at the same time, not everybody wants to be around that all the time. They want to be around people that uplift them. It was all I could do to try to hide my smile when he told her he wasn't gonna let her try to rewrite history anymore. She was like a deer caught in headlights, but her surprised Pikachu face quickly dropped when my husband told her if our wedding day wasn't important enough for her to keep her comments to herself for once, then he didn't want her at that wedding anymore.
I chose Wix for my business because of its massive scope for functionality and freedom of creation. Being able to...
The magma! The liquid hot magma that was building inside my mother-in-law's volcano finally erupted. She yelled,
No, we couldn't do this to her, that she deserves to be here.
Like, these people are all trying to tell you, Miss Mother-in-Law, to change your behavior, or to at least just kind of like reserve that kind of talk for a day that's not a wedding day. And you're not listening.
Stamp a double stamp. You can't triple stamp a double stamp, Lord.
How frustrating. She cried about how unfair this was, and she didn't want to miss our big day. That it'll be one more thing she's excluded from, and she just can't take it. Okay, well, if you don't want to be excluded from things, maybe you need to listen to other people when they're telling you they don't like your behavior. She tried saying again she has nothing but good intentions, and she couldn't believe this was happening. But my brother-in-law wasn't having any of it. He said it was clear that she wanted to make a big scene to show us how upset she was, so she would stop everything and dote on her. Yeah, she's trying to make it about her, honestly. Like, she's trying to make this day about her. Even the comment about being like,
her big day
and stuff like that. This is not her wedding. This is not about her and her problems and how everybody hurts her and how she's the victim. Like, this is supposed to be a happy day. All she did was remind us why we don't pick up the phone and make more of an effort. My husband and brother-in-law never stand up to their mom because she lives far enough away and we only see her a few times a year. The thing is also, like, sometimes when you stand up to people like this, they literally just, like, don't hear you. Like, not listening. I'm not listening. They play the victim, and then you feel bad, and then, you know, like, you realize that you can't express boundaries with certain people, which is why you kind of cut off contact, because it's like, you're trying to communicate, and the communication is only one-sided, and everybody plays the victim and doesn't take responsibility. It's just easier to not. She lives far enough away, and we only see her a few times a year. They never really set any boundaries with her. They find it easier to deal with her toxic behavior in the moment and just move on. So witnessing all of this was like a beautiful Haley's comment for me. I know this is like super negative, and maybe she's like, you know, in some ways kind of ruined this moment for you, but I also feel like this kind of had to happen. When mother-in-law said she wasn't leaving until they worked it out, my sister opened the door connecting the venue to the bridal suite and stepped away to make room for 2 security guards. Whoop! To show up. I smiled and winked at my sister, who gave me a thumbs up. Mother-in-law was still crying and begging my husband to let her stay, but he said the damage had been done. She turned to the security guards and said they couldn't kick her out because she's the mother of the groom. I beg to differ. My husband corrected her and asked her to leave. Security asked her to go with them, and she gave us all dirty looks, then started hyperventilating her protests. My husband asked her to please leave again and told her that he'd give her a call after some time. She gave my husband one last dirty look and said he'd regret this before finally walking out with security. Ooh. Something tells me there's a part 2, my friends. I know this was long. If you're still here, thank you for reading it through. My husband and I are going to take some time before he reaches out to her. I'm really on the fence if I even want a relationship with her after all that. Would you leave the door open for her or try to work it out? Or would you steer clear of her altogether? I actually feel like it's quite common for people to not only gaslight but play the victim when they feel attacked. Doesn't always mean that they're like a narcissist. It's more of just like a feeling of like, you know when you like tell a little kid that they've done something wrong and they're just kind of like, and they start crying. It's kind of like that. I think that this was a very heightened situation. It might be worth talking to her once everything has calmed down and you could give her like a chance to apologize, but I wouldn't hold your breath. I wouldn't hold your breath. Lots of people are saying steer clear, she's a nutcase. And lots of people are saying cut off all forms of communication with that awful human being and stay far away from her. I mean, yeah, I think that it's easier said than done to do that with regards to like a mother-in-law, future grandmother, or whatever. If things calm down and she still doesn't take any responsibility for her actions, then you cut her off. I'm not saying that you shouldn't do that, but like maybe give her like one more chance to explain herself, and then if you know you really can't reach a resolution, I have a feeling that you won't, but let's look at the update. Holy cow, that was my first ever Reddit post and I did not expect it to kind of blow up. I wish I would have gone ahead and included a couple more details for extra context that I deleted in an attempt to keep this from being too long. My favorite part of what happened wasn't even my husband standing up for me. I did like that. But when the mother-in-law said to my husband that she had to warn me about his dad, he backfired with, "Oh, I know you're not accusing dad of what it sounds like you're accusing him, especially since you're the only one who ever laid a hand on us." He's never called her out or used that tone with her before when I was present, and it was absolutely beautiful. But anyway, here's the small update since some have been asking. After my mother-in-law finally left, my husband apologized profusely for her behavior and said he honestly didn't think she would ever do something like this. I told him it wasn't his fault and I was proud of him for standing up to her and for me. See, it's kind of nice. It's gallant, you know? He came to your rescue. Ooh! Fortunately, the rest of the night went perfectly. Oh, I'm happy to hear that. The only other issue we had was mother-in-law's husband, 2 family members chastising us, then leaving when they heard his mother was removed and why. His mother's sister, however, laughed and said she knew she deserved it. She only wished she could have been there to witness it with popcorn to enjoy. We recently got back from our honeymoon, and so we revisited the issue of his mother after giving it some time. My husband asked if I was comfortable even being in the same room as her now. I told him I thought about it a lot, mostly about how uncomfortable I've always felt around her. It doesn't bother my husband or brother-in-law when she's being insulting or when she attempts to emotionally manipulate them because they say they're used to it and they basically ignore it. Oh, that's sad. I don't know if that's the best way to deal with it, honestly. Even sometimes it's nice to like even say it as a joke, you know, with someone that's kind of being a bully, just like, can you like not bully me for just like 1 second? It's been hard for me to sit there and it makes me feel uncomfortable that I'm going along with what I know are lies. So now that he's finally talked about it and opened her eyes to the elephant in the room, I would probably feel more comfortable around her now if she were to actually show remorse for her behavior and respects our boundaries from here on out. And to those who are worried if we have kids, I hope I can put your mind at ease when I tell you my husband already made it clear he will never feel comfortable having her around our kids, unless we are also present. But who knows at that point if we'll be comfortable letting her around them at all. I've talked to my husband
All right,
more
I've had
than a
enough
few times
stitching.
about why I
My
think he should
hands
start
hurt.
standing up to his mom.
Oh, there's only 20 minutes of that left, but whatever. Bye, TikTok. Oh, back. All right. 4 hours straight sewing. That's a fucking enough of that shit. Do. Ugh. Crack, pop, crack. Alright. That's it for me for tonight. Thanks for stopping by. I appreciate being here.